4 weeks today will be the beginning of the 2024 Saudi Cup meeting, and we've got so many clues for those 2 days coming your way over the course of the next 2 days here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Riyadh. A warm welcome along to our English feed of the racing here in Saudi Arabia. We've got 12 races to look forward to today and again tomorrow, and we've got a total of 5 qualifiers for Saudi Cup night taking place amongst this 12 race card. Rory Delaghi is alongside me. The Saudi Cup, a unique special event in its own right, Rory, but this would be, I think, the single best day's racing Saudi Arabia's seen aside from that Saudi Cup meeting.
Yeah, and not just the big races today, and there are plenty of big races with some star names in them, but the supporting card is really strong as well. And not just strong, but really deep. There are a lot of races where often we can go through here saying this is a good race, but only 5 of them really count. So many races today where you're struggling to narrow the field down to 12 or fewer, which makes our job a lot harder, obviously, but will be great for the viewers.
Yeah, so qualifiers to come today for the Turf Sprint, for the Neom Turf Cup, the Al Manifa Cup, the Dirt Sprint, and the Saudi Derby as well. They're races 4 through 8. And in amongst those 12 races today, we will see in race 4 a qualifier for the 1351 Turf Sprint, 4 weeks on Saturday. Honky Tonk Man, who's been an improver for Jimmy Jerkins this season. He goes to post one of the leading riders here, Alexis Marino as well. That's in race 4, Honky Tonk Man. Another star name on show is in race 9, Asfan Al Khalidia, top rated off 127. Won this race last year, went on to win the Al Manifa Cup on Saudi Cup night. On a bit of a roll, this horse, and goes in race 9. And in race 11, could this be a bit of a sleeper? Sail on Silverbird. Lightly raced, a course and distance win just a few days ago, and goes in the Gulf Cup for fillies. So that's all to look forward to. It really is a wonderful day. It's great to have you on board here in Saudi Arabia. 12 races to be called home this afternoon by a world-class caller as well. Alex Fussy, we say good afternoon or good evening or good morning, wherever you're watching in the world. Welcome along to you, Alex.
Hiya, Martin. Thanks very much indeed. Good to be alongside yourself and Rory once again. Looking forward to a belting day of action here. It really is a fantastic Friday coming up. We start very shortly with a 1400-metre restricted win race. This is for fillies who have won once or twice before. Then we go up to Handicap Company for the second over 1600, which is a 0 to 80 contest. A cup race at 4:15 there on the schedule, another race over 1600. Then the Turf Sprint qualifier, one of those qualifiers that Martin highlighted at the top of the show, followed by the Neom Cup qualifier at 5:05. Then the Al Manifa qualifier, the 5:30, 2100 is the trip there. A Dirt Sprint qualifier follows, 1200 metres, and then the Saudi Derby qualifier at the bottom of that page will be the 6:30. Over we go then to the Gulf Cup action. 4 Gulf Cup races on the spin, all in various guises. Arabian horses, the first of those over 1400. Then the Gulf Cup over 1200, which will be race 10. That's for 3-year-olds. The 11th is a Gulf Cup race for fillies, 4-year-olds and upwards, over 1600 metres. And then Colts and Geldings in action for that final race, also over 1600. That is how our fantastic Friday schedule is looking, and it's going to be a really cracking day of action. Let's jump straight in then with the first. We're going over 1400 metres for these fillies. All 20 of them go here. Number 1 is Dahaka, Mohammed Al Hubib. Number 2, Haruf, third Al-Timyat. Number 3 is Ba'idat Al-Marari. That's Rayan Al-Taraish. 4, Molemma, just a one-time winner for that filly. She is 7 as well. 5 is Saleya. That's Turkey Alofi. Number 6 is Danat Al-Jude, a one-time winner from 12 starts so far. Then 7, Oral, for Ali Al-Mimoni, a winner at meeting 59. Number 8 is Feya. That's Fawaz Wanas. He will be doing the steering on the 8 horse. We move over to 9, which is Jasmine for Abdullah Al-Kredis. 10, Meishukat Al-Riyad, Tariq Al-Mansour. 11 is Dante. That's Adel Al-Faredi. 12, Faizat Sarah, Abdullah Al-Musad. And 13 is Najmat Al-Shayeb, Abdallah Al-Hussein. Number 14 is Tandu, for 2-time winner for Mohammed Al-Hubayl. Number 15 is Milofa, Ayad Al-Turisi. 16, Al-Asma, Luis Morales. 17, Mabhutha, Naif Al-Anazi. 18 is Sapta, Abdullah Alorfi. 19, Sajwa, Eddie Castro. And 20 is Sadahim for Fahad Al-Faraidi. Numbers 21, 22, the reserves do not get a chance because all 20 go. And runners are on their way into the parade ring for our opener on this fantastic Friday. Let's get this party started then. Let's go back to Martin and Rory.
Well, I'm hoping that you've got the party poppers, Rory, because it really has got that exciting feel to the whole proceedings today.
It does, and again, you know, after the quiet start we had yesterday, we're straight into a bit of action with a non-winners of 3 for the fillies to kick us off, with some high-quality fillies on show as well.
And if we look at number 1, this is Daha Kar, who's won from 15. Moving on to 2 is Haroof.
Yeah, Haroof was second in a lot of 65 handicap and meeting 79. She does tend to struggle at this level, and I think others will have her measure.
Number 3 is Bidat Al Maramari, who has had 2 wins to her name.
2 from 24, not been at her best of late, and she was behind Haroof when fourth in that not to 65 handicap, meeting 79. So if you don't fancy Haroof's chances, you can't really make a strong case for Bidat Al Marami either.
Mullamar's number 4, you've got to go back to, I think, 2021 for her last win.
Yeah, I mean, she was quite useful going back when she was with Gaith Al Gaith, but she seems to have lost her way, and she's been unplaced in her last 5 starts, finishing 13th in her final start last season. Comes here after an absence.
5 is to Celia. I've not seen this one for a while either.
No, again, she's making her first start of the season, but she has won 2 of her last 4, including a 7 furlong open on this card last year. So if she's fit after a break, she's quite interesting.
Number 6 is Danat Al Jubes.
She's another one who seemed to lose her way last season, unplaced in her last 5 starts, changed stable before her final outing, but it didn't help her run any better.
Number 7 is Oral, who is a maiden winner.
Yes, she is, and she was back to form when 2.5 lengths fourth to Hardy in a not to 70 handicap last time out, but a bit more needed at this level.
Okay, 4th handicap company last time out, Ali Al Mamoni is on board. It is a special day here today. We've got the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup a little bit later on this afternoon, and dressed in the colours of his silks, Shamila is out in the paddock. Hello there, Shamila.
Thank you very much. You know I'm always on brand, guys. Come on. I'm going to give you my first paddock selection of the day, and it's this beautiful filly right next to me here, horse number 7, Oral, rated 68. She was 4th last time out at meeting 90. She is a little pocket rocket, but a lot of these horses in this race are a little bit smaller than the typical horses we usually see imported. But she's really nice and nevertheless, and has a good jockey on board with Ali Al Mamoni as well. We'll give 2 more shout outs to horses that caught my eye, of course. Horse number 9, Jasmine. She runs her heart out every single time. We would love to see her in the winner's enclosure for her trainer, Abdul Rahman Al Farhan. And horse number 5 as well, who will be ridden by Turkey Alofi. First time out this season, but she does look very well indeed. Now, very exciting day. As I said yesterday, I've accumulated quite a lot of favourite horses while I've been here, and 5 of my favourite horses are running today. Dahi in the last race, Al Wakad in race 8, Groom in race 4, Asfan Al Khalidiyah in race 9, and of course Habibi Go Lucky in race number 11. I cannot wait for today.
So thanks to Shamila going with a bit of value on the international markets. Number 7, Oriel, who was the horse we're talking about as we threw to her. Let's pick them up in the paddock though. Number 13, Najmat Al Shaibi.
Yeah, she was a 7 furlong winner at Taif and has been placed twice in not to 70 company. She was beaten just over a length by Tahadi last time out. We mentioned that form already. And I'd have thought she's got place claims here, but she needs to raise the game a little bit if she's to win, but she's not without a chance.
15, Malofa, 1 from 25, as we move on to 16, which is Alzama.
Yeah, she's a course and distance winner at Lajma. That came back in December 21, it has to be said. And she hasn't been showing much lately, so she's very much not on the short list.
Abhotha's number 17.
She looks badly out of her depth here with a rating of 51.
As we move on to 18, which is Sapta.
Sapta's rated 63, and she was disappointing last time out, but she has been 5th in a pair of not to 75 handicaps in November and December. She refines that form. She might sneak into the frame, but this is the one they all want to see. Number 19, Shajwa. The only negative with her is both her wins have come at a mile. She's obviously stepping back to 7 furlongs today, which is a very good 3rd to Shakra Sultan in a Jcsa challenge 2 starts back, and was then a length of 3/4 4th to Jabba Allah in a local Group 2, the Prince Badr bin Abdullah Cup last time out. or bin Abdulaziz, I should say. That's the standout form in this race, and although the trip is maybe a little bit on the sharp side, she does seem to have a big class edge over most. We mentioned Saleha. She would be sort of second in on the ratings, but she's having her first start of the season, so a little bit of a question over her. But she would be the one who's capable of throwing down a challenge to the international market leader if she's at her best.
And they are by far and away the two clear picks on the international markets. Sajwa is a very, very short-priced favourite to go in here in the first race of the day. The second best, as Rory alluded to, Saleha, who is also at single figures. The rest are all at double figure odds in this opening race today. Sajwa, there's form figures 4, 3, 2, 2, 2. You're confident enough that they're a good enough or a higher level, that she's not been out of form this time, she's just been keeping better company?
Yeah, I mean, she's a solid 90 rated performer. Once you get into cup competition and really good open races, you're tending to meet horses of that caliber or higher. So there isn't one of her last 3 or 4 races she should have won, I don't think, and she's been running very well. This looks like a gilt-edged opportunity for her, particularly if they go a strong pace for this trip, which should bring her stamina into play.
Well, on the figures there, the top two to beat, the one who would have a bit of a chance would be horse number 14, Tandu, for a rating of 82, but 0 from 7 so far this term.
Yeah, she won twice here over 6 furlongs as a 2-year-old. Her 2-year-old form was pretty strong. She hasn't really gone on for that. She was placed in Taif a couple of times, but her 2 runs back in Riyadh this season have been a bit disappointing, and she was 17 lengths behind Jcsa Sultan in a Jcsa challenge last time out. Obviously, that was a race that Sajwa was 3rd in, so Tandu's got plenty of ground to make up on that contest. But she's still 3rd best on the ratings, so that gives you an idea of the lay of the land in this race.
It just shows you how far the top 2 are clear of the field, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does. I mean, it doesn't always work out that way, as we've seen. And a lot of horses dropping back in trip, you imagine the class is going to see them through, but it's very easy if you don't have that good early pace from the stalls to get into bad position, get amongst horses who won't carry you into the race. And we've seen plenty of horses who should have won with a class edge not getting the job done. So Sajwa is a short price to do the job here, and I'm sure plenty of people will support her, but there'll be a few out there who'll be a little bit wary of getting involved in that scenario.
If you were to look at the lower ratings, Rory, is there 1 or 2 you could bring in with a bit of a chance?
Najmat Al Shayb, who we mentioned briefly, she's rated 70 and comes here having been placed twice in not to 70 handicaps, including a very good run behind Tahadi, who's in good form last time out. I think if she brings that form to the table, she will probably be on the 4, and you never know what might happen with the others in front of her.
Well, they're starting to make their way out onto the track for the first of our 12 races today. If you were to look forward to any race particular today, Rory, is there a standout for you? There's so much quality on offer.
Yeah, it's hard to say, really. I would say the let me have a look. The Neom qualifier, the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup, is a race I'll be looking forward to for a while. Obviously, we'll be hearing more about Prince Khalid and his life. I didn't know until recently he was born in Taif, for example, and we were based in Taif for the last half of last year. But aside from the heritage of the title, it looks an absolutely cracking contest as well. And you've got a mix of form from Saudi Arabia, from the UK, from Maidan, all coming together there. Even without my Frankel, who was a scratching overnight, that still looks a tremendously competitive contest.
Umberto Raspelli and Neil Callan, 2 of the jockeys, will be also racing here through the course of the afternoon. Great to see them both here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And of course, you can get involved with the broadcast this afternoon on the English language channel here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Head to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia page on YouTube. There's the comments down the side, and you can send in your thoughts and selections for the races through the course of the afternoon. But we're touching on the market leader, Sajwa, being very, very short. We can have a look at this horse in action. This was back on January the 12th, Rory.
Yeah, and this is a race, a run that would win her this race. Obviously, she gets run out of the places late on here. Looks like she might finish 2nd as we swing into the straight, but she ends up finishing 4th on the day. I think the winner of this is very good, Jcsa Sultan, who was a I think a scratch next time that was due to run, but that's a very good performer. And although Shajwa faded back into fourth this day, this is clearly a much easier opportunity, and simply a reproduction of that would be good enough to win.
And if people are joining us for the first time on this wonderful afternoon of racing, Eddie Castro's on board. Where would he sit in the sort of jockey standings here?
He doesn't ride as often as some of the top riders here. And what you'll find with a lot of the foreign jockeys is they're very good when they get their mounts, but they end up riding a lot less than the likes of Camilo Espina. Eddie Castro, not the most regular visitor to the winners' enclosure here, but when he gets a winning opportunity, he showed the class that we've seen of him, through the years back. And he's ridden some very, very big winners in his career, and he's no back number here. There's no giveaway in terms of rides here. You can't just sort of waltz in and go, I'm a big name jockey, give me 8 top rides in a day. It just doesn't happen. So Eddie doesn't get the same rides that Camilo Espina would get, but when he does get them, he's still capable of delivering.
And that's kind of exemplified by tomorrow. You look at Mikel Barcelona's coming across, is over at Meydan today. Jim Crowley's coming over as well. They're not here and getting 6, 7, 8 rides. They're getting one in the big race, and that's about it. Maybe that's through their own choice, but...
Yeah, no, I don't think it... I mean, it may be to a degree. I'm not suggesting that they're asking for rides in all the races. They're more than happy to concentrate on one or two big race rides. But I think even if they wanted to ride in all the races, there aren't that many trainers here who will happily jock off their stable jockeys or their apprentices for a top rider. They're very loyal. That's one thing that you really notice here in Saudi Arabia.
So we're looking for number 18, one to beat and a good win for the first up?
Sorry?
Are we looking for number 18 to be the one to beat and a good win for the first race today?
I think, yeah, Shajwa, she really should get the job done, and you want to be a little bit original starting off, but sometimes the winner's just staring you in the face, and she really should be too good for this lot.
And Shamila's gone for one of the biggest price, or one of the bigger price horses on the international market. It's number 7, Oral, who is that maiden winner back on meeting number 59. Switched here from Tev's, been 8th and 4th in a couple of runs since then. Would you give that horse a chance of making the frame? Give Shamila a little bit of encouragement to start the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see her winning this, but there's not an awful lot of depth behind the favourite, particularly if Saleha doesn't turn up, and Iral, doesn't have an awful lot to find to be finishing 3rd or 4th in this contest.
Okay, good luck to Shamila, good luck to Rory as well, and good luck to Alex with the call here on Race 1.
Martin, thank you. Yes, runners are loading forwards for our first of the day. Sajwa, this short-priced favourite on the international market. There has been a little bit of support again for Oral, who's come back in a little bit, perhaps with the advice of Shamila saying that one looked very good in the prelims. For what it's worth, I thought Najmat Al-Shaib could certainly ruffle some feathers and get involved for a place, perhaps. They are, well, just a little over halfway through the load at the moment. Just about to come forwards is the 11 horse, which is Dante, and also the 16 Al-Azmar. Luis Morales going up. Her roof will move in. That will be stall 2 down the card in terms of stalls positions here. Quite a few coming in together, so not too many more left now. Looks as though Sajwa is one of the final runners in. They are all set. They're off. Racing away, they go 1,400 meters on this fantastic Friday for our opener. Little bit slow in gathering stride was Meshukat Al Riyadh, and also Ba'idat Al Marmari on the inside, not the best to begin. Saleha with a good start. The green colours is bounding forwards to be handy. Faya, striped jacket and white cap, is another who is front rank. Sapta's a little wider than them, yellow and blue the combination, and Sajwa's also bang up there. The hot international favourite is now latching on around the outside to join the leading line of 3. They're being followed through by Dahaka, who runs the rail. In between rivals, Najmat Al-Shaib is just trying to pick up and latch on as well. Dante is in between horses, green jacket, white cap, moving with a bit of purpose. They're about to complete the turn for home. It is Saleha who's out in front, shows up here by about a length, but now Sajwa is moving up. Eddie Castro is asking for the effort. They're being followed by Sapta as they level for the line, but Saleha's finding more here. Saleha is still clear by 2.5. Sajwa has not got to this leader. They're followed by Dahaka in third place, coming out of the pack. Oral is finishing late, and down the outside, another closer is Jasmine, but it's Saleha who's away by 4 inside the final 100. Saleha is back, and back with a bang, has won that easily. Beat Sajwar into second place. Oral might have just snatched third in advance of Jasmine. They both closed from the tail end of the field. A win for number 5, Saleha. Takes the opener for Turkey Alofi in a time of 1:26.23. Has gone on to do that rather impressively. Jumped away smartly, held a prominent position, brushed Sajwar aside on the turn for home, and has gone on to win by 3 3/4 lengths. Sajwar has held second, and I can confirm Oral was third. A decent run from Shamila's pick there at a good price in the international markets for third in advance of Jasmine, just ahead between those two. A nice winner of our first then, setting the scene for a day of potentially smart performers, and this was a very decent start. The order of finish, race 1, 5, 19, 7 and 9.
Well, there's the winner of our first race of the day. As our commentator Alex said, this fantastic Friday, and it was Jcsa who beats Sajwar in the end. Sajwar, the red-hot international favourite, beaten into second place by the second favourite. And the writing, Rory, was on the wall really off the home turn.
Yeah, I mean, Sajwar got herself in a good position. The worry pre-race was that, you know, because her best form has been over further than the 7 furlongs, that she might just not get the best early position. But she's got in good position. But as you see off the bend, she comes off under pressure, and Saleha, still going well at this stage, was holding her off. And when she's asked for an effort, she pulls a couple of lengths clear of Sajwar. There wouldn't have been much between this pair, based on last season's form, but obviously with Saleha being off the track since March, you had a bit of a concern over her fitness, but she wasn't ridden as if fitness was an issue by Turkey Alofi. and she's found plenty for pressure to win this by a clear margin. You can't say that Shajwa's run to her form in second either, because the likes of Jasmine. Now Jasmine's she's a real favourite of ours here because she turns up almost every week. She's having her 23rd start of the season. She's been the busiest filly in Saudi Arabia this season, but she hasn't won any of those starts, but she keeps running on from the back of the field to pick up prize money almost every time she runs.
Really for connections.
And she's done exactly the same again to finish fourth, with Iril just getting third. But that pair were both rated 68, and they were at level weights with Shajwa, who has run below her 90 rating here. And often, when there looks to be easy pickings, it doesn't always work out that way, and that's what's happened with Shajwa today.
And although the winner was second favourite on the international markets, there was quite a big price discrepancy between the pair, given there's only £3 between them on official ratings.
Yes, and I think that was down to people not expecting a horse to be off the track for so long to be fully fit, but they get plenty of workouts on the track here, and there's no reason why they can't be ready after a break. And again, I think there's a bit of a bias against local trainers and local jockeys that they must be sort of second rate at what they do. They're not at all. These guys very much know what they're doing, and this filly has run right to the top of her game on the return from an absence to win handsomely by 3 3/4 lengths.
And what can we learn from this race as regards the rest of the card today on the dirt? Yesterday, early on especially, it seemed to be favouring those up on the speed.
Yeah, well, on this occasion, the best two horses have finished first and second, but the third and fourth have both come from off the pace to grab a share of the prize money. So, while if you're able to get to the front here, it's always beneficial. But in order to get to the front, you've got to be able to show better speed than others. There's never a race where they come out of the stalls and no one wants to go on dirt. They're always going hard. So it tends to be a case that although front runners do particularly well, they tend to do particularly well because they're usually the best horses in their races as well. You will find in some of the handicaps you get horses who've got blazing early speed who never get home, and that can turn things on their head. But in the classy races, the horses who are able to get there are usually capable of sustaining their speed through most of the race.
And how inconvenienced was the international favourite Sajwa by being drawn across the far side? She was out in 19, whereas the eventual winner came from stall 5 and got that good early pitch.
She's it hasn't helped her, but at the same time you also see that she's able to get across fairly easily from where she was, and nothing's really pushing her particularly wide on the bend. She's staying a little bit wider just to avoid interference at this stage. It's cost her maybe a length going around the track, but really at this stage of the race she seemed to be sitting pretty, but when push comes to shove she didn't find an awful lot for pressure, and clearly wasn't at her best on the day. A wide draw is rarely a massive disadvantage for a class horse. In handicaps it can be tougher because you tend to see speed across the track. In a lot of the maiden races or the conditions races, there tends to be a discrepancy in pace between the field, and often what you'll find is a group of horses or the horses with speed out wide will go forward, stay wide on the track, wait until the horses sort of fall in line behind them, and then they can ease across without losing much ground.
Well, the international favourite comes off second best, and the opening race of the day on this fantastic Friday goes the way of Cecilia and Turkey Alofi. That was race 1 of 12 here in Riyadh. We move on to race 2. We've got to be over the 1,600 metres for this. Full details back with Alex.
Cheers, Martin. Let's have a look at the field then for this second race. 1,600 metre handicap, 0 to 80 here. Now, this is a very, very tight-knit handicap, rated 77 to 80, the whole group here. So this could be a close one to call. Number 1 is Seyhan for Khalid Al-Mimoni. 2 is Mesbah Al-Amal. That's Ali Al-Mimoni. 3, Abu Hadid, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. And number 4 is Shibal Al-Haraq, just a one-time winner from 19 starts, looking a little bit exposed. Number 5 is Lethlaf, Adela Farouz. 6 is Al-Sharid, Camilo Ospina. Now that is the international favourite, the 6. Number 7 is Andham, a two-time winner, one of the two-time winners in the field, as is number 8, Fard Naj. That's Abdullah Al-Musa. Number 9 is Al-Kwaymani, 4 Aswanaz. 10, Faz Zay, Abdullah Al-Lawfi. 11 is Malaine for Ricardo Ferreira. Number 12 is Ashkana, Fahad Al-Faradi. 13, Malafek, which is Ayad Al-Turisi. Number 14 is Mojozal, Rayan Al-Taresh. 15, Al-Bastro. That's Asil Al-Shani. Number 16 is Karkash, Mohammed Al-Daham. 17, Maruf. That'll be Adel Al-Furedi. 18, Emtaz, Alex Moreno. 19, Kahwehom, Tariq Al-Mansour. And the 20 horses, Al-Semwal, rounding out the field with no reserves getting a chance here. Numbers 21 through to 25 are all out. So Al-Sharid heads the international market here, gents, but looks a bit of an open heat to me.
So the first of the runners coming into the paddock then for this second race of the day. It's the Shabim Mishrif Prize Car Lexus Handicap. As Alex touched on, very narrow ratings band. 14 runners going to post off a very similar handicap mark. I think the first 14 all off a mark of, in fact, the same mark of 80. And this race, Rory, a little bit different in terms of what's on offer for winning connections.
Yes, normally we get decent prize money on offer on a day like today, but every now and again you get a race where the first prize is a car. We had a Land Cruiser contest in December where the winning connections got a Land Cruiser, and then there's prize money for second and third and fourth. And similarly here, there's a Lexus of some description. I'm not a big car aficionado, it has to be said.
Well, as a non-driver, you probably.
But I'm guessing it's worth more than 60,000 Riyal because that's the prize for second place. But yeah, the winning connections will walk away or drive away in a lovely new Lexus.
And as Alex touched on, it's a very narrow ratings band. This is a difficult race to work out, given you're working between a rating of 80 down to 77.
Yeah, it is, and I think, to be honest, I think the best way of doing this is just cracking on from top to bottom and finding out what potential strengths and weaknesses there are in what's one of the toughest races of the entire day. Okay,
well, we'll have a look at these in order in a moment too. What would be your idea of the winner, though, at this early stage?
Well, Al-Sharid has got chances, number 6. He won a non-winners of 3 over course and distance back in meeting 57, and although he was well held in fourth last time out, he was in the Ministry of Justice Cup. This is a considerable drop in class for him, so he's an interesting one. Fahad Naj, number 8, is interesting. He was 4th in this contest last year and was 4th to Lajal Thati in a non-winners of 3 2 starts back, and it looks like he's been geared up for a repeat effort in this race as well. He'd be interesting. And plenty of others who'd be in there as well. Shibal Al-Harak we'll see in action shortly. Mesbar Al-Amal and Ashkarna were 3rd and 4th in a very strong contest at meeting 87. My only concern with that is that it was a 2,000 metre event. They're stepping back to a mile here. The pair of them running on well at the end of that race, as we'll see in some video footage shortly.
And as Alex touched on, the international favourite number 6, Al Rashid, who's got Camila Ospino on board. Camila, who didn't ride here with us yesterday, but has got a few interesting matches this afternoon.
He does, yeah. He's got his rest yesterday, and no doubt he'll be hungry for winners in the next couple of days. He's the leading rider here by some way, and he's really put his foot to the floor since we've moved to Riyadh. It was quite tight for top jockey honours in Taif for most of the season, but Camila has come away, given the support of the White Stable particularly. Not riding for them here, obviously, but yeah, Al-Sharid is an obvious enough one. He's got the top rating of 80, as do plenty of others. And as I said, he won a non-winners of 3 over course and distance at meeting 57, which is decent form. And it's easy to forgive his run in the Ministry of Justice Cup last time out, because that's just a little bit above his pay grade.
Okay, well, that's number 5 in shot. Let's have a look at some of these in the paddock. Number 5 is Left Laugh, 1 from 13.
Was a creditable 5 3/4 lengths 5th in a course and distance open back in February, but he's been well held after an absence this season, and he was 10th in his final 2 starts last season, so that's a bit to prove.
And there is Camila's ride, Al-Sharid, who's been a dual winner from 19 starts here. We'll soon move on to number 7, who is Andham, who's on, from what I could see, handicap debut.
He's had 17 starts, but yeah, it's not easy to find a handicap in there.
No.
Was a course and distance non-winners of 2 winner back in December 2022. That was his last win. Beaten 20 lengths over 7 furlongs last time out, but that was his first run his second run back after a long break. They often run okay first time back and then bounce a bit from that, and I thought he looked like a typical bouncer last time out. He should be race fit after 2 runs now, and he will have no excuses on this occasion.
9 is Alquameni, who's winless in 10 this year, but has been keeping good company.
He has. He was second to Al Sharid in a course and distance non-winners of 3 back in meeting 57. Already mentioned Al Sharid. Doesn't have much to find with that one. And he was just out of the paces next time out. His last run went down the field came in the primary championship of the racecourse, which is always a very, very competitive affair. And again, I'm happy to forgive him a modest run there.
And number 12 there in shot is Ashkana. But we will leave the parade ring. Normally we'd go down to Shamila at this stage, but she's not in the parade ring. Let's find out exactly where she is.
Not in the parade ring for this race, Martin, but I am in front of the grandstands with the prize of this race, a beautiful Lexus. Now, Rory, I can't quite help you either. I'm not quite a car gal, but this car does look stunning, and the winners of this race will drive away with this beautiful Lexus. And it's a really competitive race as well, so it really could go to anybody. But we've seen a few car races here, and they absolutely love them. Trainers gun for these races. They want to drive away with these brand new cars, and why wouldn't you? They're absolutely stunning, gorgeous. And if I could get in the car, I would, but it's all roped off, probably to keep me away from it. I will give you my paddock selection for this race, and it is horse number 6 who will jump out of stall number 8, Al Rashid, the international favourite, partnered with Camilo Ospina. This horse just looked genuinely the best in the best condition. Looked very well in his coat. Obviously, one of the highest rated, so carrying 62 kilos. But I don't think that should be too much of a job for him. 4th last time out at meeting 77, and I just couldn't look away from him. Definitely, I think Camilo Ospina will win this race and could possibly drive away with this new car, so that would be great for him and his wife and kid. My second favourite is probably horse number 1, so didn't have to look too far. 5th in his last 2 starts, but I just couldn't keep away from Al Rashid. I think they're going to drive away with this beautiful Lexus.
It wasn't just think drive away, it was definitely is. I mean, if you're Camilo Ospina, you're going to be quite happy at the moment, according to Shamila.
Shamila's seems remarkably confident. I looked at this race and I thought, if I could narrow it down to 10, I'd be doing well. So, being that confident about the winner is impressive from Shamila. But yeah, I think he's got a little bit to do here, Al Sharid. He doesn't massively appeal to me at the kind of prices he's trading in the international market at the moment, and I'll be looking away from him in terms of finding something a little more original.
Well, one of those might be number 11, might it? The jockey on board had a great day with 3 winners here yesterday. Mullane is the horse in question, and this filly, she was a winner at Taif back in the summer and was second in a similar race to this as well there.
She was, yes, runner-up in a not so 80 at Taif over this trip in meeting 45. She's only been 9th and 6th in 2 starts here, but those have come in the Asia Cup 2 starts back, and then in that primary championship of the racecourse last time out. I think you can certainly upgrade her performances there. She wasn't disgraced in finishing 6th last time out, and I think Mullaney's got a decent chance here. I would have her, forcing my shortlist down to about 3, I would have her on that.
Well, there's been more money for the international favourites. Al Rashid has hardened at the top of the market. Number 8, Fard Naj, is the second best, or was the second best, has drifted out ever so slightly. Mullane is in there as well, alongside number 12, Ashkana. And then we have a similar price to number 4 as well, Shibi Ala Ark, who is 1 from 19, but hasn't won over the last couple of seasons.
No, and although he's got a very good chance on paper, the fact that he's 1 from 19 in his career is a little bit of a concern. Certainly has place claims, is usually pretty reliable, finishing 5th, beaten 6 1/4 lengths in a course and distance open behind Al Jamani. That was last time out. Was 4th in meeting 79 before that. So comes here in decent form, but his win record is definitely a concern. If you're looking to find the winner of this race.
And Shamila also throwing in number 1, Rory Seyhan. 2 wins from 15 overall, but been struggling for form in the last couple of starts here.
He is dropping in class a little bit, having run pretty well when 5th of 18 behind Strategy and a not to 85 handicap over course and distance 2 starts back. That's certainly his best recent effort. He's been a little bit in and out. And you can make a case for him dropping back in class. I would say, although a high draw never puts me off in most races here, I think the problem with the handicaps is you're much more likely to see a spread of pace going to that first bend, and it's harder for the horses drawn high to be able to get a prominent position. They're more likely to have to tuck in, and that's never so easy around here. So that's a little bit off-putting with Seyhan.
I quite liked one on the international markets. Maybe you can back me up here, Rory. Number 18, MTARS. Big price on the international markets as well, but has won a couple of races, has won a couple of maidens and an open contest, has got winning form over this trip, and a top jock on board as well.
Yeah, Alex Moreno takes a ride on MTAS. He's drawn in start 11, and he did bounce back to form when second in a 6-furlong turf contest last time out. I didn't think his recent dirt form stacked up particularly well.
Okay.
Maybe, I mean, there's two ways of looking at that. Either you say he's just been revived by a switch to turf last time out, and that might be the key to him now, or he simply came back to form last time out. It didn't matter what surface he was on, and he might be well handicapped now that he's rediscovered his form. But I find it hard to take positives from his previous runs on turf this season. Sorry, on dirt this season, I should say. But I'm willing to be proved wrong.
Actually, that's maybe eye catch as well. That I took the idea that he's come back to form last time with that second, and the fact that Alexis takes the run as well. That was, for him to be on board, was got to be a positive.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, you don't go too far wrong concentrating on the high percentage jockeys around here. For all we say that the local jockeys, you know, very much capable of pulling their weight. We did have a race card last week where I think the first 7 races were all won by local jockeys. And we obviously do quite a strong international jockey contingent here, but the Saudi lads can hold their own. But at the same time, if you're struggling to find a winner and you look for the top 2 or 3 jockeys, that can definitely point in the right direction.
Well, one of the horses that Shamila mentioned as her second fancy was a top one, Seyhan, we can see here in action, finishing 4th back in December, just before Christmas.
Yeah, this is Shibal Al-Harak running on through horses when finishing 4th back and meeting a 79. This is a likeable enough performance. Finished 5th then next time out, and of course in distance open won by Al Germani. So seems to be running into form at the right time. And Shibal Al-Harak is one that you've got to treat seriously here, although there are plenty of others you can say much the same thing about.
Including a couple of horses who clashed here as well back on January the 6th, finishing 3rd and 4th, numbers 2 and 12, Mesbar, Alama, and also Ashkarana.
Yeah, this is Mesbar Alamal in picture, and you'll see, you have to look back through the field, Mesbar Alamal in about 5th place in the black sleeves, and in behind you see the sort of grey and white check colours of Ashkarna. They both run on strongly to finish 3rd and 4th respectively in a 2,000 metre Jcsa contest. That's going back a couple of, back to meeting 87. This is good form, but my worry is both of them were doing their best work at the finish in this race, and the pair of them are dropping back in trip. Ashkarna would be really interesting. He won a course and distance event in November, so the obvious conclusion is, he's perfectly capable over this course and distance. That was a 0 to 60. He's improved a lot lately, and that improvement has come over longer trips, over the 2,000 metre, and I think he probably needs that trip these days.
I just had him marked down as that 0 to 60 win being okay, but needs to step up again at this level.
Yeah, and in fairness, he has been stepping up, but he's been stepping up in better races over a longer trip.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with a bit of value and hope that number 18, MTARS, might go well here for Alexis Moreno. Rory, your selection?
I'm going to take a real flyer here on one that I hope will come back to his best form, Antam, who we mentioned briefly before. He's got a very good 1:39.52 over this course and distance on his card, going back a little bit to last season. If he can refine that form, he could go very well off a mark of 80. And
Shamila, of course, with the international favourite. It's number 6, Al Sharid. Rennes arriving down at the stalls, heading behind as well. Will be off very shortly for race 2 in the company of Alex Fussy.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, runners filing off behind the boxes here, so the loading up process will begin in a few moments' time. Been quite an interesting international market for sure. Al Sharid has been solid, particularly with the backing of Shamila from the paddock, and also Martin's fancy MTAS has certainly seen some interest there as well. He'll be jumping from stall 11 in the grey and green combination of colours as the last couple slide on behind the stalls. I was quite keen myself to focus on that race we just saw, actually, between Mesbar Alamal and Ashkarna, and I'd probably side with Ashkarna, who finished in 4th place on that particular occasion. Of course, there's a bit of a concern about the trip, but at least he's quite consistent, and some of these are a bit hit and miss. We've got some runners who have got better levels of form, but Ashkana does seem to turn up most days. So I was hoping that that sort of profile would mean that he would go close again here. They are just being checked over before they start the load. Al Sharid will jump from stall 8 here, the international favourite, green and yellow on the jacket. A winner back at meeting 57, as you heard, and 4th last time out. This very tight handicap with 14 of them racing off 80, another 3 off 79, another 2 of the runners off 78 and 77. So really bunched up here, aren't we, as we load the stalls. The other thing of note here, we've got a couple of horses in the same ownership, same colours, Seyhan and Mesbah Al-Amal. The second of those, number 2, has a white cap. So white cap if you're a supporter of that one. We are loading now. So runners going in. Bit of late support here for Andham as well in the international markets. That was Rory's pick. That's what we're racing for. The Lexus car, as you can see. The winner's prize here in this 0 to 80 handicap. In all its glory there, the vehicle to be won. Few adjustments needed down at the start for Al Semwal. That particular runner was taken into the middle, but all okay by the looks of it. Just popping forwards was Al Mani, still number 4. Next one on the way in is Lethlath. That'll be gate 6. There's one of the greys. Albastro, still number 1 for him. No problems at all. Adler getting up on the infrastructure there for the start. There's Emtaz going in. Also moving in is Al Sharid, the favourite in the international betting. We are getting there now. We've only got a handful to go. There's another of the greys, Fazay. Big strapping sort. He's into the stalls. Fard Najd still to go in, and also Andham is still out the back. Could well be the final pair, in fact. Just on the turn a bit is Fard Najd. Straighten back up and then pops in. We've also got Karkash still out the back, hiding away, and there is that runner now, red and yellow colours moving in. The final couple sliding forwards, so then we'll be just about set to go. All aboard. They're off. Racing away over the 1,600-metre trip here in this 0 to 80 handicap. Couple slow to go include Ashkana and also Fard Najd. Didn't get the best rates. A nice start made, though, by Malakfa on the inside, one of the first to get going, and also Lethlath in the white and red colours wants to be banged there. Emtaz is another runner, very handy indeed, bouncing forwards as they settle themselves at the end of the first couple of hundred. It will now be Karehom, who comes on over and has just about got the advantage. Malefka on the inside is also handy. Between them is Lethlath in the white and red colours, and they're being followed by Emtaz, who continues to be prominent. Al Mani is not far away as well. Up on their outside is Al Sharid, the international favourites, deeper on the course, but is very much a bang up there. Fazay is trying to latch on as well, also picking up Albastro, looking for a bit of an effort in between rivals. Bo Hadid is up on the inside running rail as they're about to swing on in. Malafak is out in front showing the way, continues to draw clear by 3. And now up into second place, Alquay Mani going pretty nicely. Up on the outside of those, Al Sharid is pushed along, still picking up down the centre as well as Al Bastro. They'll do well to get to this leader as they work their way inside the final 200. Malefic is out in front, being pressed hard now by Alquay Mani, who is staying on rather strongly. Picking up now from the back of the field as well is Ashkana on the rail as they drive close home. Malefic all out from Alquay Mani and has just held on. Back in third place was Ashkana, who was a strong finisher on the rail. Well, a good little tussle between number 13 and number 9 here. Malefic has just held on to win. 1:39.98 is the winner's time. Just bobbing down to deny Alquay Mani by a head at the line. Very little between them on the clock as well. 1:40 dead for the second. So, as you can see, it was a desperately close finish. And Ashkana has won very well in third. But again, as the gents highlighted before the off, it could well be that he needs further because he just keeps on plugging away, doesn't he? Fourth place over the line was Mojozal. That's number 14 on your race card. One of the best of the closers. So, order of finish. Race 2 of the day was 13, 9, 12 and 14.
In the first race of the day, the winner made pretty much all from an inside berth in stall 5, but it's been a similar proposition here. Malefic from stall 2 has made all to hold Aqua Mani into the closing stages, with third going the way of a horse who was up in grade but on the improve. Ashkana finished back in third, but Malefic has been keeping company in open races of late, Rory, but does have that little bit of back class when you go through his form.
Yeah, you have to go back a couple of years really to find the decent form for Malefic. He was a very useful sort 2 years ago. Unplaced on his final 2 starts here without being disgraced last season, but 3 runs in Taif were shocking. I think the answer to that is just very much not a Taif horse, Malefic, because he's bounced back to form to win this in good style. You know, it wasn't easy to make all the running here. They went hard. The third and fourth furlongs were particularly quick, and when you see that, you kind of expect a bit of a collapse in pace later on. But he's kept on very well, the 7-year-old, to turn the clock back and pick up a very nice prize for Connections.
I think if you go back to his very early days, wasn't he a local Group 1 winner?
Yes,
in this area. So the form was there, but it was just quite hard to see of late.
Well, see, yeah, what happens, they don't tend to geld horses here, even if they keep racing them until they're 7, 8, 9. And they become a lot less reliable as a result, but they can be coaxed back to form. Just it's a lot harder to work out when they're liable to do it, whereas the geldings, they tend to be a little bit more reliable and more consistent. But Malefek just looked like he was losing his way in Taif, and I struggled to have him in this contest, but he's found his old Riyadh form and clearly well handicapped in what he was capable of even last season, just a case of whether you thought he was still capable of that, and he's shown that he was, and those who supported him were rewarded at long odds.
And from an early stage, they're well strung out, aren't they?
Yeah, as I said, they've gone hard from the front, and what can often happen, particularly with a lot of horses dropping back from 2,000 metres here, is that the field can really break up. They're almost going 6 furlong pace in the early stages, and that's meant that the leader has managed to get a break on a small pack who've tried to chase him down. There's sort of 5 horses in behind there, looking to put pressure on, but he's managed to get away, and they've struggled to keep up. You end up having horses running on from further back in the field. Ashkarna again making late headway in the grey and white checks, runs on for 3rd. Mojazal came out of the clouds. You see him just appearing in the bottom of the picture in the green colours with the lighter green sash for 4th. And Alquemani was the one who was nearest the winner of the home turn and has gradually got closer. Looked like the line might not come in time for the winner, but he's just hung on by the skin of his teeth. I assume that's been called as a nose, but it looked very, very close indeed.
And the second horse, Alquemani, sure there's going to be an opening for him at some sort of stage. He's been keeping pretty good company, and he's not been beaten far at all.
No, he hasn't. He's run another solid race. As I said, he was in a tough contest last time out. He's been very consistent prior to that, and this was another solid run at this level for him.
And there we go. No cash given for the winner of this race. They get the Lexus, and there is the key, the oversized key to the Lexus that will go to...
You'd never get that in your pocket, would you?
No, not in the days of keyless entry as well.
I'm pretty sure I could lose that.
So well done to Connections of Malefek. Do pick up that Lexus. The Sabir Mishrif prize, Car Lexus Handicap. Goes the way of horse number 13. Good run in second from Alquemani and Ashkarna. You touched on that horse, Rory. Alex mentioned it in commentary as well. The trip was a bit of an issue, but he is on the improve for sure.
Yeah, I think he just needs to step back up to 2,000 metres. He's been progressive in his last 3 or 4 starts, but his form at a mile is not quite as strong as that over further, and he's been doing his best work late, even over the 2,000 metre trip. So expect to see him back over that, or maybe even given a try over a mile and a half next time.
And the favourites, the international favourites, was number 6, Al Sharid, but I never really saw where he was in the run.
Well, you see, he's one from the outside, there, one from the left of the picture.
I've got
just
the yellow
plugging
socks
on at one pace with the yellow socks in front. He's run a perfectly good race. I don't think he just in a really competitive race. I don't think he deserved to be quite as strong a favourite as he was in the end.
Well, a bit of a surprise winner in the end. Also been well beaten at Taif through the early part of the season here in Saudi Arabia. Comes good to win for Ayed Al-Farizi in our second race of the day. That's 2 down, 10 still to go, and the best still to come as well. 5 qualifiers for Saudi Cup night. The first of those isn't too far away. Race 4 is a qualifier for the 13:51 sprint on the Saudi Cup night. That's going to be not too far away, but race 3 is nearly upon us, and this time we've got a race for the 4-year-olds. Full details once again with Alex.
Many thanks, Martin. Yeah, we are cranking up a notch, aren't we now? Moving to the 3rd over 1600. This is a cup contest, the Mishrif bin Mutlaq bin Shanan Cup. This race over the 1600, as I said. Abu Khalaf heads the field, number 1 for Thurbat Imyat, a winner at meeting 83. Number 2 is Thalik for Tariq Al Mansour. Number 3 is Korba Mohammed Al Hubail. 4 is Morano, a 4-time winner from 30 starts. Number 5 is Shagmum Al Keel, Naif Al Anazli. 6 is a scratching, a late scratching. The 6 that is out, does not go. Number 7 is Al Azra, that's Fahad Al Faradi. 8, Altawidi Ali Al Mimoni. Number 9 is Fighter, another 4-time winner. That's from 26 runs. And number 10 is Yaslam Allah, a winner at meeting 73. Number 12 is next because Al Rahub is the next we see, Camilo Ospina. There is no number 11 here either. 13, Moshem, the mount of Alexis Moreno. 14, Al Mashlouf for Ayad Al Turisi. 15 is Ibn Laboon, Ricardo Ferreira. 16, Eshtahir for Eddie Castro. And 17, Mustadam rounds out the field. So confirming the 6 is a late scratching. The 11 already penciled in as a non-runner. So the 6 and the 11 have gone. And we see the return of the 2022 Taif Cup winner here in Moshem, who just heads the international markets, narrowly ahead of Ibn Laboon. I guess this could be a question of match fitness or the classy comeback. Let's find out who Martin and Rory like.
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, we'll come to that very shortly as they head into the paddock then for this. Just confirming 6 and 11 don't go. Brings the field down to 15. These all local breds in this. And as Alex said, 13 heads the international markets. Mojem, who has got an unexposed profiles, mixed it up over 1,600 and 1,400 metres, and was in good form last time we saw him, very much unexposed, number 13.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is how long it was since we last saw him. He ran up a 4-timer, 3 of those at Taif, and the last of them at Riyadh back in 2022. Been off a long time since. But he looked to be a horse going places at that stage. The one thing that's very much in his favour is that his trainer, Lucas Gaitan, never runs his horses unless they're ready to do themselves justice. So there's no chance of him coming back here just in need of the run. Mochem, I would expect to be fit. It's difficult to track exactly what kind of ability a horse should have. Really, you might have expected him to have improved further in the meantime. He looks a really interesting contender here from stall 13. Alex Moreno on board. I would be inclined to trust him to be ready to give his running here, although you couldn't nail your colours to the mast and say that 99 is the right rating for him. And
just at the bottom of the shot there, we saw Lucas Gaitan has made a big impression here since coming across from Argentina. He's got Al Wakad going in the Saudi Derby qualifier as race 8, looking to maintain an unbeaten strike rate. How impressed have you been with his methodology since he came over?
Well, I don't know exactly how he gets his results, but his strike rate is really good. He will run horses in races. You think, well, that's a really strange. He ran a horse that hadn't yet reached his 3rd birthday in a mile and a furlong maiden here earlier in the month, and I thought, well, if this was a flying machine, they wouldn't be starting it off over a mile and a furlong. Of course, absolutely bolted up. And we interviewed Lucas after the race. He said, people say I was mad to run this horse over this trip first time up. You'd almost always run your horses at shorter and then gradually step them up. He knows what he's doing. He doesn't follow the same rules that everyone else does. But you listen to him, and he comes across as a guy who's very happy with his own methods, and you can see from the results that they work.
Yeah, a mark of 99 as well, very much unexposed, and on a bit of a roll last time we saw him. The main opposition is going to come, I think, from number 15, Ibn Laboon, who's been keeping Group 2 and Group 3 company locally, comes down from 2,000 metres.
Yeah, that's the concern. He is a course and distance maiden winner back in the day, Ibn Laboon, but he races exclusively over further, including a mile and a half. Was a really good second in the Board of Directors Cup, meeting 75. Not disgraced twice since, but I'd be worried. I'm worried about any horse dropping in trip now. We saw a horse dropping in trip with a massive chance on the ratings in our opening race get turned over, and we've seen the speed holding up over the last 2 days. So a horse that really wants 2,000 metres, I think, is only going to be making late gains here. It may be that if they go too hard, Ibn Laboon will pick up all the pieces, but I think he's more likely just to be running on for a place late on.
Well, he's one of 2 of the race, Ibn Laboon, for Prince Faisal bin Khalid. He's also got Eshtahir as well, who's 3rd best on the international markets, and a horse who's been pretty consistent. You look at the form figures, second, and 3rd last time up.
Yeah, I like Eshtahir. I think he's better than his official rating of 89, which would put him behind a few others here, would maybe make him sort of 7th or 8th in. But he's been running very consistently of late. When he was second to Hoot Al Korean in a course and distance open at meeting 80, He posted a very smart time. He dipped under 1:39, which not many horses do over the 1600 metres here. And if he gets the race run to sort of, he's drawn in 16 of the 17, but Eddie Castro will be hoping to get across slightly better than he was able to in the first race. If he can, I think he's got a decent chance here, because I don't think the winner is going to be going faster than 1:38.72, which he's clocked before. He needs everything to fall right if he's going to repeat that time. But he's backed that up with two solid placed efforts since. And although his win record is not outstanding, I think he's got solid place claims as well.
Yes, wins have come in maiden and winners of one company. So the top in the markets, Shamila 13, 15, 16, any of those take your eye down in the paddock?
Thank you very much, Martin. Actually, I am chancing my arm. I'm taking a huge risk here. I'm going with the only filly in the field, horse number 3, Corba. I just couldn't take my eye off her. I have about 3 horses noted down as looking very nice. 13 being one of them for Lucas Gaitan, obviously first time up this season, so a bit of a risk, as you said, but looking very well, very fit indeed. And horse number 16, Ishtahir, who I always seem to choose, but I'm going to go with something completely different now. He always seems to be the runner-up in these type of races. So I think I'm going to stick with the only filly in the race, Corba. She jumps out of stall number 3. She's by Flashy Bull, trained by Abdulaziz Al-Hizabi from Mohammed Al-Hubail as well. Very good apprentice jockey here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So it all seems to be looking well for her. I couldn't take my eyes off her in the parade ring, so I have to stick with her as my paddock selection for this third race of the day.
That's number 3, Corba. Big price on the international markets. Goes from stall 3, 5 wins from 20. Has had a couple of runs back this season, but the wins, I think, Rory, have come over at Taif.
Corba did win the Ministry of Defence Cup over course and distance last year.
Okay.
Best recent efforts here was just running back into form in 5th to Batulat over course and distance last time. But the win, as you said, her latest win came in meeting 28 back in Taif. But she does have equally good form over course and distance. It sometimes takes the Taif horses a couple of runs back at Riyadh just to readjust to the different track. But Corba's shown that she's happy here. And with a rating of 90 and receiving weight from the colts and geldings in this race, you have to take notice of her. Effectively, if you want to add on that, she's essentially 94 against the others' ratings.
And if you take that Taif race, which was a local bred fillies open, how would that read against the context of today's race?
Well, it's obviously, I mean, the easy way of looking at that is a fillies open excludes all the colts and geldings, so it's a restricted race. It's clearly not going to be as strong. But what we find in Taif was the fillies won more than their share of races. So fillies races are stronger here than you might expect.
Let's take a bit of form then for the next. We've lost one of the horses that was in this form club, but Ishtahar is still in there, finishing in 3rd place.
Yeah, Ishtahar really should have gone close here. Switching to the inside ended up not being the greatest move, with the winner coming back across again. He ended up getting run down for second late in the day. He probably travelled best in this race. He is a little bit frustrating, having finished 2nd or 3rd in his last 3 starts. But the form stacks up really well. And the faster they go, the happier he is, to be perfectly honest.
And we can also take in the international favourite for this race. This was the last time we saw this horse, Rory, back on the early part of November 22.
Yeah, this is going back quite a while for Mojhem, but this race showed that he wasn't a Taif specialist. He'd won 3 times in a row at Taif before this. He was switched to Riyadh for what was his most recent start, and he's run out a very impressive winner indeed. Obviously, this is probably a stronger race again, but there's no reason to think that this unexposed colt, or entire now, he's a 5-year-old, isn't capable of better form still, and it's very unlikely that Lucas Gaitan's going to bring him here half-cooked.
And we did see, of course, in the first race as well, a horse coming back from not as long a layoff as that, but a long layoff, and still managing to make all and hold on.
Yes, almost 11 months off for our first winner. So there's no reason with an exercise track like they have here why you can't get your horses absolutely fit. We hear a lot from English trainers about how we can't gallop them on turf at the start of the season, and they're never quite right, and they need a run or two to hit their best form. No reason if you want to not have your horses cherry right first time out here.
Okay, well, they are behind the stalls. Let's confirm selections once again. Shamila is with Corba. I'm going to go with Mojem to overcome that long layoff. He looked an exciting horse last time we saw him, and I think it could be a good weekend for his trainer as well.
Yeah, I'd expect so. He looks to have lined a few horses up for this meeting, and Mojem is one of those. Difficult for me to get away from him. I'd expect Esther to be in the frame again, but I'm not gonna call a forecast. I'll just stick with Mojem.
Okay, Mojem then getting the thumbs up here, track side. Your thoughts here, Alex? Mojem to overcome the layoff?
Yeah, absolutely, Martin. Completely agree. I think Mojem has got a heck of a chance here. That form clue, we saw that galloping clue, breezed through that race. So much untapped potential. Just could be different gear, I think, to these. Ibn Laboon, there's the trip concern, as Rory highlighted. Esther, well, he always finds one or two too good, doesn't he? So he'll probably show up well again, but not convinced about him getting his head in front. So Mojem for me as well, very much fancied and very strong at the top of the international betting. There has been support for one that we haven't touched all that much on, actually. Shagmoom Al Keel. He's been pretty popular as well. He was a winner last time out. Naifal Anazi on board that success at meeting 84. Looking to bag a fourth career success, has been pretty solid and is not actually that far behind Esther in terms of the international betting now, as it continues to be a very strong favourite. Mojem here as the Taif Cup winner makes his return from a long absence, looking to gain a sixth career success and continue the winning run, actually, because we saw him rack up 4 on the spin before he had that long absence. Now there's some adjustments down at the start here for Abu Khalaf. Third Altimyat is off the back of him, so a little bit of adjustments required there. And also going into the middle is the 7 Mustadam, another one needing extra attention. Just looks as though the saddle had slipped back a bit there. Readjustments on their way. And then the runners will be able to load up for this Mishrif bin Mutlaq bin Shahnan Cup, our third race of the day. And the quality certainly lifting all the time here. 75,000 Saudi riyals to the winner, 150,000 in the prize pot, all told in this event. Looks as though we are about to start a load. Possibly we are. It'll be Korba, who's one of the first to be offered up. Bit edgy, actually. Was kicking out there for a moment. Murano is in, has gone forwards into stall number 4. Quite highly rated he is, the 8-year-old, rated 97. Will be right at the top end of this in terms of ratings. Only has Mojem ahead. Drifter in the international betting is Murano, who was well held at meeting 18 when last seen out quite a while ago. Finished 13th on that latest run. Red with the white crossbelts, that's Fighter. About to head up to stall number 9. Swaps in without any troubles. There is Murano, the one we just touched upon, straightening up to go forwards. Already in the boxes there is Al-Azra, the winner back at meeting 79. Fahad Al-Faradi on board. There goes Korba. Looks like the blindfold has worked the trick with that one, because she did get quite upset at a point in time. Was kicking out behind. Shagmoom Al Keel is coming up. Also Abu Khalaf goes into stall 1. Al Rahoob is in as well. Standing by. They're off. Racing away here, Mustadam very slow to get going, and also not the best of beginnings for Al Mashlouf. They go over 1600 in the Mishrif bin Mutlaq bin Shahnan Cup here, race 3 on the card. A good start made by Shagmoom Al Keel, the last time out winner, bouncing along up top, and not much pace pressure here early on, clocking a little more than 61 kilometers an hour, and is clear by 2 lengths. Up into second is Yazlam Allah, the green with the sash on the jacket, noseband and cheek pieces. Back to the inside, Thalik is also pushing through. Korba is not far away. They're being followed by Ibn Laboon. Up on the outside, white cap is Esther. Looking for Mojhem, right back towards the tail of the field, actually. Has only got one behind and is already being shaken up by Moreno to try and get a bit closer. Around the turn, Shagmoom Al-Kil and Naif Al-Anazi have had quite an easy time on the sharp end. They remain 2 lengths clear. Up in second is Korba. On the running rail, Abu Khalaf is poking through. Ibn Laboon and Esther are wider out. Down the outside, Fighter is trying to pick up. Right at the back of the field, Mojhem won't be winning from there at all. Heading to the final couple of hundred, Shagmoom Al-Kil is away by 3 lengths. Ibn Laboon is getting closer. Back to the inside running rail, finishing off is Al-Tawidi in a check jacket, and then Korba, but it's Shagmoom Al-Kil who's still clear by 2, drifting right a bit under pressure, but Shagmoom Al-Kil had an easy time and benefited. Beats Ibn Laboon into second place. They were followed in by Al-Tawidi and Korba. Victory for number 5, Shagmoom Al-Kil, winning for Naif Al-Anazi. Back-to-back wins for this colt. Pretty popular in the international betting as well with Shagmoom Al-Kil. And there was no pace pressure. You normally get 3 or 4 in a line. But Naif got his own way, that is for sure. He's clocked a time of 1:39.02 at the finish. 1:39.02. He's won by 2.5 lengths. He beats off Ibn Laboon, who's just held second position, narrowly in advance of Al-Tawidi for third, and it will be in behind those Korba, horse number 3, who eventually takes fourth. Quite an unusual race, that one, in terms of not many fighting for the early pace pressure. The order of finish, race 3 on the card, is 5, 15, 8, and 3.
The Mishrif bin Mutlik bin Shanan Cup goes to Naif Al-Anazi and Shagmoom Al-Kil This horse is rated 90, and actually Naif El Anazi won on him not that long ago, back at meeting 84. This was over 2,000 meters. Jumped out of stall number 5 today, and absolutely no bother to him. So very well done to Naif El Anazi, the jockey, and Abdulaziz Al Musa, the trainer, as well. They have really done a great job with this horse, considering the start of his season was a bit sketchy. He's only been getting better and better. This is 2 wins in a row now for Naif El Anazi and Shagmoom Al Khail. He is a 5-year-old colt by Worldly out of Iskab. And Naif has a lot of nice rides today. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him in the winner's enclosure yet again, and hopefully we can grab a quick word with him after he weighs out before going to collect his trophy. And this is actually his 2nd cup victory of the season. His first cup was on board Mubazzarat Al Khalidia, I think it was, one of the Arabian races. Just all smiles and laughs around the winner's enclosure here as Naif El Anazi goes to weigh in after that fantastic victory. And it was a fantastic ride as well, I have to say. But really good, and we love to see Naif El Anazi winning. We love to have him on the channel. We love speaking to him. He's just a great personality to have here in racing in the country as well. He's finished weighing out now. We can walk and talk. I'll walk with you. Congratulations, Naif. That's your 2nd cup victory of the season now?
Yeah, the 2nd cup in the club, and also together 2 cup in Khaldia Racing, now 4 cup. Thanks God.
And how was that race for you? Your riding was so good in that race.
Yeah, he's like so serious, you know this, because Shagmoom, before I win this horse, maybe 3 times I win this Shagmoom Al Khail. He's fantastic horse. Congratulations for the Sharif Hazza, for the Sharif Khalid, for the trainer Abdulaziz Al Musa. I love this horse, and I think so after today he loved me, because his time I think good. 1 minute 39, perfect for me. Thanks God, Shimi.
And how was the distance? Because 2,000 meters last time.
Not a problem for him, Shimi. This horse, not same all the horses. Not a problem for him. 1,400 or a mile or 2,000.
Go collect your trophy.
Thank you, Shimi.
Shagmoom Al Khail goes back-to-back then, down in distance, beats Royal Selection Ibn Laboud into 2nd place, with Al Tawidi taking 3rd place. The last time out winner, Rory, but that was over a longer distance, but has been given no pace pressure early here, and it's another all-the-way win.
Yeah, I had a decent chance on paper, Shagmoom Al Khail, but I wouldn't have suggested he was going to get loose on the lead for a horse he's fully effective at 1.5 miles, but he's also equally effective at the mile, as you see from his overall record. But given that we've had a lot of early pace in our races, you'd have thought a horse with 1.5 mile form might struggle to dominate in a race like this, but they didn't seem to. Oddly enough, they didn't seem to want to go forward with them, and Naif didn't need a second opportunity to set the pace that he wanted and press on when he wanted. We're looking at the back of the field there, and the international favourite Mochem just about to disappear out of shot. Never travelled, didn't pick up at all for Alex Moreno, and ended up finishing either last or last but one. Pretty much tailed off on the day. That's unfortunate. He was in such good form when we last saw him, but he obviously had been off the track for reasons that weren't planned. And whatever issue he's had off the track, and it doesn't matter how good a trainer you are, if you're Lucas Gaitan, if they're still feeling something, you often don't find out until you run them in a race, and he never looked happy at any stage. The race has taken on a very different look with him essentially out of it from an early stage.
Well, the lights went out on him down the back straight, but the first and the eventual second, Rory, they have both been over longer distances. You go back to that race, the Crown Prince Local Government, you touched on, they both got 2,400 metres form. On that occasion, the second was 6th, and the eventual winner was back in 8th place. So they managed to turn that form around over shorter.
Yeah, and I think that the key to that was the fact that Shagmoom Al Khail was able to dominate at this trip, and for a horse who stays further, there's no weakness in him at this trip. His form at this trip is on the same level as it is over further, which is an unusual thing. Usually you'd expect horses to be better at one trip or the other, but he's equally adept. This is now 4 from 22 in his career for him. I think he's marginally flattered by the ease of his victory, by the way the race panned out for him. But he's a solid performer who wins in his turn, and you don't want to knock him unduly for getting another win on the board.
And just go back to the runner-up, your selection as well. You thought it'd go well. He has done so as well. I just think that maybe his winning turn isn't too far away. He's only 1 from 15. He does often place, but he's been keeping good company. This was a slight ease in grade today. He was down in trip, maybe back over that little bit further. It's going to see him return to the winners enclosure.
Yeah, I should like to think that he's up to winning a race fairly shortly. Ibn Laboon, he wasn't inconvenienced by a wide draw on stall 15. He's run on well at the end of it. He does flatter a little bit at times, as you can tell from that 1 from 15 record. I was slightly surprised. I'm not sure how because there wasn't a particularly strong pace here, and the note that I made on him was needs a strong pace at this trip. Didn't really get it, but ended up running his race. It'd be interesting to see if he backs this up in a more conventional contest next time out.
And around the home bend, you've got they've swung really wide there. By this stage, though, if you'd got involved with Mojem, he was being virtually pulled up by this stage. You could see that Alexis Marina was sending out distress signals from a very early stage. Connections, though, more chances to come for the Guyton team, but it wasn't to be on this occasion.
No, and we're used to him having such a good strike rate with his horses that I don't think we didn't ask enough questions about the length of that layoff. Didn't work out for him. He'll be hoping for better from Albacant later in the day, who looks a really exciting prospect, but takes a step up in class later on.
And he's also got that Saudi Derby qualifier as well. It's to the qualifiers we move next in race 4. Qualifiers to come here from King and Abdulaziz racecourse over the next few hours. Qualifiers for the turf sprint, the Neon Turf Cup, which this year is the Prince Khalid Abdullah Memorial Race. There's actually a stand here celebrating the life of the late Prince Khalid Abdullah. We've got a qualifier for the Al Manifa, for the dirt sprint, and also the final one of those qualifiers is the Saudi Derby qualifier that comes up as race 8. And looking ahead to tomorrow, once again a 12-race card. The highlight by some way is the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. The local events, the local Group 1, and then the listed race as well for the 4-year-olds and older, which is a qualifier for the Saudi Derby. For the Saudi Cup taking place here in just over 4 weeks' time. Holly Doyle and Jim Crowley amongst the jockeys who'll be amongst us here tomorrow for that card. In the meantime, we've got the likes of Neil Callan riding here this afternoon. He's got to be on board hydration in our next race. This is a qualifier for the turf sprint on Saudi Cup nights. We move on to the turf for this, and let's get full details of what looks a belting contest with Alex.
Thanks, Martin. Yes, it does look a good one, doesn't it, indeed? Looking forward to jumping onto the turf here. My first time seeing some turf action here in Riyadh. We have got all 14 standing their ground, and as Martin rightly highlights, a couple of top jockeys on show as well, top international jockeys coming in. Number 1 is Sunset and Vine, the mount of Ahmed Al-Azhari. Number 2, Honky Tonk Man. All eyes on him, no doubt, for the Jerkins team, Alex Moreno. 3 is Uncle, Mohammed Al-Daham will ride. And number 4 is Beehive. For Thurb Altimyat was the winner at meeting 87. Number 5 is William Tell for Eddie Castro. 6, Out of Shadows, Mohammed Al-Hubayl. Number 7 is Groom, a winner back at meeting 80. Abdullah Al-Jami. Number 8, Iconic Moment for Adel Al-Faradi. Over the page to 9, Los Andes for Umberto Rispoli. Number 10 is Power of Beauty, a winner at meeting 77. Popular in the international markets is Power of Beauty. 11, Hydration. That one will be steered by Neil Gallen. At 12 is Altibai for Camilo Ospina. 13, Chipotle, which will be Abdullah Alorfi. And 14, Cold Front for Ricardo Ferreira. They are our field of 14 for this turf sprint qualifier, which is bound to be fast and furious.
And the first of the runners coming through into the paddock. In fact, already got a few of the jockeys mounted for this. It looks an outstanding race. So the jockeys are getting mounted. Let's waste no time by getting down to the paddock. And Shamila.
Thank you very much, Martin. Our first turf race of the afternoon, and I'm so excited for it. And the horse that I'm going to go with is horse number 3, Uncle, trained by Thamra Dehani, and will be ridden by Mohammed Ad-Daham. When these two team up in these big races, it's absolutely fantastic, and they always go home with a cup. And this is a sprint qualifier for Saudi Cup Day, one of the first qualifiers that we have today, one of 5 qualifiers, I should say, of today. And I think Uncle is the horse to beat looks-wise. Anyway, definitely my paddock selection. Couldn't go with any other horse. Horse number 2, Honky Tonk Man for Alex Moreno and Jimmy Jerkins, also looking absolutely stunning, but I think Uncle just looks creme de la crop. I could not take my eyes off him when he was walking around the parade ring. I hate to say it, horse number 7, Groom, I would love to see him in the winner's enclosure, one of my favourite horses here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I say it, I sound like a broken record, I say it every single time he runs. So I wouldn't be disappointed, but I won't go with him. I will be sticking with horse number 3, Uncle.
So they're coming out onto the track. Then Uncle, formerly trained by Richard Hannon, was in a Group 2, a local Group 2 last time. The international favourites, though, numbers 2 and 10, Honky Tonk Man, and 10, Power of Beauty. Again, representing very powerful connections here. Where do you want to start, Rory, 2 or 10?
Let's start with 2, because I'm very much one for starting from the top and working my way down as a rule. Honky Tonk Man, all his wins have either come on the all-weather or in dirt, and he ran poorly over course and distance last year. But he has improved since joining Jimmy Jerkins. Jimmy Jerkins has really impressed us with the way he's gone about his training career here in Saudi Arabia. And you'd like to think that Honky Tonk Man can do better this season than he did last. He's got a rating of 103, so he's right up here with the best of them. You do have to bear in mind that rating of 103 is predicated mostly on his dirt form, and maybe he's skinny enough in the betting based on what he's done on turf.
Well, he was down the field in the International Jockeys Challenge Round 3 on Saudi Cup Day last year. He's the top rated in the field, and he was formerly trained by the Charltons in the UK. He does have form over 1400, so he will get the trip well. Number 3, Uncle, Shamila's pick.
Yeah, Uncle was second in a 6-furlong maiden on turf in the UK, so we know he handles the surface perfectly well. He's a reliable and consistent performer on dirt this term. And what I like about Uncle, he hasn't quite delivered on the expectations that they've had on dirt. But what he does in his dirt races is he's able to quicken into contention, looking really dangerous, then isn't able to really go on late in the day. But he does have a turn of foot, and I think the switch to turf could really suit him.
Well, let's have a look at Para Beauty. We touched on that. It's been one of the international favourites. Para Beauty is horse number 10 here, formerly trained in the UK by Hugo Palmer.
Yeah, and Power of Beauty is a horse who's taken really well to racing here in Saudi Arabia. You see him finishing second here last time out. This was a good performance behind a really smart performer in Carmel Road. I know the winner goes right away in the end there, but Carmel Road looks like an absolute monster here. This was in the listed King Faisal Cup last time out, a really strong contest. We know Power of Beauty will be effective on turf, although his 7-furlong win at Yarmouth is a long way removed from this.
He's won 4 of his last 6 starts. Moving on to Honky Tonk Man for Jimmy Jerkins. You've given us the case for this horse, but switches back to turf today.
Yeah, and you can see what he's capable of on the dirt. This is an impressive performance. 2 starts back, and Honky Tonk Man needs to show he can do this on turf, but he's got a turf pedigree, and there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do it. So we expect an improvement on what he showed in Saudi Cup Day last year.
Number 13, Chipotle, was trained in the UK by Eve Johnson-Horton, was a horse who had a pretty good strike rate, 4 from 9, then he signed off with a win up at Redcar.
Yeah, this is him in the red colours with the quartered cap coming through to win the listed 2-year-old trophy at Redcar, which is always a competitive affair. He also won the Windsor Castle Stakes at Royal Ascot. He was a really tough and reliable 2-year-old. But he's a 5-year-old now. We haven't seen him since this day at Redcar. He's obviously had an issue or two, but he was really likeable, and you can see that he really sticks his neck out to win this day. But how much abilities does he retain? We'll find out in this contest.
He's quite a big price on the international market as well, reflecting that long absence. And also Uncle, who we've already touched on. Here he is on the dirt.
Yeah, as I said, he's very consistent on the dirt, but sometimes his final effort isn't as strong as it looks like it's going to be. He travels into contention. He's often able to make up ground easily and then sort of flattens out late in his races. I would have thought with his running style, he's actually going to be really well suited by a switch to the turf where he can actually utilise that turn of foot.
Well, there's some visual clues as regards the international markets. Lots of support here for Hydration, who I didn't realise had been sold to join Fawzi Nas over in Bahrain. Fawzi has a barn here. He keeps a big enough stable of horses to run through the Riyadh season. This horse formerly trained also by the Charltons, and he looked, I thought, really progressive and really exciting in the UK last time we saw him.
Yeah, he's won 3 of his last 5. He's actually listed as not having any wins on the race card, which is a little disappointing. But he won it by 5 lengths at Yarmouth in September. Another Yarmouth winner in the field, but that was his career best effort, and he's definitely going the right way.
I like him, and with Hydration, he's joined the right team as well. Neil Callan on board. Rory, your selection?
I'm going to go with Uncle, who I think will be suited by the switch to turf.
Okay, Uncle for Shamila and Rory. Here we go, then. This is where it gets interesting. Qualifiers for Saudi Cup weekend. The first of those for the 1351 sprints. Here's Alex with the call.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, not too many more left to go now. We're down to the final 5 or 6 runners going in. There is Hydration, just got in on the far side. The red jacket with the striped sleeves and cap. Iconic Moment is the runner there, just working on at present. Just being a little bit troublesome is Iconic Moment. Hello, Taby has just got in, got the white cap on there, distinguishing white cap, the green cap for Uncle. Picked out by Rory and Shamila. Iconic Moment being a little bit awkward for sure. There's the white cap, that'll be Power of Beauty. Blue cap is Los Andes, those two still to go. That's Honky Tonk Man still out the back as well. Got a red cap, it's a white cap for William Tell and a black cap for Chipotle. They're all in the same ownership here. Honky Tonk Man is in, Los Andes is in as well. We're ready. They're off. Racing away, they dash away over the 1,351 metre trip here for this sprint qualifier. 1 or 2 a little bit awkward into their stride, out of shadows in particular at the back end of the field. Honky Tonk Man got a good beginning, also the white cap. A bang up there is William Tell. Wider out Power of Beauty, the white cap, and Noseband is another front racer, and Hydration is up on their outside. Up on the outside as well to the left is Aloe Tybee. They're being followed through by Beehive, who's in between rivals and improving. Cold Front is next in the field. Uncle is up on the inside running round. Is followed then by Sunset and Vine. Los Andes already pushed along. Grooms right out the back end. Also towards the tail, Iconic Moment and Out of Shadows as they take the turn for home. Up at the head of affairs, it's Honky Tonk Man. Leads the way by 2 lengths here. Up in behind the leader, Cold Front moves pretty well. They're being followed by William Tell down the centre, Sunset and Vine. Also trying to pick up his Power of Beauty, but it's Honky Tonk Man who's being tackled by Cold Front, and it's Cold Front who's come through to take it up. Cold Front has gone on, moves away by 2, over Honky Tonk Man in second, and Sunset and Vine back in third. Cold Front takes the turf sprint qualifier. Beats Honky Tonk Man into second, Sunset and Vine finished in third, and Uncle was next in fourth. Win for number 14, Cold Front, has taken the turf sprint qualifier. Has done it in great fashion for Ricardo Ferreira. This 7-year-old drawn out widest of all in 14. Ricardo's very happy with that. Over the line celebrating. Terrific performance by Cold Front, who's picked up Honky Tonk Man with quite a bit of ease as well. Posted a time of 1:17.88 over the line. 1:17.88 the winner's time. That's not all that far outside the track record, actually. At 1:17.36, that stands out. A second place goes the way of Honky Tonk Man. There's 2 3/4 lengths between the pair. Sunset and Vine finished in third. And as you can see, Uncle was in behind them in fourth place. So 1:17.88, 2 3/4 lengths the winning time. Cold Front is on his way to the turf sprint. The order of finish 14, 2 and 1.
لقطة الانتصار ريكاردو فيريرا مع المدرب سامي الحرابي. ريكاردو فيريرا المتأهل مع كول دو فرونت العام ما قبل الماضي، والأيام تعيد نفسها. ريكاردو, he come back for you and he come back for winner.
This is amazing horse. Last year, no ever luck, but this year, long time no run and win this race with start 14 is very, very difficult. Today, give good work for Sami, all the team, you know, not just jockey and horse, but alhamdulillah. Yes, I like. Yes, I think I like cold front and cold front like me. And thank you Saudi Arabia because this is my third year in Saudi Arabia, and I win this race 3 times. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, all people.
Ricardo Ferreira is absolutely flying this weekend. He had a treble yesterday, and he has just won the Turf Sprint Qualifier 1351 for trainer Sami Al-Harabi, and you can see just how emotional this win is for him and how much it means to him and the whole team. Cold Front wins this 4th race of the day, our first Saudi Cup qualifier of the day as well. And a terrific race it was as well. I thought Honky Tonk Man had this race wrapped up, but no, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira has had this. He rode it so perfectly, timed it so well. So very well done to Sami Harabi, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, Cold Front, and everybody involved with this horse. He wasn't the highest rated horse in the race by far. You had Honky Tonk Man at 103 and Los Andes as well. But Ricardo Ferreira, he's just riding so well. And you can just see him giving Cold Front a pat there, saying thank you to him for that winner. But I think Cold Front should say thank you to Ricardo for that perfectly timed ride, because that was like magic as well. So hopefully we can get a quick word with Ricardo as well. You can see how good it is for the whole team, and huge congratulations to everyone, especially Ricardo Ferreira. Congratulations.
Thank you. Today is special for me, for team. This horse no run very long time, but he love the grass. Work in the morning, horse very good, but I tell Sami with start 14 is very difficult. But I know horse. I love Cold Front. I think Cold Front love me, and I have good travel. No, I have clear what I need to do this race, but I need luck. I start jump good, go behind the pace, and when I give chance inside, I want to go more inside.
We can see how emotional the race made you. Was it the horse or the race?
All people, and today very happy because third here in Saudi Arabia, and I win this race 3 times, and very happy, and for team.
You must be looking forward to riding him in this race on Saudi Cup weekend.
Yes, sure. I think, and if in Saudi Cup I have a good start, I think I have a chance for place or for win, inshallah.
Well, you're doing so well this week, and well done again, Ricardo.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great performance from horse and jockey Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, following up that treble here yesterday. And this horse, from a long layoff, not been seen since the 11th of March last year, comes through for the win. Repeats his win, Rory, of 2 years ago.
Yeah, and what's really interesting here is to see how he manages to get across from a difficult draw in stall 14. We only had 10 runners on the narrow sprint track last week. But you'll see that anything hung out wide going into the bend loses a lot of ground going round it. I was making note of those who were at the head of the fares, and it's amazing to see how quickly horses are dropping out of contention just by staying 4 or 5 wide here. Whereas you saw that Ricardo Ferreira went forward initially and then tucked in where he could as quickly as possible, so that coming into the bend he's actually only 2 horses wide. That's a remarkably good ride to waste so little ground. So coming out of the bend and into the home straight, he's disputing 3rd place, looking for a gap on the inside. And again, to think that he's looking for a gap on the inside, having been drawn 14 or 14 in the first place, is remarkable in itself. He then angles wide of the pace-setting Honky Tonk Man in the straight and shows a terrific turn of foot to get on top. Honky Tonk Man did nothing wrong. He looked right back to he looked right on his dirt form here, on turf, and you saw that he was pulling clear of the others before being tackled. But the winner is clearly extremely well suited by this track. He won this race 2 years ago, ran a very good third in it, and wasn't disgraced in the turf sprint itself a couple of seasons ago. He's been very lightly raced since. So again, he's another horse coming off an absence here, but he arrived with the absence hanging over him, with that really difficult draw, but he's probably produced the result of his career under, again, another fantastic ride from Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, who is fast becoming the darling of this track.
And just watching the overhead shot back, he was much the best horse of the race. He won it in 2022. He went on to be 8th to Songline, the Japanese mare, on the big night itself. Was 3rd of the race last year. Didn't then line up in the big race. Had a couple of outings on the back end of last campaign, but has returned fit from that layoff. And you've got to give real credit as well to the winning trainer Sammy as well, because we've not seen this horse for the best part of 11 months. To produce him fit and good to go against this calibre of opposition it takes real credit.
Yeah, it does. And Sami Al-Harabi had been reasonably quiet this season until the last few weeks, but he's firing in the winners now, and clearly he's got his eye on getting his better horses in good shape for these really valuable events. He does give a good interview, you're right, he's done a very, very good job at Cold Front. We were raving about Lucas Gaitan bringing his horse back from an absence in the last race. That didn't work out at all, but Sami Al-Harabi has produced Cold Front. An attire at 7 years old, it's difficult to keep horses at that age on the boil, particularly when they've had a long layoff as well, because they want to let down. But this horse has proved as good as ever, and Sami Al-Harabi deserves a lot of credit for it. And the jockey makes sure that the crowd know that he says the horse he's the one who's done it. But the jockey did a lot right in that race as well.
And you look back through his career, he's been around the block as well, Cold Front. Started off, I think, with William Haggis in the UK, went to the UAE for a while, and has been out here for a couple of seasons. He's kept his form really well to put in probably a career best there.
Yeah, he has, and that's not easy to do. We would expect older horses like this kept in training to be gelded, just to help them keep their form a little bit. But even as an entire, he's shown that he's capable of doing the right thing, and he's clearly got, as they tend to say a lot in the trade these days, a great mind. Trainers are always very keen to tell you that their horses have got a great mind, but this course clearly is very focused on racing, and is not distracted by other things.
And we're talking before about horses being geldings or colts and keeping their interest in racing. Well, he's got no headgear or anything on there. He obviously still really enjoys what he does.
He does, clearly. I mean, he was really switched on there, and as we said, he's run right to his form. Doesn't need any artificial aids to do it, and it's great to see that. And as Alex is pointing out in commentary, he's only half a second outside the track record here, and that's pretty impressive on a track that was probably watered this morning as well.
Well, a big tonky man, and we can take plenty of encouragement from back in second place. And Sunset and Vine as well, who's been a 5 times winner, was 3rd over 1400 here last time out. And actually does have a bit of back class as well, Sunset and Vine. He took 3rd place in the end. Hydration was really well supported on the international markets. First go for Fantasy Nass with Neil Callan on board, but never really in a challenging position. And as you pointed out, those trapped out wide haven't really fired.
He's had to go wide from stall 11, and that's massively compromised his chance. I'd say Los Andes was drawn in stall 9, probably not helped by his draw either. If you're going to escape a draw like that, you've either got to tuck in towards the back of the field and hope you get the breaks, or do what our winning rider did here, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, bounce out, make ground early, and still look for an inside route.
Well, I think we'll see the legitimate contender for the 1351 race 6 on Saturday Cup night in 4 weeks' time. Cold Front once again goes in the trial, our 4th of the afternoon. Well, the Prince Khalid Abdullah Cup has been moved later in the season this year. Normally takes place just into the new year. It's now part of this terrific afternoon of racing. And Alex, our 5th qualifier for the Neom Turf Cup.
Yes, Martin, another good race coming up here, this Neon Cup qualifier. 2,100 metres is the trip this time. And we'll have a look at the runners and riders for you. Number 1 is Christoph, representing the Al Rifka stable there. The top one. Number 2, Alu Cal for Luis Morales. Looks for a hat-trick of wins. Number 3 is the Kovex Kid, the mount of Neil Callan. Number 4, Hannibal Barca, Camilo Ospina. 5 is Grocer Jack, one of the Jerkins runners in the lineup. 6 is Step by Step, good second at meeting 90 last time. Good old Luganini runs again, number 8, a winner back at meeting 48, Alexis Moreno. The 9 is Ajar, Naif Alanazi rides. We've already seen his talents in the saddle displayed today. Number 10 is Flying Visit for Ricardo Ferreira. 11, Year of the Dragon, Turkey Alofi. 12 then is French Claim for Umberto Rispoli. 13, First Minister Eddie Castro. 14, Starcat for Fahad Al-Faradi. And the 15 will get a run here, Cliffs of Fury. Khalid Al-Mimoni is on board Cliffs of Fury, who will go into stall 7, of course, with the significant non-runner being My Frankel. That's your field of 14 then ahead of this 5th race, the Neon Cup qualifier, and we can find out who Shamila likes here.
Thank you very much, Alex Fussy. I am joined by Neil Callan, who hasn't ridden here since 2003. So welcome back, Neil.
I was glad you reminded me. I wasn't sure when, but yeah, it's nice to be back. A lot has changed. The new tracks and the new facilities. And, you know, I suppose Saudi racing doesn't need any introduction to the world stage because they're at the top of it at the moment. So, yeah, it's nice to be back.
And you're riding for Fawzi Nas today. Just how are you finding it? How are the horses finding it?
Yeah, look, I'm contracted to His Highness Sheikh Sultan from Bahrain. And I've had a good association with him over the last few years and got some nice horses. But obviously, when you jump out of the fishbowl and go to another fishbowl, you got to really test the waters. But look, the Kovacs Kid is a very nice horse. I think the track will suit him. It's got a good draw, so yeah, just hopefully everything goes sweet and we can have a winner.
You have a really good ride in the last race. What do you think his chances are?
Yeah, he is a nice horse, the Arabian. I haven't really had much to do with him, but he had high expectations coming here. He hasn't quite hit his heights yet, but I'm hoping now this is time to turn the corner.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Neil. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Neil Callan's got an excellent chance in the upcoming race with the Kovacs Kid. So the horses filtering through into the paddock. The jockey is, in fact, about to get mounted very shortly. International favourite, 13, First Minister. But if we work down the list here, Rory, starting off with Christoph, who has won 4 of his 6 starts for Archie Watson in the UK. He was quite progressive, last seen winning a Pontefract handicap.
Yeah, well, he won't mind the turning track then. But Pontefract, a slightly bigger circuit than we have here. One of the
slightly more of an incline there.
Yes, indeed. One of the biggest circuits in the world, of course, Pontefract. So Christoph showed his best form when winning at Pontefract in what was a very competitive handicap over a mile and a quarter in September. If he can carry that form straight over here, then he's a player, although the ratings suggest he's got a few pounds to find.
Number 2 is Alukal. Alukal, who's won 2 here at meetings 83 and 87. Looks for the hat-trick, but a really improver of late.
Yeah, did well for Mick Appleby in the UK. Won a non-winners of 3, 2 starts back, and then took the UK Cup by 3 3/4 lengths last time out. But the worry is that he had a fair degree of turf form in the UK, never won in 5 turf starts. So whether he'll be suited by the switch from dirt to turf remains to be seen.
Number 3 is the Kovacs Kid, winner of the Brighton Mile a couple of seasons back. The big race of the season down at Brighton. Was with Amy Murphy for a time, changed stables again. Debut in the Kingdom today, having joined Fawzi Nas. We heard from Neil Callan as well about his chances.
Yeah, Neil's riding here. He's drawn in stall 3. As you said, he was progressive for Amy Murphy a couple of seasons ago, culminating in that win in the Brighton Mile, but we've not seen him since, which is obviously a concern.
Well, this race, of course, is the memorial race for Prince Khalid Abdullah. We mentioned there's a stand here commemorating his life, and Shamila is there for us now.
We are commemorating the life of His Highness Prince Khalid Abdullah, and I'm joined here by Salwa, who's organised everything. So Salwa, just introduce yourself and what you have here for us today.
It's nice to be here today to celebrate the amazing legacy of the late Prince Khalid. I work here with the Jockey Club, but honestly, I'm just a fan. You know, first and foremost. Today we have artworks, watercolors of Enable, Arrogate, Franco, and it's just a small kind of token to celebrate his legacy. It's a large legacy. A booth 6 meters wide is not going to get it, but we try. A couple of statues here, a couple of information, and pictures, of course.
And show us some of the drawings. Which one is your favorite?
Enable. I'm going to go with Enable. She won the Arc and more than once and captured my heart and many hearts of racing fans. And she's just she's just unable.
And you express yourself through art. You're a very artistic person, and it's great to have someone like you here in the Jockey Club celebrating this.
Thank you, Shamila. I would say the same to you. What you're wearing today is amazing, and it goes right with the theme of his silks. A very famous color.
And just show us some of the statues we have here as well. And you can find this actually, it's right in the middle of the grandstand. So if you're here, come and take a look for sure. These statues are absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. So what we have here is actually a couple of race cards from the app in 2002, 5, and 1996, the year I'm born. And we have statues. They're all kind of given the theme of the racing silks of Prince Khalid. It's a very bold choice, going with pink and light green, but boldness goes hand in hand with the legacy of Prince Khalid, if I'm being honest. My favorite is this vintage jockey running over here with the cap.
That's so amazing, Salwa. Thank you so much for your time and your artistic brilliance.
Well, let's continue working through the form then. Shot we can see number 6 step by step. Adel Al-Faredi on board.
Yeah, Step by Step's liable to need a little bit further than this. He was second in the Prix de l'Étaisse over a 1 mile 7 furlong back in the day in France. And he ran well when second to Bismillah Alea over course and distance last time out, but was left behind by the winner late in the day there, just didn't have the closing speed. Bismillah Alea was in good form coming into that, but he was having his first start ever on turf, I think on something like his 35th career outing. So Step by Step will need to step forward from that.
Let's focus in on some of the key players, because they are arriving down at the start. We can take in some form for some of these, starting off with Flying Visit.
Yes, Flying Visit is a player here with a mark of 106. He won the mid-division turf qualifier a year ago and was 6th in the Neom Turf Cup itself. You see him running a solid third here and making good late ground at the track last season. And Flying Visit makes his first start of the season here, which shouldn't be an issue in terms of fitness.
And a horse making a quick turnaround is number 11, Year of the Dragon, who was a turf winner here last week.
Yeah, I mean, this was obviously a weaker race that Year of the Dragon won, but he was impressive in beating Loving Feeling by a length and 3/4. And worth pointing out that he was actually giving £6 to the runner-up on this occasion. So comes here in the form of his life. He's got £11 to find with Flying Visit on the ratings, but he comes here in flying form, and you'd expect him to be not too far away.
International favourites 13 and 12. 12 being French Claim. I fancy this though could be more of a tee-up for the Red Sea Turf over a longer trip. He's a horse who had staying form in Ireland.
First Minister. French Claim. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, he was third in the Irish Derby last year, and he was second in the Vintage Crop Stakes over a 1 mile 3/4 at Navan in April. He's a proper stayer, and this trip is liable to be on the short side for him.
Okay, Shamila's with the 4. Then Hannibal Barker having joined new connections from Joseph O'Brien. Rory, your selection would be?
It's a tough one. I'm going to chance Flying Visit on his return from an absence. We've seen 2 horses able to run to the best this today already, and Flying Visit is probably the one to beat on form.
I'm going to go First Minister, who has joined new connections. Jimmy Jerkins now trains him, formerly trained by the master Andre Fabre. 2 wins from 5 in France, including a win in the Prix de Harcourt and a 4th in the Grand Prix de Paris. I think that form in this context reads particularly well.
Yeah, it certainly does. And if he translates that form the first time of asking, then he's got a big chance. He was well beaten on his first try here, but that was an unsuitable contest compared to this.
Yeah, top rated in the field as well, First Minister. They're going forward, Alex. It's a prestigious race, this, and I'm sure it's going to provide plenty more clues again for 4 weeks on Saturday.
Yeah, belter in prospect here, Martin, that is for sure. First Minister has just gone forward, still 13, got a yellow cap on the red and white jacket. First Minister yellow cap if you're following the international favourites. Certainly keen to see how Flying Visit gets on here as well myself. Ferreira couldn't be in any better form. Luganini has just gone in. Hannibal Barca is forwards. So Grosser Jack is the final runner. We're set. Long hold. They're off. Racing away in this Neon Cup qualifier. They go over 2,100 on the inside. Chrisoff didn't get the best of the breaks, quite a few of them. are happy to drop to the tail of the field, including Luganini and Arjar. They will go towards the back end of the field. Early pace is coming by Step by Step, who leads up here in company with Grosser Jack, who's on the keen side as they go into this opening turn. Cliffs of Fury is just in behind them, black jacket and white sleeves racing in third place. The Kovex Kid is next in the field for Neil Callan. Has got a lovely slot there and is being tracked by Flying Visit. Ricardo Ferreira again has worked well up on the outside into about 5th position. Hannibal Barca is next in the field, is on the inside rail as runners level off down the far side. Quite a few of these are fanning wide. Year of the Dragon is posted deep. First Minister, the yellow cap, is back through the field at this stage, is racing there up on the outside of French Claim. Back on the running rail is Alu Cal, covered up at this point in time, is being tracked through by Chrisov. Also towards the back of the group is Starcat as they continue towards the final turn for home. Up top then, the leader Grosser Jack is moving along very powerfully here with less than 800 to cover. Grosser Jack by half a length. Cliffs of Fury is shaken up in second. Right on their shoulder, Flying Visit is poised to strike. The Kovex Kid will look for a gap through on the inside. First Minister is now starting to come closer, but he's very wide on the turn in company with Year of the Dragon. Hannibal Barca is next in the field. They've still got to pass Jack. It's Grosser Jack who's in front for home. Leads by 2 lengths over the Kovex Kid, who's now putting down a big effort. Flying Visit is in behind those for third. From the back, Alukal is running on, but it's Grosser Jack who's digging in deep. He's trying to fend off the challenge of the Kovex Kid, and is doing just that at the moment. Grosser Jack is finding plenty for pressure. Alukal is still storming home up on the inside. Grosser Jack is getting weary, but the job is done. Grosser Jack has won the Neon Cup qualifier to beat Alukal into second place. The Kovex Kid wasn't far away. Chrisov was another one, finishing with speed. Success for number 5, Grosser Jack for the Jerkin stable, has seen them all off here. A terrific effort from the 7-year-old. He travelled very powerfully, perhaps a little keenly in the early stages, but he was able to see it out best to the line and has beaten Alukal, who's run a screamer as well in the hat-trick bid from off the pace. The Kovex Kid will just hold third, and it'll be a photo fourth between Chrisov and the 14 Starcat. Quite a few of these have come from off the speed in the end to finish in the places, with the exception of the Kovex Kid, who probably had the best trail into the race all told. But Grosser Jack was in no mood to be denied or turned away, and that's a terrific, gutsy effort. The Neon Cup qualifier then goes to Grosser Jack. The order of finish is 5, 2, 3, and 14.
Well, that's a big win for Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz. Grosser Jack, who, when he was really trying to expand his European representatives, picked up this horse for 700,000 guineas in October of 2021. He went to William Haggis. He was said 5th when transferred over here in the Neon Turf Cup of 2022. He's been on dirt of late, but switched back to the turf, Rory. He's kind of, I guess, shown what connections have been hoping to see for the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I remember when he came across from Germany to join William Haggis. I remember him running on the Steventon Stakes over 1.25 miles at Newbury on quick ground, and Connections being really worried that he's a soft ground horse. They don't think he absolutely murdered them from the front that day, and has done pretty much the same here. Although he kept going away from them at Newbury. Here he got closed down late in the day. But yeah, he's really happy when allowed to use his stride in front, and he's proven in recent times that he's no soft ground slugger. He actually loves fast ground, despite having quite an extravagant action. And he, I'd say he beat off the challenge of the Kovacs Kid, but I think the issue with the Kovacs Kid is that he's never raced at this trip before, and he just ran out of stamina. He travelled really well into the contest, but obviously he's a pure miler, and having looked a massive danger with a furlong and a half to go, he just flattened out late on, and it was left to Alukal, who was way off the pace, to stay on strongly. That's the first solid form he's shown on turf, but he's been in the form of his life on dirt of late, winning the UK Cup by 3 3/4 lengths last time out. And yeah, he's obviously going to be able to mix it on both surfaces here, which helps with with the number of targets he possibly has now. And again, I said this yesterday, another horse who's improved, who did really well for Mick Appleby, he's actually improved again for the switch here. So that's not to knock Mick at all. I think he's able to find the right horses and improve them. And then when they run out of opportunities in the UK, there are more opportunities for them here in Saudi Arabia, and they just flourish.
Well, he's been lightly raced the last couple of seasons, but Grosser Jack 5th in the main event on Saudi Cup night himself 2 years ago, beaten by Authority Caspar. Harrovian was in there as well. He finished in 5th place under Tom Marquand, but a different rider on day, a young man who's certainly enjoyed the experience.
Yeah, it's difficult for the younger jockeys to get a foothold here, but Naif Al-Mudiani, we saw him in winning action a few times in Taif, and this is clearly the biggest win of his career, and he's absolutely delighted. He may have, when he was celebrating victory late in the day, he may have allowed himself to sort of drift across to the rail and possibly hampered Alukal.
Well, Jimmy Jerkins has come across to Saudi Arabia from America, and I'm sure, Shamila, he'll be delighted with the performance here of Grosser Jack.
Grosser Jack has just won, and congratulations, Jimmy Jerkins. You must be delighted with that.
Yeah, it was a long time. We spent a long time with him. It's only his 3rd start of the season, and we were beginning to wonder. It didn't look like the dirt was panning out too well, so we were glad this came along, and he trained very well, and he ran to it, thank God.
Were you expecting him to win that race? It was really competitive, a lot of turf horses in there.
I don't know. He comes, you know, he's getting up there in age, but he comes with a great reputation. A lot of people, you know, familiar with English racing said he was the deal back home. And, you know, he's had a few issues here and there, but he's kind of not the easiest horse in the world to train. He wants to do too much all the time, and it's Jamal, the rider, does a great job with him, and it's very satisfying because he's like I said, he's not easy, but he's shown he's got a good record on the grass, and especially when he can dictate the pace like that, he's tough.
First Minister ran really well as well.
Where did he finish? 5th? Yeah.
We'll let you go get your trophy anyway. Congratulations, Jimmy. That was Jimmy Jerkins, our winner of the 5th race of the day.
Yeah, Grosser Jack beats Al-Qual into 2nd. The Kovacs Kid has finished in 3rd place, just weakening over the trip. I'd actually see First Minister staying on. The Prince Faisal colours were well represented, but First Minister was held up 2nd last in the early part of the run.
Yeah, I couldn't really go the gallop early on, First Minister. I know I saw an interview with Jimmy earlier in the week where he was saying, you know, one of them will go from the front and one of them will come from the back, so we should have the race covered one way or another. And that's very much how it's panned out. First Minister doing late running to get involved, but he's a horse who stays a little bit further than this, his best form at a well-run 1.5 miles.
Yeah, of course, that form from the Grand Prix de Paris over the 2,400 metres. So Grosser Jack, we've seen him in the Neom Turf before, finished 5th. Is there the scope, and Jimmy said it's not an easy horse, is there the scope for him to go back to the Neom Turf this year and improve on that 5th place finish?
Possibly, and he doesn't really have improvement in him in terms of his maturity and his profile. But what we find out here is that Jimmy Jerkins is a trainer who leaves no stone unturned in finding the key to every horse and finding the cures for their little problems as well. So even though he's come from a trainer like William Haggis, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise in the world if Jimmy Jerkins managed to find just a little bit more improvement. And he's certainly good enough to get in the frame there if everything pans out for him. He is at his best when able to dominate, and that's obviously, you know, the stronger the race, the harder it is to dominate. So that's something he's got to deal with. But he was impressive here, wasn't he?
And just the white cap in the same colours, First Minister, from that wide draw, being trapped out wide towards the back of the field, and he's allowed the leaders to get away from him. It'd be interesting to see, Rory, how he develops his run through the field from there.
Yeah, this wouldn't be the ideal sort of circuit for him either. It's quite tight around here, and he's always having to do a little bit more than he wants to get into contention. But the fact that he's kept galloping all the way to the line is encouraging. There aren't too many opportunities in the trip that he wants, it has to be said, but no doubt Jimmy will place him to best advantage from here. And First Minister is a horse who you'd like to think will be winning more races.
And where would you go with the Kovacs Kid? He's arguably best form has been over 1600. Would you be looking for opportunities for him over 1600 around this area, or would you give another try with this kind of a distance?
You don't want to, if you've made the decision that you think the horse will stay the trip, I don't think you want to give up after one effort. From my point of view, his best form is on turf at a mile, but obviously turf miling opportunities are few and far between, or non-existent here essentially. So you either think of a mile on dirt for him, or you think about continuing over this sort of trip on turf and see where he goes. I think they're going to mix and match a little bit in order just to find opportunities for him, but this was a really encouraging start for him. He seemed pretty fit for this, so although he's been off for a long time, I don't think he's going to come on for an awful lot in terms of condition. But he certainly got his eye in again, and it was a likeable performance from him.
And squeezing through the inside of Clips of Fury was the eventual runner-up. Look at the maroon colours, and the yellow cap finishes really strongly.
Yeah, we'll see whether the winner comes across. Lucal finishing very strongly on the inside, and the winner he just does come across before the wire there, so he's caused a bit of interference. And no doubt the stewards will have a look at that. And I think
marginal, though, isn't it?
It was. I don't think it's affected the result at all. But they will probably deem that the winning jockey was careless and give him a ban commensurate with that.
We've had two of our trials so far. We've had the trial for the 1351 Cold Front coming from the back of the field, contrasting style here. Grocer Jack make it all to win for Jimmy Jerkins, and a really stylish performance to hold the improving Al Lucal in second place, with the Kovacs Kid taking third. Who's the jockey there in second, having a little word?
Yeah, I'd imagine so, particularly with one of the younger members of the weighing room riding the winner. There's always going to be a word of advice, if you like, in that sort of situation. But yeah, I think
Nurse Morales not overly happy with.
No, I don't think so. And obviously he was finishing with a late surge, and it's difficult to know how close he might have got there.
Well, that was the second of our qualifiers. Still, we have three more to come throughout the course of the day. The next of those is a little bit later on in the programme. We've got race 6 upcoming. Let's get more details on what we have next. Back with Alex.
Thanks, Martin. Yeah, we've got the Al Manifa qualifier next, haven't we? 2,100 metres coming up here for these Arabians. There are 2 absentees, while the reserve number 16 doesn't go, and also the 8 is out, so the 15 will get a run. Number 1 is Turkey Al Khaladiya, popular enough in the international markets for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Number 2, Al Hajjaj for Mohammed Al Daham. 3, Joy du Montagu for Ali Al Mimoni. 4, Ramani, that's Abdullah Al-Shara. Number 5 is Manab, Khalid Al-Mimoni, winner at meeting 87. 6 is Tilal Al-Khaladiya. That's Adel Al-Faradi, and Tilal Al-Khaladiya is the international favourite. Number 7, Bint Galiat Al-Khaladiya, another one for the Al-Khaladiya stables, Naif Al-Anazi. And no number 8, as we said, so the next is 9, Ferdors. Over the page we'll go. The 10 is Bariz, that's Camilo Ospina. 11, Kasab Al-Dam, Ayad Al-Turisi. Number 12, Amir Al-Cham for Luis Morales. 13, Kazaz, 2-time winner, disappointing the last 3 runs though. Number 14 is Al-Ambra, not yet got ahead in front. And then the 15, of course, will get a run here, Abercrombie comes into the field and will go in to stall number 8. So 8, 16 the absentees, 15 of them getting set for action in the Al Manifa qualifier.
And a full field then, race 6, a qualifier for the Al Manifa Cup, the final race on the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting. The qualifier goes on to compete for that purse of $1.5 million. So number 8 doesn't go. 15 comes into the field, and the top one here, Rory, is Turkey Al Khalidiyah, who's had a couple of wins in open company.
Yeah, there aren't that many to consider seriously in this event, so we'll skip over a couple. But Turkey Al Khalidiyah, with a rating of 119, has to be mentioned. He's a 3-time winner. He's won Opens in his last 2 starts, beating Kaswarat Al Khalidiyah over 7 furlong last time out. 2 negatives, fairly significant negatives with them. He's never raced on turf before. That's the case with a lot of these. There are very few purebred Arabian races available on turf, and all his wins have come at a mile or shorter. So this 2100 metres might end up being a little bit too far for Turkey Al Khalidiyah, but he's got a bit of class, and you can't rule him out.
For Sadma, like the trip, a question mark then. Newcomer number 2, number 3 is Jordan Montague. He's had a couple of starts so far, hasn't shown an awful lot of promise.
Yeah, I've been brutal with a lot of these. Anything, you know, our top rate is rated 128. Anything rated in the 80s is massively out of their depth, and you don't get that kind of turnover in purebred Arabian races. So a line straight through numbers 2 and 3 here.
Okay, well that brings us down to 4. Ramani, he's got a rating of 111 and is a 4 times winner.
Yeah, and listen, his latest effort was when 11 lengths 5th to Asfan Al Khalidiyah in the Imam's Sword last time out. On paper, that's a very good run. Not many horses get within 10 or 12 lengths of Asfan Al Khalidiyah. My view is that he's flattered by that because the first and second got involved. It was a terrific race. The first and second got involved in a battle from a long way out in that contest. They cut each other's throats to a degree, and they allowed some of the others to close them down late. Then nothing else looked really likely to get into contention, but they ended up closing the gap in the last furlong or so. And I think Rahmani's got closer than he was entitled to there, and a rating of 111 is a little bit flattering to him. Well,
a similar rating goes for number 5, which is Manab, who's only had the 1 start here in the Kingdom. That was a win in open company a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he beat Al Hareth 2 lengths in a 1 mile open on his debut here. He's not the easiest to weigh up, but he does have winning form on turf in France. I can't give you any idea of how strong that contest was, but the fact that he's a horse with turf form makes him of more interest than most here.
Well, a red hot international market favourite, that is number 6, Talil Al Khalidiyah. Will that horse, though, be the selection of Shamila?
It absolutely will, Martin. My cameraman is just walking next to the stunning 6-year-old bay colt here. Horse number 6, Talal Al Khalidiyah. Getting a little bit on his toes, but that is very much like him. That is his temperament and his personality before the race begins. So nothing to worry about too much. He's not getting hot and sweaty behind the saddle at all. Just waiting for Adel Al Faradi to get the leg up onto him. The bell has just gone for the jockeys to take their mounts. He is by the wonderful Laid Al Khalidiyah. We see this name popping up every single time. Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who we'll see later on in the evening, is also by Laid Al Khalidiyah. He's just an absolutely brilliant sire for these Arabians. But I think there's no beating Talal Al Khalidiyah. If you're going with any other horse, I think that is just silly. This horse is rated 128. They have been campaigning him all season, preparing him for this race, and then head to the Al Manifa Cup on Saudi Cup night as well. One to note down, not a negative, but one being very coltish in the preliminary stages, very difficult to handle, is horse number 5, Manab. So that is one just to note down. But as I said, if you're going against Talal Al Khalidiyah, you are a very brave man.
Well, I think the initial description was silly, Rory. Are you going to be silly, or are you going to stick with the favourites?
No, I'm going to stick with Talal Al Khalidiyah. I have been burnt by siding with odds-on favourites already this evening, but you don't tend to get bizarre results in these races, and the fact that he's got such solid form, we will see him in action, actually getting beaten, I think, in our VT. But he's won 4 of his last 5. He won the Imam Turki bin Abdullah Sword in 2022, 2023. That's a race that Asfan Al-Khalidiyah won last time out, and he's a pretty tough horse to beat. Looks all over the winner here on the footage that we see, but he does actually get run down late in the contest. It's a slightly odd one that he's got so many impressive victories on his card. The one time we're getting to see him in action is when finishing second, but this was a very strong contest, and he could run to this level even when he was beaten here and still win this race fairly comfortably. So at least we know he's not invincible from this performance, but his form is head and shoulders above the rest of these.
An official mark of 128. We could take in another one of his rivals in this. This is Manab.
Yeah, this is Manab winning nicely in a 1 mile open on his debut here in meeting 87. He eventually beats Al Hareth by 2 lengths. Looks like he's going to win by further for most of the straight because closed down late. He is up in trip here to 2100 metres and on turf, but as I said, the one plus with him is knowing that he's actually got form on turf in France, which is where he raced before he was imported here earlier in the season.
Well, the favourite goes for Saad Mulak, who also saddles the number 1 and the 7, Bint Galiat Al-Khalidiyah, who has gone close on the big stage before.
Yeah, Bint Galiat Al-Khalidiyah is very reliable. You might ask questions about her resolution, given that she often finishes second or third, but to be honest, her run style is to be hard off the bridle at halfway and just keep running, and she ends up running past lots of horses in the last furlong or 2 furlongs of her races. She was a good 6 3/4 lengths second to Asfan Al-Khalidiyah in this race last year, and she was second to the really impressive Najib Al-Zamam in the Jockey Club Cup 2 starts back. That horse, of course, was the horse who gave Asfan Al-Khalidiyah the fright of his life last time out. The form is really solid. The downside is because of her run style, she does tend to get going after the race is effectively over, and that's why she's got sort of lots of 3s and 2s on her card. But expect her to give you a good run for your money again, and she will be doing her best work late as always.
That horse is 3rd best on international markets, Manab. The other 2 with ratings in the sort of sphere where we could consider them as possible to Rory include the 10, Barry's.
Yeah, with a rating of 103, I mean, we'll look at the ones rated 100 plus, but I still got £25 to find with the favourite. Was 8th in the Arabian version of the primary championship of the racecourse last time out. Was a good 3rd, beaten 4 1/4 length in an 1800 metre open, won by Habdani Khalid Al-Khalidiyah 2 starts back, and is a pretty reliable performer, but he's got plenty to find with Tilal Al-Khalidiyah, and he'll be doing well to get a place here.
And the other one as well is Kasab Al-Dan, the 11 off 101.
Yeah, this one was ahead of Barry's last time out in that primary championship of the racecourse at meeting 81, and then he filled the same spot behind Fakir Dupuy in a 2,400 metre open last time out. So he's adaptable in terms of trip. That was as good a run as he's put up last time out. He's got a couple of pounds to find with Barry's, but I'd fancy him to finish in front of Barry's under these conditions.
Well, Tayal Al-Khalidiyah, a very warm international favourite. There is, though, Alex, support for the stablemate, Turkey Al-Khalidiyah, just attracting a little bit of international interest from Romani and then also Manab. Is this going to be easy pickings for the favourite?
Yeah, I'd have thought so, Martin. I mean, no reason to think that Tilal Al-Khalidiyah won't strunk for victory here. Romani has been very weak in the international betting, has been on the slide, that particular runner who will come out of stall number 4. A reminder, we've got 3 Al-Khalidiyah stables runners here. So you've got black cap Turkey Al-Khalidiyah from 1, red cap for the hot favourite Tilal Al-Khalidiyah, and it's a yellow cap for Bint Galiat Al-Khalidiyah, the 7. There's the 13, Kazaz, just about to go forwards. That'll be one of the last 3 or 4 in. Turkey Al-Khalidiyah and also Tilal Al-Khalidiyah both slotting into line. In fact, the international favourite just backing away briefly there. But we'll turn around now, needing a bit of a push. But it's there. Set. They're off. racing away over 2,100 in this Al Manifa qualifier. Good start made by Turkey Al Khaladia up on the inside, was very alertly into stride. Tilal Al Khaladia is also handy. The red cap up on the outside, Manab not far away, and Joy de Montague also wants a prominent role, just sandwiched in between rivals as they're about to head in to this first left-hander. Around the turning point, Alhambra is going to be ever so wide. Light green sleeves and cap is going to be trapped about 5 deep. Amir Al-Cham has just tucked in advance of that runner. Fidors is also in amongst horses, the orange colours and yellow headgear. Bint Galiat Al Khaladia has not got a bad position. Is actually quite handy up on the inside for Naif Al-Anazi compared to the usual late charge. Looking back down the field, the final pair, Al Hijaj, right out the back, and also Kasab Al Dam. But the leader is the international favourite, Tilal Al Khaladia, who got over and passed Turkey Al Khaladia and appears to be steadying up the tempo a bit here, the leader, as they drop anchor midway down the far side. They're clocking about 55 kilometres an hour. Backing behind the pace continues to be Turkey Al Khaladia and Manab. They race second and third. Up on the inside fence in fourth is Bint Galiat Al Khaladia, who still has every chance. Joy de Montague is next in the field. Wider out on the course is Kazaz, also very deep. Kasab Al Daham. Czech colours on the improve is Bariz, just trying to tick off a few rivals, but got a bit short of racing room as they go into the turn, and the leader's going away. Now Tilal Al Khaladia starts to open up. Has gone away by 4. Turkey Al Khaladia in second. Bint Galiat Al Khaladia is in third. It's a 1-2-3 for Al Khaladia stables as things stand. Bariz is trying to spoil that party in behind. Tilal Al Khaladia, yet to be asked for really maximum effort up top, has gone very smoothly throughout. Now sent down into the drive. Bint Galiat Al Khaladia is chasing. Then Turkey Al Khaladia. Tilal Al Khaladia is clear by 4 and wins with ease. Bint Galiat Al Khaladia in second. Turkey Al Khaladia was in third, and it looks as though Romani has just snatched fourth. It is a 1-2-3 for Al Khaladia stables, and Tilal Al Khaladia has won pretty easily, really. There wasn't too many concerns. Managed to get on over to lead after the first turn into the back straight, dropped the pace down the far side, and then opened up and went 4 or 5 clear on that turn for home, and has maintained that advantage all the way to the finish. 2:18.02 is on the clock. 2:18.02. Another very gallant run from Bint Galiat Al Khaladia in second, who was very well placed today by Naif Al-Anazi. And then, as you can see, Turkey Al Khaladia third, and Romani does get fourth. 5.5 lengths, the winning margin. International favourite delivers with consummate ease. 6, 7, 1 and 4. The order in the Al Manifa qualifier.
That was impressive. Saad Mutlaq had the 3 best horses in the trial race for the Al Manifa Cup, and they finished first, second and third, the stablemates. But it was trouble-free for the international favourite. Rory takes the winning sequence, or the winning overall tally to 11 starts and 10 wins.
Yeah, listen, it was an easy race to predict the outcome of. You could pretty much say how it was going to pan out as well. That Turkey Al Khalidiyah would be handy early from stall 1, that Tilal Al Khalidiyah would never be far away, and that Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah would be nowhere early and finishing strongest of all late in the day, and that's exactly what we got. It wasn't really a surprise. The one thing that you could say is that there was never any doubt after about 3 furlongs of this race who was going to win it. Tilal Al Khalidiyah got past Turkey Al Khalidiyah reasonably quickly in the race and just cruised home from that point. Turkey Al Khalidiyah, as we said beforehand, is a horse who's bested up to a mile, and he's faded late in the day to finish 3rd. And Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah, who is rarely able to go the pace in the early stages in these good races, always finishes really strongly, and she rattled home to be 2nd, but never without ever really looking like getting on terms with Tilal Al Khalidiyah. So you could pretty much write the result down with 4 furlongs left to go. We see the start here, and Turkey Al Khalidiyah on the inside goes to the front. You also see a little bit of early pace from Manab, but Tilal Al Khalidiyah is always handy as well, just on the outside of Manab there. Joy de Montague tried to go forward in the early stages. That horse lacked the class to lay up with the leaders. So you're immediately getting to see how this is going to pan out. We thought Manab might be slightly interesting, and that's now relegated to 3rd place, and to be honest, just works his way back through the field from this point. It was pretty disappointing. But Tilal Al Khalidiyah now within half a length of Turkey Al Khalidiyah. The jockeys have a little bit of a chat at this stage.
Exchange, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what was said, but you know, they could have been discussing anything really, because at this point, Adel Al Faradi on the winner was able to sail past very easily. I suppose what he probably didn't want to get involved in a battle with Turkey Al Khalidiyah, which is never likely to happen. This stable does tend to have a plan for how the races are going to pan out. I think if you see multiple runners from the white stable or the red stable in a race, they're all just running their own race, and it's basically the jockeys are told, do what you want in the race, try to win. Here, when there's 3 or 4 runners from the Al Khalidiyah stables, there tends to be a game plan. And at this stage, it's going very sweetly, because Tilal Al Khalidiyah has got to the front. Manab is all out, trying to get back to 2nd from Turkey Al Khalidiyah, and further back in the field you will see the chestnut Bint Galiat Al Khalidiyah begin to start her run, and she will run past horses to finish a clear 2nd in the end. Nothing more to add at this point. You know exactly what's going to happen as they turn for home, and there are no surprises from here on in. You'll see Barry's back and forth plugging away the grey to try to get amongst the Al Khalidiyah horses, but it's never going to happen.
Well, that was our 6th event of the Cup. Can you believe that we're halfway through, Rory? Tonight's flying by.
I know it is, isn't it? And we've got an awful lot to look forward to from this point onwards as well.
We have, yes, still more qualifiers to come, including for the Saudi Derby, in which Lucas Gaitan, who's joined the training ranks here in Saudi Arabia from Argentina, he's got a live chance in that, got lots of interesting horses to discuss, and Shamila has been to see him.
So this is Al Wakad. He's unbeaten in 2 starts, and he's your Saudi Derby hopeful.
Yeah, lovely horse since he came from America. Working always great. Alex in Taif was riding him, and he told me he can be a good one, and he didn't miss it. First time out, he beat 2 horses that were 2nd before. He was unraced, and that day he battled to win. It was a lovely race, and then in his 2nd time out, he won by 6 lengths in 1:39, which probably, if I'm not wrong, the best time for the 3-year-old this season. So great. Now he will go straight to the qualifier. Let's hope he can win, and if not, get a good rating to also get the chance to be in the Derby.
And what's his temperament like at home? How's he training?
Well, you can see right now, very calm, great mind, like the good horses. And I think it's a horse that even next season he will deliver even more.
Al Wakad, who's going to make it 2 from 2, and Al Wakad wins going away.
And this is your beautiful Italian-bred Arabian. Is it fine?
Yeah, he's great also. Very easy to train. All the jockeys love to ride him. And well, he'll run, inshallah, in Jcsa Cup. I think his ideal distance, 7 furlongs. So Alex is very happy. I'm very happy. All the team is very positive with him. So let's hope he can show it on Friday.
And he's racked up quite a few air miles as well. Where has he been all over the world?
Well, he was training before in UK with Mr. Philip Collington. Then he came to Taif. Then back to Riyadh. We went to Qatar. I expected a bit more from him in the Qatar Derby, but he didn't like too much running to the right side. But now he's great.
And through the pine, you will never see an easier winner than that.
And this is one of your fillies, Jara Athba?
Yeah, she's a lovely filly. She was second in Group 2 in France as a maiden. She came here a couple of months ago. First time out here, she broke her maiden by a couple of lengths. Very easy that day. And then she was second, a bit unlucky that day. But well, also now she goes Jcsa Cup. So she will go with Fu, probably. So we expect the best for her. She's a nice filly. She has natural speed, very easy to train also. And we expect the best for Friday.
Jara Athba will provide Alexis Marino with a double on the card. Won it by miles.
And tell me about this pretty boy.
Well, this is Jcsa Athba. Lovely horse, I love him. Since he came to me, he's always raced great. Last season he was 4th in Kahila Classic in Dubai, probably the best Arab race in Dubai. And he was second in Al Dariyah Cup, the Obeya qualifier, by a nose. I always remember this race. And we will try again with him in this qualifier. Let's hope we can be in one of the races in Saudi Cup Day. So we expect the best for him, and he's a lovely horse.
Jcsa Athba by 5 lengths. He will reduce the margin. Fakir Dubois in second. It's going to be doubles all round though for Athba Racing, Lucas Gaitan and Asil Al Sahari. Jcsa Athba's an ease-down winner.
And tell me a little bit about the 6-year-old Basul.
Yeah, I love this horse. As I always call him, he's a warrior. He always gives his 100% in every race. Always first, second, third positions. He always against the best horses. And he won Latin America Cup this season, which was great because Alex, our doctor from Venezuela, Alex from Panama, me from Argentina, all from Latin America, was a nice race. The feeling we have in that race with him, and I love this horse. Also, I want to thank every time with him to his exercise rider Ali, that understands him more than any other horse, which is great. And we'll see. We will enter for qualifier, and then we will decide what we do with him.
Do you find that sometimes the strongest horses are a little bit more difficult to handle in the stables?
Probably yes. He has a strong character. Well, he's a sprinter. Usually they are like this. But lovely horse. He always delivers in every race. All that he has, he hard out. And as I say, I love him.
And Basul is going to wear down Saab Galab, who perhaps did too much too soon. It's Basul, Uri Morales for Lucas Gaitan, who's going to win the Latin America Cup, going away in great style.
Lucas Gaitan improves every single season and is definitely a trainer to keep your eyes on.
He is indeed a big chance for the Gaitan team to come in our 8th race, the race after the next one, with Al Wakad, and beaten in 2, holds a couple of these on recent form as well. He bids to book his place in the Saudi Derby in race 8. But horses in the next, Alex, looking to book their places in the dirt sprint.
Yes, Martin, they are indeed. The dirt sprint qualifier on the way next, over 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Alpha Saleya. This one is on a real roll, isn't she? She's looking for a 4th win on the spin. Alpha Ready on board. Number 2, Ryan's Party, Ali Al Mimoni. Number 3, Al Dassim. He's been seen to very good effect previously when trained by George Bowie. Number 4, King Rise, a winner at meeting 45. Mohammed Al Shurima. Number 5, Tabarak Al Halik. Also, another colt who's been firing in wins all over the place this campaign. Number 6 is Bakil for Ricardo Ferreira. And yes, you've guessed it, another in-form runner looking for a hat-trick here today. Number 7, In Himmer. That one was a winner back at meeting 42. Number 8 at the bottom there is Amarillo Gold, and that's the mount of Eddie Castro. 9 then is Dora Penny for Mohamed Al-Ajmi. Number 10, Najim Al-Medamar, also a recent winner, meeting 83. 11 is Asa, two-time winner from 6 goes. Number 12 is Upper Class. Not so good so far this campaign for him. 13, Amici for Alex Moreno and the Jerkin stable. Number 14 is Bresson for Abdullah Alorfi. 15, Mo Strike, Rayan Al-Taresh. 16 is Balb, Khalib Al-Mimoni. 17's a non-runner here. 17 doesn't go, so the 18, a Rebellious Stage, is the next we have for Camilo Ospina. And that means the 19 will get a run here. That's Matching Socks, who will come in at the bottom and go into stall 17. Should always be Matching Socks. Runners are about to make their way into the parade ring as we go back to Martin and Rory.
Not only top class commentary, but sartorial tips as well.
Absolutely. Well, Alex needs to have a word with my children who never have. They've got so many socks to choose from, but never once wear matching socks. So a chat probably is in order there.
Okay, well, he can book himself in maybe for that. The runners come into the paddock then for the Dirt Sprint qualifier, 3-year-olds and older, fillies and colts, local and imported horses. And it's 18, Rebellious Stage, who heads the international market. But down the card, Al-Faysar, as Alex said, has been in great form. A couple of wins here recently over this trip.
Yeah, she's been in the form of her life, of late, winning her last 3, and her last 2 wins have come in fillies opens, beating no less a horse than Sunset Flash by 5 lengths last time out. And given that Sunset Flash has got a rating of around 110, we'll see her later on.
And was back in form coming into that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a slight question mark about whether Sunset Flash was sort of just beating up lesser rivals and not having to be at her best. But still, Al-Faysar is running at the very top of her game, and she did a very good time when she won that last time out as well, doing a 1:11.72. You don't get many horses dipping under 1:12 here, so you have to believe that form.
Number 2, Rounds Party's got it to find on the figures, rated just 83, but Al Darsim was really progressive for George Bowie, the British trainer, when he was racing over in Meydan last carnival.
Yeah, he won the Nad Al Sheba Turf Sprint last March, and also won a decent race over course and distance in February last year. He was 8th to Rossmore Nation last time out on his Saudi Arabian debut, but he's likely to improve markedly from that. That tends to be the way horses from this stable are prepared. The first run in Saudi Arabia often needed, and you see exactly what they can do next time. Al Darsim must be of interest.
King Rise, another one who's got it to do on the figures, but Tabarak Al-Khalek is horse number 5, has won 4 from 8 this year, and is a handicapper who seems to be taking gradual steps up the ladder. Yeah, I think he hit the buffers last time, though. He's won 3 6-runner handicaps this term, including one in Taif. His latest one was a 0 to 90 handicap over course and distance, but he stepped up to Open Company last time out and could only finish 16th. So I just wonder whether he's now hit his ceiling and he's going to find this sort of company a bit too much for him. Well, Bakil's been around a few trainers, started off in the UK with Andrew Balding, has spent time with Jen Chappell-Hyman, Kevin Philippart de Foix, but has come here in Open Company and performed well. Yeah, another one who's dipped under 112, did 1:11.84 a couple of starts back, and again he's won course and distance opens the last twice. His penultimate start, probably the best of them, when beating Balb narrowly in that good time. He also beat Amarillo Gold by an easy 5 1/4 lengths last time out, and he's clearly in the form of his life. Reading of 101 gives him a little bit to find with the best of these, but he couldn't be in better form. He's likely raced, and we saw connections yesterday, both trainer and jockey. Jockey already again today in good order as well. Yeah, the trainer's in tremendous form. He's I think 7 from 25 this calendar year, and Ricardo Ferreira, we saw him in winning form on the turf earlier on, riding superbly to get to the rail from stall 14. Not many jockeys capable of doing that. So if I had to pick a jockey at the moment, I think it would be Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. Number 7 is Inhima, who was 7th in one of the International Jockeys Challenge races on Saudi Cup night last year under Chantal Sutherland. Since then, though, has been on quite an upward trajectory and a likeable profile.
Yeah, I mean, he's only rated 93, so he's got quite a bit to find with the very best of these. But he was second in the Aliman Mohammed bin Saud Cup over course and distance last time out, beaten by First Line. He's a horse who's done tremendously well of late, and he was the winner of the Jcsa Sprint Cup in Taif as well. So he's a useful performer at the 6 furlongs, and I think he can raise his mark higher still.
Okay, on the international markets, Rebellious Stage and Amici are the favourites. But what is the favourite for Shamila? We can find out now down in the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. Well, my favourite is horse number 18, Rebellious Stage, for good reason as well. Just look at that breeding. He's by Jcsa, so he is bred for these dirt sprints. And he looks like a really nicely bred American horse. Is exactly what you want for these dirt sprint races. He has a very, very nicely defined hindquarters here, as you can see, trained by Abdullah Al-Bada and ridden by Camila Ospina. Looking for a third win on the bounce, and I think he can replicate that today, as he did at meeting 71. He's just stunning. You walk into the parade ring and you're looking for a sprinter. You're looking for a horse that's very athletic looking, very fit looking, and Rebellious Stage is absolutely ticks all the boxes for me as a sprinter. So it would be great for the White Stables to have a winner in one of these qualifying races for Saudi Cup Day. You know, I'm a big fan of their stables for Prince Mitab, but Rebellious Stage is the horse to beat for me. I do have about 4 other horses that I really like in this race. King Rise is absolutely stunning. Horse number 6, Bakil, you can't forget about as well, looking for another win, a third win in a row for Thamar Dehani and Ricardo Ferreira, who are all flying this weekend. And horse number 13, Amici, is a horse that I would love to see in the winner's enclosure. Jimmy Jerkins has already had a winner today. Alex Moreno is chasing his second winner of the weekend, so hopefully they can get the job done. But Rebellious Stage is just absolutely stunning. I think if I picked any other horse from my parade ring selection, I would be lying.
Well, let's get a word, Rory, on Rebellious Stage, who's coming in with wins in meetings 64 and 71, and has got form elsewhere in both the US and the UAE.
Yes, he does. He's a horse who's got 3 career wins already. Comes here with a rating of 101. The 6 furlongs that he raced over 2 starts back when beating Tabashir in a non-winners of 2 would have been sharp enough for him, and he stepped up markedly in that when beating a useful sort in Akfiq by 5.5 lengths in a 7 furlong non-winners of 4 last time out. The drop back and trip is a slight question for me. I thought he showed plenty of stamina over the 7 furlongs. And if you listen to Aidan O'Brien, the Justifies never stop. They just keep going. Mm-hmm. So whether he needs a drop in 6 furlong is a little bit of a question mark, but he's clearly progressive. He's very lightly raced. He's got a little bit to find with the likes of Al Dasim, Al Faisalea on the official figures, but he just hasn't had an opportunity to show how good he can be, and he gives the impression that he's probably the best of these. Whether he's the best of these at 6 furlongs or whether he ends up being a better horse at 7 furlongs is open to debate. And he does have stall 18 to overcome, but we've been watching Camilo Ospina all year here and in Taif, showing that wide draws are no concern to him at all. He's got this unusual knack of getting horses to go forward for him without seeming to ask them a question. Just sort of leans over the withers and they go forward. So he does that without having to ask for an effort, and I expect him to be doing that again. I'm not sure I'd want to be getting involved at the kind of price he's available at on the international market, but he's clearly a very exciting prospect.
Well, let's have a visual clue. He is very, very short on the international market. There he is heading to post, but we could have a look at him in action as well, Rebellious Stage, back on the 1st of December.
Yeah, this is a very good performance. This is going back to meeting 71 when beating Akfiq, who's a decent performer in his own right by 5.5 lengths in a non-winners of 4. And as you'd expect with a race for non-winners of 4, plenty of multiple winners in this contest, and he's made them look fairly pedestrian. But he hits the line hard as well, and my only worry is that he's dropping back to 6 furlongs again. He did win over the trip 2 starts ago, but this is stronger form.
Al Darsim is top rated in the field, 107, as Rory touched on. He was disappointing here, but he's made on form last year, albeit he disappointed in the El Quaz. He was really good before that.
He was, yeah, and this is a strong performance when winning the Nadal Sheba Turf Sprint last March. As you said, he was only 8th on his Saudi Arabian debut behind Rossmore Nation, another ex-Mick Appleby horse who was winning off sort of marks in the 60s at Chelmsford early in the season. But he's liable to leave that form behind. He's got 2 good wins on the turf at Nad Al Sheba last year. You could argue he's got a little bit to prove on this surface after his last run, but I think he will do better.
Amici won on his debut here in the Kingdom, formerly trained in the Ed Walker, where he was progressive. He was 3 from 4 in the UK.
Yeah, he won. He finished his UK career winning the Tats Auction Stakes at Newmarket before landing this 6 furlong open that we're seeing last time out, beating Amarillo Gold by 3 lengths. That's a solid performance. He needs to step up officially on the figures, but clearly he's going the right way. And the international punters seem to like him as well. He was trading around the 130 mark when I looked earlier on.
He is still the second favourite on the international market. And Al-Faiz Saleh as well. Number 1, we can look at an action. She's a mare or a filly banging form.
Yeah, she's really gone from strength to strength. She looked okay in time, but not a superstar. But she's really taken her form to a new level since moving to Riyadh, winning a meeting 57, 64 and 78. Her last 2 being fillies opens, and she was better than ever last time out, beating Sunset Flash in second. There was a suspicion that Sunset Flash didn't run to her very best, but they got the rest of them well beaten in behind, and the clock told you this was a good time as well. Despite being eased a little bit in the last 50 yards, she's hit the line in 1:11.72, which is a very good time for this course and distance.
And she's the 5th selection on the international market. So Rebellious Stage is a very warm order. There's been good support as well throughout the day, just maybe drying up a little bit now for Amici as the second in. Where would you look to here, Rory?
I think I'm going to stick with Al-Faiz Saleh, given the form that she's in. She's going to get a coupe. She's in stall 1. You don't need to be low over the shorter trips here, depending how they pan out. But having lots of early speed and a low draw is no bad thing. I'd expect her to be able to beat the likes of Ryan's Party and King Rise to the jump early on. And if she gets to the first bend in front, I think she's not going to be easy to pass. She kept on really strongly to the line last time out. And I think she deserves that current rating of 105.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think she's really progressive. She's been impressive. She's improving. The Sunset Flash form looks good. Let's hope that maybe gets another boost a little bit later on. It could be a pointer towards one of our later races, the GCC Cup races. So Al-Faiz Saleh for Rory and myself. Let's get back to Alex, get his thoughts and the call on race 7.
Thank you, gents. This is a belter, isn't it? This is a really cracking race. You've got stacks of in-form runners in the field. Of course, Rebellious Stage is of interest, given connections, given his record so far and the fact that he could be anything. But, as the gents have highlighted, in the international market, a very short favourite, and I'd be looking elsewhere also, going for a bit of value, perhaps further down the pecking. I was really interested in Al Dassim. I thought if he showed anything like that form when trained by George Bowie, he should be bang involved in this. He obviously needs to step up upon that first run here at meeting 87, but I thought that was inevitable, and Rory rightly pointed out that's the sort of operations ploy, isn't it, to improve from race 1 to 2 for the team. So very hopeful that there's more to come today, and hopefully get a nice position as well. From stall 3, could tuck in behind that pace from Al-Faiz Saleh, who is dangerous, isn't she, if she could get loose from stall 1. Runners are circling at the moment. King Rise is just requiring some adjustments. He's on the middle of the group, so the starting team just helping there, and then they'll load up. Amici obviously is very interesting because he's got a terrific win to run ratio already for Alex Moreno and Jimmy Jerkins, and I suppose you could at least say that he's proven it coming over here to Saudi shores as well with that win at meeting 57. So really interesting race. Looking at the international markets, well, Rebellious Stage unchanged as a hot favourite. Amici back in a little bit. Bakil has been popular enough. Al-Faiz Saleh and Al Dassim, the next pair, and they have been very much unchanged. So we have a blindfold going on one of the runners here. That's the 19 Matching Socks, who will be waiting to go in as some of the other runners are being offered up. Dora Penny, has just gone up to the stalls, red and white colours. Black and white is Amarillo Gold. He's forwards to stall number 8. There's the white cap of Bresson just going through the shot. Don't forget white cap for him, Amici, the traditional red cap, and Bakil has a white cap, Al Dassim with the green cap. They're both in the same ownership, numbers 3 and 6 on your card. There's the 12, upper class, about to go forwards. Brazilian bred 7-year-old, he's moving in. So we've got a handful into the stalls. Matching Socks is coming up next. Also going up and in is In Himmer. That will be stall 7. He's been running pretty well. Second the last twice, a winner at meeting 42, but in all honesty, probably has more to find today. There's Ryan's Party. That one's in with the black cap on. Amarillo Gold's got the white cap for Eddie Castro. Again, another dual ownership runner in the field. Bit of a theme, isn't it, all day long, with plenty from the same ownership. Najim Al-Medamar was just pushed into line. King Rise is in now as well. Rebellious Stage has gone in. We are nearly ready for action here for the Dirt Sprint Qualifier. Standing by. They're off. Runners sent away. They go here over 1,200 meters. Very slow. Alpha Salea wasn't the best of breaks up the inside. One of the poorest away. Ryan's Party was also pretty slow, and Matching Socks, another one on the back foot. Early pace is hot, and on the inside, Al Dassim is firing forwards to be bang there. Pushing the pacing company with In Himmer. They're already up to 67 kilometers an hour. Right in behind them is Bakil. On their outside, Rebellious Stage. They're being followed by King Rise. Alpha Salea is now coming through up on the inside fence. Dora Penny is wider out. Right on the outside, Balb is also very deep at trying to close in. There's a good 20 lengths top to tail. The pace has been furious here as they turn for home. Al Dassim is being tackled by In Himmer. Down the centre is Rebellious Stage in company now with Bakil. These two pair off. Alpha Salea is in behind those. Balb still tries to close down the centre. Is there in company with Tabarak Al Halik. But up top, Rebellious Stage is powering clear. Has got away by 4 or 5. Boy, he is good. Rebellious Stage, the winner. Beats into second spot Bakil. It will be tight for third. That's close. Tabarak Al Hakil in company with Balb and a couple of others. Alpha Salea wasn't far off them as well. Rebellious Stage looks very smart for Camilo Ospina and lands this Dirt Sprint Qualifier. And who knows what he's going to land in the future. He's won it by 4 lengths and beats Bakil, who's been in terrific form as well. Another tremendous run from him. It is Tabarak Al Halik who just gets third. And Balb in fourth. So the order across the line, as we suspected. Rebellious Stage clocks a time of 1:12.25. Takes this in fine style. Beating off Bakil. Very strong early pace. It was Al Dassim who got the best of the breaks. Alpha Salea, well, she not ruined her chance, but she didn't get the best of jumps, and that put her in behind and having to chase and close up to the leaders eventually, as she has come home in 6th behind Ryan's Party. Busy race, lots to unpick there. I'm sure the gents will look forwards to doing just that, but I think we've seen a very useful colt in Rebellious Stage, confirming the order in race 7, 18, 6, 5 and 16.
Camilo, what a race.
Oh, thank you very much, Salman. You know, always thank you very much to Prindita, Talal bin Sharain, Al Malaba, Al Magneri, and all team of the stable. This guy is very nice horse, you know. I just scared a little bit because we had the number 19. Thank you, bro. And it's difficult, you know, but this horse, he has quality, and thanks God he making everything very easy. Thanks God he won the race. Thank you very much.
What an impressive performance there from horse number 18, Rebellious Stage, and Camila Ospina, making it 3 wins on the bounce for this beautiful 4-year-old colt by Justify out of Spark for the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son stables. Huge congratulations is in order to Prince Mitab and Talal bin Shuraim, who Prince Mitab is the owner of these horses, and Talal bin Shuraim is the racing manager as well. So very big congratulations is in order. This is a very, very classy 4-year-old colt that they have on their hands. So this was actually the dirt sprint qualifier. He is qualified to run now in the dirt sprint race on Saudi Cup night. So I'd say they're absolutely delighted by that, and so am I, to finally get a winner. And I'm proud to say that it was for the White Stables, so really not sad about that at all. Very well done to all involved. This race was worth 165,000 Saudi Riyals, open contest for horses 3-year-old and upwards. There wasn't any horses trying to rival him. Camilo timed it perfectly. The horse did so great. I mean, it was just a fantastic ride, a fantastic run all around. And I know you have a trophy presentation, so we'll all the time for us. Well, congratulations, Camilo.
Oh, thank you very much, Shamila. You know, he's very, very happy. You know, it's difficult to win the horses to enter to the Saudi Cup. But thanks God, this is a good horse. He has very good quality. We had the worst number and the gate, but thanks God he brought very good, and he made everything very, very easy.
He looked so easy through the whole race, like nobody was challenging him. When you let him go, he just flew.
Yes, you know, he has a speed. And when I catch in the cord, I try to save him a little bit, but he's coming very easy, you know. And when I catch in the horses in the last 400 meters, he's coming fresh, you know, and I can't believe, you know, when I steer, he's flying, thanks God.
Do you feel that it's a lot of power under you when he's walking around the parade ring? He looks like such a powerful horse.
Yeah, he's very smart horse, you know, all time he's very quiet, and the races is very smart also, and thanks God he do very good.
Are you looking forward to the dirt sprint race now on Saudi Cup night?
Yeah, inshallah, I hope, and I'm waiting for the calmer road. Inshallah, my dream is right in the Saudi Cup, you know, and we are waiting until a few hours, and then we'll see.
Well done, Camilo.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done to Camilo, well done to Abdullah, the winning trainer as well, Abdullah Al-Bara, who's seen this horse, Rebellious Stage, remain unbeaten in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 3 from 3 over 1,200, over 1,400, back over 1,200 today. The distance wasn't going to beat him today, Rory.
No, you could tell from when he managed to get himself in a very good position going into the first turn that he was going to go very close. And I should say, watch from the start, and you'll see that the middle falls away, as often is the case in races here. Camilo he doesn't try to come across really quickly from his draw. He just eases across and waits for space to become available, and that usually happens after a couple of furlongs. Just had to wait until the horse who eventually finishes 3rd or 4th there, who sort of held him up briefly in his run. But at this stage, he's now got the front 2 in his sights. Again, he wants to make sure that he's always going forward, so he's not like in a line of 4 coming around the bend. He's not being pushed out by anything, even though he's racing wide enough at this stage. He's doing his own thing, and he's going forward constantly. He now gets himself to the front in that position, and he's always going to be very strong in the last 300 metres, given that he's won over 7 furlongs in very good style last time out. This is the 2nd win now over course and distance. Clearly he's fully effective as a sprinter. That was my slight concern going into the contest, and he deserves his place in the big race later in the season. 1 or 2 disappointments in the race, it has to be said. Our selection, I'm afraid she blew it at the start. We were saying Al Faisalea from stall 1, given that she's got lots of early pace, she should be in a good position. blew the break, and she did well actually to get herself into a dispute of third place with about a furlong to run, but did a lot of running to get there and just faded out of the places late in the day. But yeah, her race was run after 50 metres, I'm afraid. You got Bakil was entitled to finish pretty close. He was coming here on the back of 2 course and distance wins in open company. He's again run a really solid race. I suppose that Tabarak Al-Khalak was a wee bit of a surprise, but he'd been winning handicaps here. Just disappointed last time out, and I was wondering whether he'd just found that this company's a bit too strong for him. But he bounced back. Clearly didn't give his running last time out. Bounced back to form to finish third here. That was a good performance from him. He was always handy, and he again should give Connections plenty of fun for the rest of the season.
We've been treated to some really good displays here this evening. I think that was really good as well. And as you touched on, Rory, he's beaten the right horses into the minor runners. I know we had the horse who came across from Dubai, Al Darsim, disappointed last time out. He didn't bounce back. He's kind of run a similar race today. But in beating Bakil and the third horse as well in Tabarak Al-Khalik, the right horses have come forward. The first 2 are unbeaten and the third's an improver.
Yeah, the first 2 were coming into this race with the same rating, both rated 101, both coming here on the back of 2 wins. And you'd credit the pair of them with a bit more improvement in dominating this field.
You can just see right on the inside, you were just touching on the slow start for the one there, Alpha Saya. She was the best part of 2 lengths behind the field out the gate.
She was, and that's not her run style. And although she's rushed up to get a position in midfield and tries to squeeze through on the inside to get a position, just held up briefly there. She did too much running just to get into the reckoning, and then just faded out of it late. Tabarak Al-Khalak, I thought he's an interesting one. He showed early speed to get forward early, and has then just got shuffled back a little bit, but stayed on strongly to finish third in the end. And that's a very likeable performance from him. We've mentioned him already, the son of Buratino. He's clearly not finished improving yet, and I think Connections will be very happy with the way he's come between horses, having not had the clearest of runs through the race to get that third place. But the first 2 looked different class to the rivals here. They weren't on the figures coming into it, but one of them was very lightly raced and a very expensive purchase as a yearling. It cost $450,000 as a yearling from a good US family, and Bakil has been going from strength to strength in recent weeks, so it's very, very believable form, isn't it?
And the winner shipped in from America, having won a maiden race at Pimlico, I think.
Yeah, one first time out in the States before getting beaten in an optional claim run as Nick start. It wasn't a particularly good race that he won at Pimlico first time out, but he showed his ability, and he's thrived since coming here. Those 2 wins early in the season, showing improvement from race to race, and again another step forward here. I don't want to say despite this drop back in trip, because he didn't look like he was inconvenienced by it at all, did he?
Well, we've seen Cold Front, Grocer Jack, Tamil Al-Khaladia and Rebellious Stage all stake their claims, all now qualified to run on Saudi Cup night. From what we've seen so far, Rory, if you could jump in as to be the owner of one of those, which would it be?
Oh, that's never an easy one, and I don't go around scribbling notes for them thus far. Let's have a look back.
And Cold Front's coming off the pace.
Cold Front, he's been the most impressive visually to me tonight. He wouldn't have been. You're always looking for young, improving horses coming through, and obviously he doesn't fit that bill. Cold Front, being a 7-year-old entire who's been there and done it all before, but he was very impressive in overcoming a bad draw in the sprint qualifier. So I would nominate him as being the star of the evening so far.
Yeah, wins that race for the 2nd time following up his win in 2022. Well, the final one of our 5 qualifiers is race 8. We're once again over the 1,600 metres, Alex, this time qualifying for the Saudi Derby.
Yeah, that's right, Martin. Yeah, Saudi Derby qualifier time, and we've got again a field stacked with in-form runners in it. Number 1, Saudi Neom has been popular in the international markets, almost clear favourite now. The 1 horse on the back of a win last time out at meeting 87 for Adel Al-Faradi. 2 is South Army for Eddie Castro, a winner right back at meeting 13. Number 3 is Saeed for Mohammed Al-Dahan, looking for a first career success, as is the 4, Alays Youm, the mount of Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 5 is Gloucester for Abdullah Al-Lawfi with 6, Tropical Air, second on the return at meeting 87. And number 7, Al-Wakad, we heard about him earlier, didn't we, for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. Number 8 at the bottom is High Zoom, another interesting player for Umberto Rispoli. Number 9 is out, so then we go to the 10, Moad. That's the man of Fahad Al-Faradi. 11 is Manawek for Ricardo Ferreira. Number 12 is Jubail for Rayan Altaraish, with 13, Mashur and Naif Al-Anazi. 14 is Veiled Illusion, a one-time winner, returned with a bit of a flat effort at meeting 91. 15 is Sardan, another international favourite for Luis Morales, looking for a hat-trick of wins. The 16 is gone. The 16 is a scratching, is now out, so we jump to the 17, Al Motahed, who disappointed last time, but before that he was a very popular improver. Number 18 is Ala Karin for Camilo Ospina. 19, Ana Al-Saif for Victor Gutierrez. And the 20, Al Abjar, will round out the field. Number 9, Finbar Fury is a non-runner, so no number 9. And the 16 is a late scratching. So no 9 and 16 have gone for the Saudi Derby qualifier. And runners are about to make their way into the parade ring.
Well, I do hope you enjoyed the action here from Saudi Arabia this evening. We've been treated to, I think, some really good performances all the way through, from Colfront, Grosser Jack, Talil Al Khaladia and Rebellious Stage. But which one of this field of horses will be making their way towards the Saudi Derby? The field headed by the horse we can see in shot there coming into the parade ring. This is Saudi Neom, got a mark of 98 and the winner of 2 from 3.
Yeah, he's been pretty impressive here, Saudi Neom. He was second to Ajwadi 2 starts back, and that was in the Ministry of National Guard Cup. And then bounced back to beat Tropical Air 3/4 of the length and the non-winners of 4 over course and distance last time out. Not much between him and Tropical Air on that run. And that was a remarkable... That maybe ties him down a little bit, because Tropical Air, although he's won 3 races, I think his first win came off a mark of 50 in the UK for Charlie Johnson. And
he did rise from the ranks from that.
He did, yeah, but he hasn't. In fairness, he wasn't rising up to marks in the 8. He's gone up quite a lot for the run last time out, for finishing as close as he did to Saudi Neom. I think Saudi Neom's best run was 2 starts back, though. That's second to Ajwadi in the Ministry of National Guard Cup is a really solid effort, and is the one to judge him on for now.
Number 2 is South Abbey, has yet to find all the figures, rated just 89, a winner at Taif back in the early part of the season.
Yeah, he was 6th in that Ministry of National Guard Cup last time out, and he's clearly held by Saudi Neom in that form. He's another from this stable in these colours who started off really brightly, looked a good prospect, and hasn't quite built on that yet.
Number 3, another one who's got a little bit to find, as has the 4, just had the 1 run so far, was down the field. So let's move on to number 5, Gloucester. Has come across from Ireland, formerly trained by Donica O'Brien, and wasn't sold for an awful lot of money, just 50,000 guineas. Yeah, he was 4th in the Killavullen Stakes on his final start for, was it Donoghue or Riordan? He was with Donoghue. He was beaten by Atlantic Coast in that contest. He won a 6 furlong nursery prior to that, and also scored in a 5 furlong Cork maiden. A mile is a new test for him, but being a son of 10 sovereigns, he ought to get it, and no reason why he shouldn't be fairly competitive on his rating in this contest, if adapting to the new surface and new regime. Yeah, 2 from 7 in Ireland, also a win over Fairy House Handicap. We've touched on Tropical Air, got a mark of 90, was in that race with Saudi Neom, and as you touched on, 3 from 9 for Charlie Johnson. 3 from 9 for Charlie Johnson, had a bit of a slow start, then won either 3 on the bounce or 3 from 4 in nurseries before sort of finding his level late on, but he seemed to adapt really well to racing here, went second to Saudi Neom last time out. The question is whether he's able to build on that straight away, and he can't be ruled out if he is capable of doing that. I mean, we see some of the figures banded around for horses sold to come over here. He was quite cheap, wasn't he, at 18,000 guineas, and he's got a good pedigree. Yeah, he does. He does. Based on what he actually achieved, it was a reasonable amount of money. But of course, if you're buying for this market and you know what's available here and you know the kind of horse is going to adapt, that would look like a bargain. Whereas I think a lot of sellers in the UK would think, where exactly does this horse go next season, and would think that 18,000 was a decent deal to do. Yeah, Tropical Air on the international market has a little bit to find. He's one of the outsiders here. The market leader on the international market, though, is number 7, Al Wakad. We've heard from the trainer a little bit earlier on. This horse is 2 from 2 here, and has got the beating of a couple of his tonight's rivals. Yeah, he's got a rating of 96. I really like the way he did it on his debut.
and then he stepped up markedly when beating Commissioner Dan by 6 lengths and a course and distance, non-winners of 3 last time out. Just looking at a superstar in the making. He clocked 139 dead that day, and I think he'd take an awful lot of beating in this contest.
Yeah, top rated off 96. But unfortunately, we've lost Finbar Fury. He's one of the non-runners. We've got 10 rated just 69. The 11's rated 80. They've both got a little bit to find. So let's move down to Mashhur, who's number 13, rated 99. Rory, a couple of goes in open company was successful and was tried at a better level last time.
Yeah, he beat Wakid in a course and distance open 2 starts back, and then was far from disgraced when finishing 4th in the Ministry of National Guard Cup last time out, or 5th even in that National Guard Cup last time out. But he is, of course, held by Saudi Neom strictly on that form. But his wins in both Taif and in that open 2 starts back suggest that he should be a player here. He just needs to show that he's better than the form that he showed last time out. You'd almost rather he ran worse in that race. He seemed, he ran very creditably, but he didn't seem to have any excuses against Saudi Neom.
Okay, well, Shamil, you've been to see Al Wakad in his stables. How's he looking down in the parade ring?
Well, Al Wakad was actually one of the first horses I saw going into the stabling area this afternoon, and he's right here behind me. Al Wakad, trained by Lucas Gaitan, and will be ridden by Alex Moreno. And as you've probably seen in my stable tour, I went to go visit them on Monday, and he just looks absolutely stunning. He's definitely one of my favorite horses, and Alex loves him as well. So how could I not choose Al Wakad for this Saudi Derby qualifying race? This is what they've been aiming him for. He was my 2024 horse to follow of the season, so I could not choose him for sure. He looks absolutely beautiful in the parade ring under the floodlights here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Though horse number 1, Saudi Neom, also looks particularly well, rated 89, so a little bit higher than Al Wakad, ridden by Adil Al-Faredi. I think that could be his main danger. Really nice looking colt 3-year-old, but my heart says Al Wakad and my eyes say Al Wakad as well. I can't choose anyone but him.
Well, the international market was saying Al Wakad, but he's been joined at the pole position there by number 1, Saudi Neom, who's been really well selected, given a good mention there by Shamila as well. Roy, just let's continue going through them. Number 15 is Sardan, rated 90. He's had a couple of goes here. He's won both, and by, of course, Mendelssohn, who streaked home to win the UAE Derby by the best part of 19 lengths.
Yeah, there might be more to come from Sardan. And again, he's another who dipped under 140 in victory last time. I did 139.26 when winning a course and distance open last time, beating Karam Al-Anaya by 3.5 lengths. Prior to that, he'd beaten number 12, Jubail, in a course and distance maiden. Jubail clearly held on that form for all. He's pretty consistent. And Sardan is one you'd have to have in your shortlist, assuming your shortlist stretches to more than 2 horses.
And if we have a quick word as well, number 17, Al Motorhead, won 3 on the bounce, but came unstuck in better company.
This is a really nice horse on Motorhead, but he's all speed. He ran away with his first 3 races in Taif, or first 2 races in Taif, looking a real superstar. He won the Taif Sprint Cup by 14 lengths, for example, looking really good. Connections said then they were going to look at the Saudi Derby for him. I had an argument with Callum about him. I said he's a 6 furlong horse through and through. He doesn't want a yard further than that. Stepped up to the mile last time out and was a blatant non-stayer in the Ministry of National Guard Cup last time out, where he went up handily, went 3 wide into the bend and just faded from there, from that point onwards. Obviously, Connections want to give him one more go because the dream is to go to the Saudi Derby, but he will not stay today and he'll be back to 6 furlongs next time out.
Well, with that in mind, Rory, to shame off a mark of 101, why he wasn't in our previous race here in the dirt sprint trial, because on the figures, he'd have had a good chance.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you've got a long-term plan, the question is, do you get knocked off that plan straight away, or do you stick to it until, you're proven wrong conclusively? And that's what Connections are doing. They're giving him one more try to see if he gets this trip.
Well, we touched on Sardan being an impressive and quite taken horse with an upward profile. Here he is with his second win.
Yes, he'd beaten Jubail the run before this, and he took a step forward, Sardan, to win from Karim Al-Anaya. You see that horse running on in the yellow and black colours in 4th place at the moment. It makes up late ground to finish second. but doesn't get within 3.5 lengths. Well, gets within exactly 3.5 lengths of the winner, who was pretty impressive in the end. Now, with a rating of 90, he does need to progress again, according to the figures, but he's got exactly the right kind of profile. Made his debut in meeting 70, took a step forward meeting 81, and he's coming into this race with the right sort of preparation, and you'd expect to see another career best.
Alexis Moreno comes out onto the tracker board. Al Wakad, 2 from 2 so far. He's long been the international favourite.
Yeah, again, we didn't see this horse in Taif. He made a good impression when he won first time out, and he built on that with a really impressive victory on his most recent start, winning by 6 lengths in the end, and just looking like a nascent superstar. Again, you know, you look at the ratings for this race, and he's actually got, what, 5 points to find with Al Mottahed. But this is his trip, this is his track. Al Mottahed is a bit of a Taif bully over a shorter trip, and I'd be amazed if he doesn't prove that point here today.
He's a really, really likeable horse. As is Saudi Neom, who we touched on, had 2 wins from 3 starts here, scored in a maiden and in a winners of 1 to 3 last time.
Yeah, I think he's given quite a lot to do last time. I think he comes through to win this in the end, beating Tropical Air by 3/4 of a length.
You wouldn't fancy him from there, would you?
No, you wouldn't greatly fancy him from there. And this race wasn't run at an end-to-end gallop, which has suited the horse on the front. Tropical Air in the orange and black colours on the rail really got the run of things and almost stole the race. But Saudi Neom kicks in late and gets the job done. As I said, I think the form of his penultimate start in the Ministry of National Guard Cup is stronger. But he's actually back on the bridle there at the line, ends up winning Cosley. So that was actually a more impressive win than it looked at the time, and I don't think Tropical Air will get so close today.
Well, this is a fascinating race. And having watched that now and actually seen the video form for Saudi Neom, I've quite warmed to his chances, really. And on the international markets, that's been reflected. Is the joint top of the market with Al Wakid.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's a horse who's come here with a big reputation, and he's done nothing wrong in 3 starts to date. As I said, it might have actually helped his development to have been given that kind of ride last time out, where he really had to dig in and show what he was capable of doing. So it was educational for him, and it's liable to stand him in good stead here. He's also had that run in a cup race, which is the one thing that Al Wakad is missing. So it is possible that his know-how might just get him the edge over Al Wakad, but I fell in love with Al Wakad on debut.
He's the sexy horse in here, isn't he?
He is. And of course, we've probably gone a little bit over the top about Lucas Gaitan in recent times, but he's a very good trainer, and Al Wakad, I just love the attitude that he showed first time out. It's very difficult for me to get away from him. If I was being really hard-headed, I might have suggested that Saudi Neom has had a better chance than the international market suggested earlier on, but that's kind of corrected itself now. I think they are the 2 to concentrate on in this race.
Well, Lucas Gaitan comes from a very famous Argentinian family. His father was one of the leading trainers in Argentina, even campaigned some of his best staying horses in Europe at one stage as well. He's making a big name for himself. Will this be his big ticket to success on Saudi Cup night? I think so. Rory thinks so. Shamila thinks so. Alex, is it a full house behind Al Wakad?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest, Martin. I probably prefer the chances of Saudi Neom myself, and Saudi Neom is now the international favourite as well, I can tell you. So has gone clear favourite at the top of the international markets. I wouldn't rule out another good run from Tropical Air, just the way the track is playing today as well. Pace setting from 6, get to the front, not have too many go by. Very decent international price available for Tropical Air to perhaps be involved in the shake-up. So I think I'd be focusing on that race really as the previous form line into here. A little bit of news as runners load into the stalls here with regards to the turf sprint on Saudi Cup night. Charlie Appleby's Mysterious Night could be on the way to run in the turf sprint after winning the Group 2 Al Fahidi Fort at Meydan today. So a bit of news from elsewhere with regards to the turf sprint later on in the campaign. Of course, we've already seen the turf sprint qualifier earlier on our card, one in very nice fashion as well. So interesting whether the Appleby runner will make the trip over. There in shots is the red and white colours of Al Mottahed. Concerns about the trip once again for that runner. Moad is just going forwards. Al Mottahed is going in as well. Looks as though the 11, Manawek, has just been led away at the moment, actually. Jockey off the back of that runner as well, Ricardo Ferreira. There's Saudi Neom coming up and in. Yellow Jacket is forwards. There's Tropical Air. Not without a chance, I reckon. Jumping and towing them along potentially. Obviously, pretty useful in England for the Johnstons. Loading continuing at a pace. The 11 is still a long way off them, Manowek, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Certainly Ferreira was walking rather than on horseback at the point in time a few moments ago when they were in vision. A Mashur comes up now for Naif Al-Anazi. There is the 2 South Army in those FMQ colours. Ala Karim still to go in. Also Sarden, who's got the white cap. Pushed in the line. South Army is coming up. Looks as though there is the 11 now. They're reunited, aren't they? So Manowek is also going in. Last couple popping forwards into the starting stalls for the Saudi Derby qualifier. We are set to go. Gates crash back. They are off and racing. Bit of an awkward start, actually. High Zoom was shifting right on leaving the starting stalls. Moad and Manowek were both short of racing room as a result. Very slow. Al Zoom is right at the back of the field. Good start made, though, by South Army and Tropical Air, who will get over and bag the rail as expected. Right out in the centre, Sarden is another one who's handy, and High Zoom, after an awkward start, is also now rushing up and forwards. So Tropical Air shows the way. Leads the way by a couple of lengths over South Army in second. High Zoom is in third. Up on their outside, Sarden is in behind those for fourth. Al Mottahed is also front rank but deep. They're being followed by Ala Karim, who's also out wide behind them. Al Wakad has got a pretty decent slot there. He's in about 6th place and trying to latch on. Saudi Neom is right out the back if you're following that runner. Creeping through on the inside is Moad as they take the turn for home. And also Jubail is starting to try and pick up a few places. It's Tropical Air out in advance of the field by 2.5 as they take the turn. Al Mottahed is running huge up there on the outside. Is within a length and now coming to strike for home. Al Mottahed has joined Tropical Air. They're followed through by Sarden in third. Now picking up Al Wakad is running on down the centre. Ala Karim, Saudi Neom also running on late, but it's Al Mottahed who hits the front with 200 to go. Al Wakad is trying to close the gap. Al Wakad and Saudi Neom also rushing home. It's Al Wakad who's just hit the front. Saudi Neom still the late closer. Al Wakad though by 2. Al Wakad will win the Saudi Derby qualifier. Has seen off Saudi Neom, the top 2 in the international market to the 4. They were followed in by Al Mottahed, and next was Sarden. Al Wakad has won the Saudi Derby qualifier for Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno. Al Wakad, who was in midfield early on, improved into about 6th place on that turn for home, and the pace was hot, and it did crumble late on. Al Wakad has gone on to win in a time of 1:39.61 and has taken this by a length and a quarter over Saudi Neom, who again has had to come from an awful long way back. Not sure the position was all that helpful for him. Al Mottahed, well, that was a fair effort, wasn't it, in third, despite a few trip concerns. And Sarden in fourth. Looking down the pack, Ala Karim was fifth, and Tropical Air, the pace setter, was eventually 6th home. So Al Wakad goes on to win race 8 today, and doing so from a, well, unpromising position at one point in time, but with a couple of hundred to go, you could see Al Wakad sailing on by. Order of finish then in race 8 is 7, 1, 17 and 15.
Alexis was amazing.
Thank you, Salman. First of all, مبروك to Amir Abdullah Sibin Ahmed Abdullah Aziz, Adbar Racing Stable, Lucas, our team, Abdul Munam. MashaAllah, this is a future champion, and we hope he can represent us very good in the Saudi Derby. Mabruk to everyone.
As expected, horse number 9, Al Wakad, trained by Lucas Gaitan, wins the Saudi Derby qualifier. Everything has fallen into place. Very stunning ride by Alex Moreno. He did look like he was in a bit of trouble in the early stages, looked to be a little bit boxed in, and Saudi Neon was just chasing his tail there for the last 400 meters, I would say. I don't know about you guys, but my heart is still racing. I was so nervous by that, but Al Wakad managed to pull through, and Alex is right, he is an absolute champion. That is 3 wins on the bounce for Al Wakad. There's no stopping him now. I cannot wait to see him in the Saudi Derby in a few weeks' time. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic for the whole team. Prince Abdulaziz, Lucas Gaitan, everyone involved in Athba Stables. Just absolutely brilliant. And we went to go see them only on Monday to do a stable tour with them. And Al Wakad was one of the horses we highlighted. So if you weren't on Al Wakad, I don't know what to tell you. Just absolutely stunning training performance. Very well done to everybody involved, the assistant trainers, Ricardo the vet as well, everybody for that win. And of course, we have to go speak to Alex Moreno after that. Congratulations, Alex.
Wow, thank you very much.
You look so happy. That was a fantastic race.
Why? Yeah, I'm just happy, you know. Yeah, pretty race.
3 wins on the bounce now. You have your ticket to go to the Saudi Derby. What's your thoughts?
Well, I thought I can win the Saudi Derby, you know. He's a spectacular horse. He's doing well. Just a little bit heavy, a little bit today. But, you know, after 700, just kick him, he starts to running, you know. So he showed his class today.
Were you a little bit worried because you were almost boxed in coming around the last turn?
Well, you know, after he got the pace, he just gone. He don't mind, you know. So what can I say?
Could you feel Saudi Neom chasing your tail behind you as well for the last 400 meters?
Well, he's trying, but it's too difficult for him today, you know. He was running with a beautiful horse and classy one. And, you know, he showed it.
Were you looking forward to riding Al Wakad all day? Was that your star horse of today?
Well, you know, I have been riding a month from now. So he do what we're expecting, you know.
Very well done, Alex. So happy for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a taking performance. It looked like it might not happen at one stage, but this horse has knuckled down and has ground out victory to make it 3 from 3, unbeaten, and booking his ticket for the Saudi Derby. Well done to Connections. Goes on to beat Saudi Neom, who's come from an uncompromising position to fly home for second place. And Al Motta Head weakens back into third. But we wanted to see a good performance. We wanted to see a performance worthy of a Derby candidate, and we got it.
We got it, and it's great thanks to the likes of Tropical Air and Al Motta Head, who set a really furious pace for the others to chase, and that seemed to be likely to find one or two of them out, including Saudi Neom, who got away okay from stall 1, but then lost his pace a little bit and was under pressure a long way from home. We see him at the bottom of the picture with just 2 horses behind him in the yellow colours. I thought he was beating all ends up at this stage, but he absolutely flew home and finished best of all to get second. That's remarkable from where he was.
He must have some engine to come from that position to get where he does.
I'd agree. Al Motta Head travelled very strongly. We see him in about 4th place in the white with the red sleeves. He stayed better than I thought he would, but I was worried early in the straight, having told Callum categorically that he would never get this trip, that he might actually get the job done. Tropical Air still leads him into the straight, or into the bend at this stage. Al Motta Head's moved up into second. The winner is under pressure at this stage in 6th place, but making ground. I mean, he's not a flashy traveller. He never really has been in his races, Al Wakad. What's really impressed is that he's found an awful lot when asked, and he does so again here. He's spotted the leader 5 lengths here, Al Motta Head, who's a very fast horse. But you'll see from this point, as we straighten up for home, he's making inexorable progress into that lead, and he's clearly going to get to the front at this stage. Saudi Neom arriving from a different parish into second place. Very, very good performance from the horse who was backed into favouritism on the international markets for this, and you could see why he's definitely got the talent to win this. But as last time out, when he got himself a little bit outpaced before digging in and getting victory, he's found that a lack of tactical pace has just undone him at a crucial stage of the race. Maybe he'll be an even better horse stepping up to a 1.25 miles in time.
Yeah, the winner is very, very likeable. His tough is tenacious, and there's an element of a sort of... he's not the most imposing, but there's an element of a real street fighter about him.
Definitely, yeah. That's what I got even from his first start. He's got quality about him, but he's really got attitude more than that, and he's always dug deep. Did so to win first time out in what I thought was a decent contest. Stepped up markedly on that to win well last time out. Again, just running down the leaders in that style of his, and he just, when he gets into full stride, he really gets rolling and looks like a bit of a machine. But in the early stages, he doesn't particularly catch your eye with the way he travels. He doesn't travel particularly strongly, but when he hits top stride, he looks very, very good indeed.
If the first and second were to meet again, and Saudi Neil was to come from a less uncompromising position, would you fancy he could reverse the form?
Yeah, it's a possibility. It would really test Wakad in terms of what he'd be capable of doing then. We don't know if something comes at him late in the race, what he will find, but he does give the impression that he would relish a fight. He didn't quite get one today with Saudi Neom finishing too late. In a smaller field, it'd be interesting because Saudi Neom wouldn't get himself in trouble. And even if he gets outpaced at a stage, his jockey's going to be able to put him in a better position. And that would be really interesting if the pair of them met again under those circumstances. I'm sure they will meet again once or twice more this season.
OK, well, Shamila's been to see the trainer earlier in the week for a stable tour, and she's with, once again, the winning handler.
A huge congratulations is in order to winning trainer Lucas Gaitan. Lucas, you've now punched your ticket to the Saudi Derby. How excited are you?
Super. This is the chance we all wanted to have. Well, first let me thank His Highness, Abdul Monim, all the team. Great job. Even Alex, he was super committed with the horse. He was coming every morning to train, 4 a.m. in the morning. And well, he did a great job. The horse is super horse, 3 from 3. I think he can give even more than this.
What was your feeling during the race? Because he was a little bit boxed in. Saudi Neom was chasing him. Were you worried a little bit?
Yeah, in the 1,000 meters, probably a bit worried. Not enough space for him. But well, he's super brave. And well, he did a great performance. Second Saudi Neom, super horse also. That he beat the one very good horse we have. So well, let's hope we can represent Saudi in the best way possible.
The horse obviously means a lot to you.
Yeah, we all love this horse. Now even more. But well, let's hope he stays well, he recovers from the race, and let's go straight to Saudi Derby.
Well, very best of luck, and you have Foodapine in the next race, so very best of luck to you, Lucas.
Yeah, we have 3 horses. Probably Foodapine the strongest one, but there's Asfan and Khaldia, maybe the best Arab horse in Saudi. We'll do. We'll see what we can do. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Lucas. And I'm going to give you over to Alex Fussy to take you through the runners and riders of the next race.
Many thanks, Shamila. Good to hear from Lucas there. Obviously delighted with that success. And he's got a fair few chances in here, hasn't he, as well, for this Arabian Golf Cup coming up next. 1,400 metres is the trip. Number 1 is Hafid Al-Khaladiya, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Number 2 is Own for Rayan Al-Turaish. 3 is Katir Al-Khaladiya, Sil Al-Shani. Number 4, Precocia Al-Ashai, Luis Morales. Number 5 is Amma, Ricardo Ferreira. 6 is Jcsa for Eddie Castro. Number 7, Takdir for Mohammed Al-Daham. And then number 8, Asfan Al-Khaladiya. All eyes, no doubt, will be on him. We head over the page, and at the top of the page next, we'll see number 9, Hiab Al-Zaman. That's Neil Callan's mount. 10 is Kazwarat Al-Khaladiya for Al-Faradi. Number 11 is Jarrah Athbar, one of the Gaitan runners. Number 12 is Saab Al-Khaladiya, another Mutlaq inmate, another Al-Khaladiya stables horse. 13, Foodapine, you've just heard about him, for Alex Moreno. 14, Al-Kasa. He's looking for an 8th career success, but surely in too deep. And number 15 is Maltem Athbar for Abdullah Al-Kredis and Lucas Gaitan. They are your field of 15 for the Arabian Golf Cup. Asfan Al-Khaladiya, well, surely he can't get beaten here.
The international market would suggest not. Another very short-priced favourite, Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. It's one of a whole host of GCC races we bring you over the next couple of hours. We've got this Arabian race, we've got the 3-year-old race to come, we've got the Phileas contest, and we round out with race 12, which is the GCC Cup for 4-year-olds and older. But as they come into the paddock, let's take you down the card, and we kick off, Rory, with horse number 1, Afid Al-Khalidiyah.
Yeah, it has a rating of 86. You consider that Asfan Al-Khalidiyah is rated 127. That puts his task in perspective. He has won twice. He was a perfectly good second in meeting a 64, but just looks out of his depth here.
Number 2 is Ohm, who carries a rating of 100, 2 wins from 16.
Yeah, he was 5th, beaten 18 1/4 lengths by Asfan Al-Khalidiyah last time out in meeting 84. Asfan Al-Khalidiyah has gone on to win again since that. It shows that Owen's got a fair level of ability, but there's no argument that he can possibly turn the tables here.
Well, rated £7 higher is Katia Al-Khalidiyah, who was a last time out winner a few days ago.
He was actually behind Owen 2 starts back in that race won by Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, but he did get his head in front in a 1200 metre open last time out. That will certainly help his confidence, the son of Laith Al-Khalidiyah, but again on all-known form, he's playing for places here.
The 4 has won twice this season. Louis Morales takes the right.
Yeah, Preciosa Al-Ashai was actually behind stablemate Jcsa in the similar colours last time out. But again, the pair of them belong in a slightly lower grade race than this. For all they're useful enough in their grade, this ain't their grade.
Well, 106 brings number 5, Sa'ama, into contention.
Yeah, Sir Rammer's always had a fairly big reputation, but was beaten 20 lengths by Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah in Typhon meeting at 48. He then disappointed next time out, but was back to form in 7 1/4 lengths 4th to Hamdan Khalid Al-Khalidiyah in an 1800 metre open last time out. Neither of those other Khalidiyah horses are a match for Asfan Al-Khalidiyah. So he's again he's got chances of finishing 2nd or 3rd here, but he needs Asfan Al-Khalidiyah to react badly to a cracking race last time out, and that's essentially the story of this race. There is one horse who stands head and shoulders above the others, and the rest of them having a bit of a battle for second, unless Asfan Al-Khalidiyah got himself in a fight last time out. It was the best race I've seen by a long way in this sort of company last time out, when he got the better of a long battle with Najib Al-Zaman. It took a long time for you to know who was going to win that race, but Asfan Al-Khalidiyah showed battling qualities that he's never had to show before to win. I was both surprised and impressed with that. Okay. I thought he was the kind of horse who would always do it on the bridle, but that time he was the first off the bridle. Najib Al-Zaman travelled better than him into the race, and I think it was Camilo on board the second, trying to sort of ease him to victory, but Asfan Al-Khalidiyah came under strong pressure and found extra. There's the vague possibility that when a horse like this has a really hard race, they might turn a little bit sour afterwards, but you're clutching at straws, I think, otherwise.
The market's not really suggesting it would do. We'll skip over 6. Jcsa is making it with the numbers and come down to number 7, Takdir, who was in winning form in handicap company back at Taif.
Yeah, and he's a pretty reliable performer, Takdir. He was 4.5 lengths second, or she rather was 4.5 lengths second to Maith Al-Khalidiyah in a listed contest at meeting 66, and then was beaten by the same rival, but got closer, only beaten a length in a Jcsa challenge over a mile last time out. Thoroughly consistent type Takdir, and a rating of 106 suggests she's more likely than most to be in the frame.
We've touched on Asfan Al-Khalidiyah, horse number 8. We'll skip down to number 9, which is Hieb Al-Zaman. We saw the trainer Fawzi Nas in the paddock a moment ago. This horse was 8th in the Abaya Classic on Saudi Cup night last year.
Yeah, that's his only start in Saudi Arabia so far, that 8th in the Abaya Arabian Classic. But he has won 5 times at up to 1700 metres in the US. Got no idea how strong those races are, but Arabian racing in the US doesn't tend to be as strong as it is in the Middle East, and I'd be surprised if he's hiding much under the bonnet.
Sad Mulak's got 3 of the field. They include number 10, which is Kaswarat Al-Khalidiyah, who is a 5 times winner, but probably best known for being competitive over shorter distances.
Yeah, won a mile Jcsa award contest and tie from meeting 48 late in the season there, was 3rd on the final day of the season as well. Disappointed here first time out this season, but back to form. on his last 2 starts, finishing 4th to Asfan Al Khalidiyah in that race the Imam soared last time out. Got within 10 1/4 lengths. Again, I've suggested in an earlier race that those who finished sort of 3rd, 4th and 5th all ended up getting closer than they were entitled to because of the battle that was going on ahead of them.
Well, let's nip down to the paddock and see how Asfan Al Khalidiyah looks with Shamila.
It's no surprise that Asfan Al Khalidiyah looks absolutely stunning here in the parade ring. Horse number 8, Asfan Al Khalidiyah, has to be my paddock selection. Much like in the other race, I think you'd be absolutely crazy to go against Asfan Al Khalidiyah in a race like this. I was surprised he wasn't going to be in the Obeya Classic trial for Saudi Cup night. However, what can we do? He is in this Gulf Arabian horses worth 750,000 Saudi riyals. Partnered with Abdullah Al-Ofi, as always. Just a stunning horse and a full brother to Kasrat Al Khalidiyah as well, who's in the same race and will be ridden by Adel Al Faradi. Kasrat Al Khalidiyah definitely isn't as strong as Asfan Al Khalidiyah. Asfan is the star of the show in every race that he has. So I will be sticking firmly with Asfan. And if you're against him, I'm not sure what to tell you. A few horses to note down. Horse number 9 for Neil Callan went down to the start early, and so did horse number 12, being very naughty in the preliminary stages. So Asfan Al Khalidiyah is going to win. If I was going to give you a horse that will come second, hopefully it's Fuda Pine.
Asfan Al Khalidiyah, the international favourite. Second best is Hib Al Zaman for Fawzi Nas. Kasrat Al Khalidiyah is 3rd best in it. It's pretty much any price you like about the remainder. But let's just touch on a couple of others, Rory, who have got ratings that are worthy of contention. They'd be the 12 and 13. But let's have a look at Asfan in action last time out in that race that you were alluding to.
Yeah, ideally, we just have a replay of this race on a loop going into this. We see the pair of them go head-to-head. They were going head-to-head before this as well. Najib Al-Zamam actually gets his head in front with about 2 furlongs to run. He's under pressure now, but Camila was trying to suggest that he had a little bit left in the tank. But Asfan Al Khalidiyah, despite having looked possibly beaten off the bend and coming under pressure first, battled back really gamely to get his head in front. And you can see that he's sort of broken the heart of Najib Al-Zamam, beating him for the 3rd time in 3 starts this season. I thought the runner-up was going to get his revenge under ideal conditions last time out. But fair play to Asfan Al Khalidiyah. He's not just a pretty face. He can battle as well.
He can indeed. Well, let's just quickly touch on the other couple of runners with ratings worthy of consideration. We've seen the guys on stable just win there. They've got the 13, Fuda Pine, and also quick mention for Saad Mutlaq's 3rd run, number 12, Saab Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, Saab Al Khalidiyah won an 85 to 100 handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. But he is effective at a range of trips. He's also placed over 1,200 metres, runner-up in a similar event at meeting 56 as well. So he can mix it both ways, Saab Al Khalidiyah, and he's one to consider for the places here. Fuda Pine, who's now become, when he was trained in the UK, he was called Fuda Pine. Now that he's trained by Lucas Gaitan, he is Fuda Pine. So it's an important change to make. He looked really promising. Now, he's been due to run in the big Purebred Arabian race in time for the last 2 seasons. He's been a withdrawal at the last minute both times when trained by Phil Collington. He's now moved to Lucas Gaitan officially. He won his first 2 starts in Taif. I think the first time he was up against 2 rivals and he won by about 35 lengths. It was a terrible contest in behind him. Looked a smart performer on the second of those occasions. Wasn't able to run in the race that he was being prepped for, and then was a bit disappointing when only second to a stable companion, Yasmi Athban, of course in distance open last time out. He allowed that one to get first run and then just wasn't able to raise the pace to run it down. Also wanted to hang in behind a little bit in the last furlong or so. Maybe he wasn't fully wound up for that. But obviously Lucas Gaitan trained the winner as well. He's now in a bit of a retrieval mission. He's probably better than a rating of 109.
Okay.
I think you would say, having what we saw of him in Taif, and the reputation he had in Taif, you'd say he was clear second best here. He hasn't really had an opportunity to express himself until last time out and rather blew his lines. But I wouldn't judge him on that one run. He had a big, big reputation when he obviously been trained all over, but when he was in the UK, they thought he was the type who could come over here and shock all the locals. So he's got another chance to prove that that hype is justified.
Well, he's fourth best on the international market, so he is a big price and maybe could be a bit of value at the kind of price that he is. But Asfan Al Khalidiyah is the market leader. Good money, though, and good support, I should say, Rory, coming in on the international scene for the 9 for Fawzi Nas.
Yeah, he's the hardest one to weigh up, and I suppose if you've been watching these horses and you know that Asfan Al Khalidiyah's got the beaten in most of them, Hayab Al Zaman is the one who's coming from left field, and he could, with a rating of 114, and difficult to put a figure on. As I said, he's won 5 times in the US. I can't really work out how good the races he was running in were. My suspicion is that they weren't as good as some of the races that Asfan Al Khalidiyah is running in. So I thought he would struggle to get on terms. But he's the one sort of dark horse in the race that you struggle to pigeonhole.
I guess maybe worth bearing in mind, Fauci's had a couple of runners here tonight. Neither have shined with any sort of real potential.
No, and that's a little bit of a concern.
Well fancied
they have, and you don't see too many runners in his colours here. You do tend to sit up and take notice when you see them, and this is a big night. Obviously, he wants to be represented. Maybe this is one who's properly been lined up for this race, but I wasn't convinced by that looking at the card. But it's interesting to see the fact that it's shortening up in the international market.
Well, he did have a third earlier on, wasn't he, with Neil Callan on board. With the horse had come across from the UK, so they're not being totally disgraced. The Kovacs kid took third in race 5, but this just simple. Asfan Al Khalidiyah just wins and wins well.
I would have thought so. I mean, he's got to the stage now, I think, in his career where he doesn't win easier than he has to. You know, on his penultimate win in Taif, he just looked a cock's jaw briefly on the bend, and I don't think he thought about it, but I think he found it too easy, and then he's had to be asked for his effort and got up to win easily. So earlier on in his career, he was able to win by wide margins. I think he's the kind of horse who is a bit fed up winning by wide margins. He wants things to be a bit more interesting. So I would have thought about 5 lengths today.
Yeah, okay, we'll go with 5.
Yeah.
Well, let's see that, Alex. Can you call this home by 5?
I'll try my very best, gents. We're about to find out, aren't we? Because they are loading forwards. I'm a little thrown on this Fuda Pine / Fuda Pine thing, but anyway, I'll pick one at the start and stick with it. I can tell you down at the post, number 12 has got very warm. Saab Al Khalidiyah got very worked up, was very hot under the saddle as they started their loading process. We've got lots of ownership, same colours here, so keep your eyes peeled. If you're following Asfan Al Khalidiyah, white and black. The black is sort of an inverted chevron, isn't it? Whereas Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah is the standard white and black chevron. Saab Al Khalidiyah white with a black chevron and red cap, but could be fun and games. Al Qasr is in. There is Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah moving forwards as well. Hiab Al Zaman is the final one forwards and backwards. Just straightens up and is there. All aboard. They're off. They are racing away in the Arabian Golf Cup. They go over 1,400 meters. A good start made out wider by Saab Al Khalidiyah, the red cap driving forwards. Also, Fuda Pine is going up there as well. Not far away, Own down to the inside, the blue and yellow colours. There is a lot of pace on here. Right amongst rivals is Jcsa, the white cap. He's not far adrift. Back to the inside is Hafid Al Khalidiyah. A little bit wider on the course is Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah is being chased by Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who's in the centre, angling wider. He's tracking on the outside Hiab Al Zaman, who got pretty handy. Been quite a rough race to this point in time, but it is Fuda Pine over to lead, and lead by a length and a half. On the inside, Saab Al Khalidiyah is in second position. Here comes Asfan Al Khalidiyah out wide now, making a terrific looking bid. Between rivals, Kazwarat Al Khalidiyah is chased along. Hiab Al Zaman is also off the bridle, and now around the outside it will be Asfan Al Khalidiyah, who moves on by, goes to the lead here from Fuda Pine. Down the centre of the race course, Katia Al Khalidiyah is a closer from the back of the field, but it is Asfan Al Khalidiyah who is away by 5. Katia Al Khaladia for second, then Fudapine and Saab Al Khaladia in company with Kazwarat Al Khaladia. But there's only one Al Khaladia who matters today. Asfan Al Khaladia is simply much the best. Katia Al Khaladia will finish in second. Close call for third. Takdir was one running on in company with Kazwarat Al Khaladia. Asfan Al Khaladia continues the winning run. He is just an Arabian machine. 132.72. Not sure the early stages went quite to plan. Got trapped out a little bit wide, but just zoomed on by. Has won by 8.5 lengths. 8.5 lengths. Undersold from the gents there. 8.5 lengths is the winning margin. Katia Al Khaladia in second place. There's the bob for third. It does go the way of Kazwarat Al Khaladia. So it's a 1-2-3 for the Al Khaladia ending of the name, with Takdir probably the one of most note in terms of a closer, and was just a head further back in fourth. Asfan has done it again. It's 8, 3 and 10 in the Arabian Golf Cup.
Well, yet another impressive winner here this Friday at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, making it 13 wins from 16 starts here. Asfan Al-Khaladiya goes on to beat Katir Al-Khaladiya by 8.5 lengths, with third going to Takdir, picking up from the back of the field. You called it 5, Rory. We've undersold him.
We have a bit. I thought maybe he was getting a bit tired of winning easily, but they set this up nicely for him, and he was sent for home. No sign of easing up in the finish either, which you're always wise to sell winning distances, really, because jockeys don't have to ride out to the line. But he did today, and Abdullah Al-Lafi, he's pretty much the leading rider in these purebred Arabian events because he gets first call on the Al-Khaladiya horses, and he tends not to make too many mistakes. Loads of pace going into the first bend, could only be in his favour really because of the class that he has. The one scenario that might not see him to best effect is a really messy race, because he does rely on others to set things up for him in front, and the pace they went into the first bend was going to split the field up, and that was ideal for the class horse in the race. And once he eased himself to the front before the bend, it was all over bar the shouting, and you were just working out who was going to pick up the pieces in behind.
And both the first and the third, if you look at that, when we see the replay, they've been that sort of back wave, and the closers have come through to dominate in the end.
Yes, and indeed, you've got. I suppose Kaswar Al-Khaladiya was I suppose prominent enough in the Al-Khaladiya colours in the middle. In the first place, didn't go charging off trying to get to the lead, but got away reasonably well from the stalls and has then run on pretty well. But Katir Al-Khaladiya in the red colours with the black cap has ended up making up quite a lot of ground in the closing stages. And just want to see where Takdir comes from. He was well back in the field, only got 2 behind him at this stage in the light blue and white colours, maybe 3 behind him. He ends up finishing best of all to get 4th. But he's over 10 lengths behind the winner at the line, and there's no hint of him being unlucky. He's just picking up the pieces, and that's probably the way that, I'll correct myself again, she wants to be ridden. There are certain horses you can't get into your head are fillies, and Takdir is one of those.
And it just underlines the powerhouse that really is the stable and Saad Mutlaq, and how well they're doing these races. 1, 2, 3 in the Al-Manifa trial a little bit earlier on today, and then a dominant win here once again.
Yeah, we saw in Taif that Saad Mutlaq was absolutely dominating these races, and in the first couple of months of the season here, his strike rate went down markedly, but he just seemed to be making sure that he was winding his horses up for the big races later on, because he's been dominant again in the last couple of weeks, and the horses are clearly in very good order. We've been talking about whether he's going to disappear off the leading trainers board, because obviously he's only got 2 races he can run his horses in on any card, and we thought, well, it was two races from 12 in Taif. It's 2 races and 9 in Taif. 2 from 12 here, so other trainers we thought would start passing him, but he's still hanging in there in 3rd place on the trainers table, which is a credit to the strength and depth he has in this Al-Khaladiya stables.
And given you said before he doesn't win by far, you've got to love the way this horse has really ran to the line today.
Yes, I mean, again, the one minor question you might have put forward after last time out, he got in a real fight for the first time in his life last time out, and sometimes that will leave a mark on a horse. But sometimes, if the horse is a real star, it will just make more of a man of him. And it seems to have done
maybe he's thought on the back of that, I don't want to do that again, I'm just going to go.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Well, all right, winning connections, well done to them all as well. That was our 9th race of the evening, and it was Asfan Al-Khaladiya. He makes it 13 from 16, beating Katir Al-Khaladiya with Takdir back in 3rd place. It's been a very good day so far, Rory.
It has. It's been really high quality action. It's been coming at us thick and fast as well. So there's never a moment just to get distracted by anything else. No idea what's happening at home, for example, and that's because the racing here has been absolutely riveting.
Still 3 more Gulf Cup races to come, and of course tomorrow 12 more races featuring the custodian of the 2 holy mosques, that trial for the Saudi Cup. Scotland Road was so impressive in that last year. There's the local version of that as well. And we've got a stack of fillies races to get us underway. The custodian of the 2 holy mosques for the apprentices as well is our 6th race of the card. So do join us tomorrow for another 12 race programme here in Riyadh. Still lots to come your way before we close out proceedings today. Still 3 more races, and they are all part of the GCC. And we've got the GCC Gulf Cup for 3-year-olds as race 10. That comes up very shortly indeed, in around 20 minutes or so. Race 11 still to come is over the 1600 metres. That's the Gulf Cup for fillies, 4-year-olds and older. And our very final race of the night, race 12 again over the mile, the GCC Cup for 4-year-olds and older. That restricted to colts and geldings. Still plenty more to look forward to, but our 10th race of the evening is where we're heading next. Again, Alex, it's a race part of the GCC programme, these 4 races that round off the card today. And this time it's for the 3-year-olds.
Sure is, Martin. Yeah, 3-year-olds in action this time. It's open to fillies and colts and all that jazz in between. We've got some more restrictions in the next couple of races that follow. Before I go through the field, I can tell you that Commissioner Dan, the 10, has been really popular in the international betting. That one has been all the rage, the 10 for Camilo Ospina. Anyway, let's have a look at this field there. Number 1 is Albsha for Luis Morales, the winner at meeting 55. No number 2 here, that's out. So then we go to the 3, which is Alamia, Alex Moreno. Number 4, another gift for Eddie Castro. 5 is a cab for Ricardo Ferreira. 6, Muktahem, that's Mohammed Aldaham, with 7, Majur, Abdullah Al-Najmi. Number 8, Rocket Money for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. Then the 9, Hayit, which is Rayan Altaresh, looking to follow up the win at meeting 81. Then we see the hot international favourite, Commissioner Dan, for Ospina. Number 11 is Bakhtar, one of the Gaith Al-Gaithin mates. Number 12, Fustalandia, Ayad Al-Turisi. 13 is Samo, Fahad Al-Faradi. 14, Sur Al-Kuwait, that's Asir Al-Mimoni. 15, Al-Yasub, Al-Faradi aboard that one, a winner at meeting 57. 16 is Snafia, winner last time out, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 17, Faz Al-Waga, a winner at meeting 92. And the 18 there has gone as well. So Macho Boy is out now. So no number 2, no number 18. We're down to the 16 runners here. Runners will shortly be making their way into the parade ring. As I said, Commissioner Dan has been all the rage on the international markets. There's been a little bit of support for Albsha as well. The 1 horse could be another one to keep an eye out for. We've enjoyed some tremendous action already on today's card, but I am shocked that Rory doesn't know who's won the Grand Military Gold Cup.
I don't want to distract myself by looking at it, and obviously if I find out who's won it and mention it, then Greg's going to be upset as well. So it's all about Saudi today.
And that's a race for international viewers at Sandown Park in the United Kingdom for military veterans, which was run over jumps this afternoon. We are sticking with the flat though here for our 10th. Commissioner Dan is the warm international favourite, as Alex said. We take out the 2 and the 18. 16 runners here headed over this 1200 metres by Al-Bouchar. Al-Bouchar, who was second in open company last time we saw him.
He was a course and distance maiden winner back in meeting 55, the very first day of the season here in Riyadh, and bounced back from a lesser effort to be second to Sumo in a course and distance open last time. I've beaten 2 3/4 lengths by the impressive winner that day, but the winner is decent, and there's no harm in finishing second to him. So Albsha is not one to rule out here.
Luis Morales on board as well. We take out the 2, move down to number 3. Which was Alan Meyer, who's 0 from 6 so far, but has been very consistent as a maiden.
Yeah, finishing second or third on his last 5 starts, last 5 starts, Alamia. Her best effort probably when finishing a length and a half second to Mumayaza in a fillies non-winners of 3 last time out. She is a bit frustrating though, still a maiden, despite the fact that she's got a rating of 88, and there's no real excuse to be rated 88 and not having your head in front in some sort of race.
Very little to go on with number 4, Another Gift.
Yeah, she won 3 times in nurseries for Ed Dunlop. at Windsor twice and at Southwell. They weren't particularly strong affairs, but she was largely progressive, and she sold for 22,000 guineas to join her new yard here. Some of the ex-English horses have been able to hit the ground running here. Some of them take time to acclimatise. On the rating, she's been thrown into a really tough race, though, first time out.
She has indeed, and takes on number 5, Ekab, who's got that course and distance form in a maiden race last time up.
Yeah, he ran into a decent one last time out when second to Warrior's Head, beaten 3 lengths that day. Although he's got plenty to find in the ratings, he's rated 76. Albshire, for example, is rated 92. So he's got 16 pounds to find with that one. I thought that was a better run than the handicapper has given him credit for last time out, and he's not entirely ruled out.
We move then down to number 6, which is Muqtahem, who has joined New Connections, and if you look through this horse's form, you'll see he was raced in the UK for George Bowie.
Yeah, he was a winner early in the 2-year-old season at Pontefract, the second Pontefract winner we've seen here today, and he was last seen finishing midfield in the Windsor Castle Stakes at Royal Ascot. We've seen another horse in the same colours who also ran I think in the Windsor Castle Stakes, certainly one of the 5 furlong events at Ascot, who's gone on to winning form here. So although you'd be worried that Muqtahem was a bit of an early 2-year-old, again, this is kind of part of Sheikh Abdullah's plan for his horses. A couple of early runs for the 2-year-olds, give them a break and bring them back here. They usually want their first run in Saudi Arabia before improving for it, but then again, they're not usually thrown into races of this nature, so it may well be that Muqtahem is more wound up for this, but he's still got a little bit to find and is that, on his best one.
Is that less relevant with Tam Al Dahani as well? We saw yesterday a horse coming up from a long layoff on debut for him.
Yeah, it's particularly with horses in these colours who are yet to reach their peak, if you see what I mean. The tendency or the plan generally is to wind them, I was going to wind them up gradually, is to get them a cider first. They're often good enough to win that if they're really classy, and then to move them up in class. So some of them do win, but when we speak to the trainer afterwards, the answer is usually this horse will improve a lot for this run and has higher aspirations. They usually have higher aspirations, it has to be said.
Okay, well that is horse number 6. Number 7 is Mad Jaw, a British bred horse, got a rating of 84 and is a maiden winner.
Yeah, it was a maiden winner. I was going to say in Taif. It was an open winner in Taif. I've written here, and I'm slightly confused by that because the winner meeting 64, so that doesn't quite add up. But he was put in his place over a mile here on his last 2 starts, including finishing 12th in the Ministry of National Guard Cup on his penultimate start, Major. So he's useful enough, but he seems to have found his limit in similar races, unless the mile has been too far for him. As I said, he was a winner over 6 furlongs earlier in the season, and it may well be that he benefits from it, but I haven't, watching his races back, I wouldn't say he's a winner in waiting back on this trip.
I think we're both right. He was an open winner, but it was here.
It was here, yes. It says meeting 64, so I know it should
has to be here.
Maybe
Yeah.
I must have read that as meeting 46 earlier on when I wrote that down.
Let's slip out to the paddock, and Shamila.
Thank you very much, lads. I'm going with horse number 10 here, Commissioner Dan. This is a very competitive race. Really hard to get your head around this. Even just looking at them in the parade ring, I was literally flipping between horses. I really like Commissioner Dan, but I was also really impressed with the filly, number 16, Snafia, on her last run at meeting 91. But I will be sticking with Commissioner Dan. And the White Stables, they've already had a good winner today, so hopefully they can repeat that. And Camilo Ospina is looking for a double for today as well. So huge, all my fingers and toes crossed are for the White Stables and Camilo Ospina with Commissioner Dan. I do have to say that horse number 1, Al-Bashir, is looking very nice in the parade ring as well. It was between Prince Saud bin Salman Stables and Dharma Dehani all of yesterday as well. They were battling it out. However, I think White Stables will take this Gulf Cup with 750,000 Saudi riyals.
Let's skip down to Commissioner. I think we can say 8. Rocket Money needs to find massive improvement, and similar comments would go for Hayat, who's had just the one runner yet to be given a rating. But Commissioner Dan, a rating of 84. along with the top one here and maybe the 3, he sets the standard. Just got the 2 runs open to improvement.
Yeah, Commissioner, he was a winner in the States before he came here. He finished 6 lengths second to Al Wakad in meeting 76. That form has been franked, obviously, since. But he was only 4th to Junior Audible last time out, and I thought he got out-battled that day. Also, the form hasn't worked out particularly well. Junior Audible was well beaten next time out. The horse who was 2nd or 3rd in that race ran in a really weak maiden last week over 6 furlongs and was well beaten. Obviously, the drop back and trip didn't suit that horse that day, but Commissioner Dan's got a bit to prove after that slightly underwhelming run last time out, and I wasn't enamoured with his attitude. Just want to mention Hayat also running in the same colours. He doesn't have a rating yet, but he won a 7 furlong maiden on his debut, beating Waktuk by 3/4 of a length. Looking sure to progress for that, and he was an $115,000 purchase at the Ocala sales in March last year. So clearly he's shown plenty. He's listed as being out of a mare called Ridden Taffy. I managed to work out after he won first time out the mare is actually called Ribbon Taffy. So I was able to find out some more information about him afterwards. My only worry about him is he's dropping from 7 to 6. I mean, he looked pretty strong at the finish last time out. I've been wrong about 1 in these colours already tonight, dropping back in trip. So I might be wrong about Hayat as well, but he definitely merits a mention.
We then move down to another one with a bit of a chance, maybe number 13, which is Samo, who is 2 wins from 4 starts so far. The wins coming in maiden and open company. Was won over this 1200, was over 1600 last time up.
Yeah, I think this is the likeliest winner of the race, Samo. As I said, he beat Al Bashir 2 starts ago. That was a pretty impressive performance. Won by 2 3/4 lengths that day in what was a pretty decent time. And I just didn't think he stayed a mile last time out. So dropping back to 6 furlongs again, I think he can get back on track, and he's got a big chance on the ratings.
As has been number 16, Snaifia, rated 85.
Yeah, Snaifia ran 8 times in the UK, won twice in a novice company. So the one concern with him, he ran for Alice Haynes, is that he's a little bit more exposed. But he stepped up on his Saudi debut. He was 3rd on debut when beating Larin in a 7 furlong non-winners of 3 last time out. That was a likeable performance, but this is tougher still.
And then we have a number 17, rated 80 as well, 1 from 7, Fars Al-Waga.
Yeah, he seemed to be going nowhere early in the season, but hinted at better to come in meeting 79 when finishing 6th, and took a massive step forward to win a course and distance maiden last time out, absolutely blitzing his rivals from the start to win by 6 lengths. I don't think there was an awful lot of depth in that contest, but he did impress with the way he went about it.
Plenty of size and substance about Haiti. We just saw there on the pitch. You touched on him coming across from Arcana for 115,000. Here's that maiden win.
Yeah, and to be honest, you see him doing this. He rather grinds it out. He's quite impressive, but he doesn't show bundles of pace. This was obviously his debut, and he did well to pull clear with 2 others in the race. But you wouldn't have sworn watching that he's a horse that wanted to drop back to 6 furlongs, would you?
No, not really. No. And the makeup of him as well, he looks like he's a big, long striding horse.
Yes, he does, yeah.
Okay, and one more to look at as well, that was the horse we just touched on. Your idea of the winner, Rory?
Yeah, this is Samo a couple of starts back over this course and distance, running out quite an impressive winner of a course and distance open. You'll see in 3rd place, just moving off the rails in the blue cap, that's Albshur, who chases him home. Looks like he might get close at this stage, but Samo keeps going really strongly to the line to win by 2 3/4 lengths. The time was solid for this. I'm not going to say it was a spectacular time, but for a horse limited in experience, I thought it was a good time. He looked like he might stay a bit further there, but stepped up to mile last time out. Clearly didn't get home, and I think he will benefit coming back to 6. And he showed speed all the way through that contest, so I've got no concerns about him over this distance.
As we take out the 18 and the 2 then, connections gathering ahead of the next. How do you see it developing sort of pace-wise? Is there likely to be plenty on up front?
I think so. I mean, obviously, I'd be delighted to see my selection, Samo, get an easy up front. But I think there'll be speed from Snaifia wide of him. There'll be a lot of speed. We haven't mentioned it, but Bakhtar in stall 11 She's very fast in the early stages. She finished 5th in the Type Sprint Cup, but it was the only one to put it up to Tabar Field that day. Okay. And I thought it was a really a nice performance from her before getting outstayed late on. She was disappointing 2 starts back, but I think got back on to form when 5th in a Phillies Open last time out. That form doesn't give her much of a chance of winning this race, but I think she helps in putting pace into the race here.
Well, all the rage is Commissioner Dan really, really strong in the international markets. Against it, there's not an awful lot being backed. Rory, your selection is the second preferred of the international market, Samo, and also quite well fancied as well is the 9, Hayat as well, despite coming back down from 1400 to the 1200.
Yeah, I think in terms of quality, Hayat deserves to be up there in the market. It's just that concern that he might find himself a little bit outpaced at this trip because he strides like a horse who wants a mile.
Right, out the gate then for race number 10. We're coming towards the end of this, what's been a fantastic card this Friday here in Saudi Arabia. Those 5 qualifiers for Saudi Cup night have been and gone. We've seen some real quality. We'll look back to some of the highlights towards the end of the programme. In the meantime, we go back to Alex then for race 10.
Thank you both. Yeah, runners will be loading up any moment now for this 3-year-old Golf Cup. Don't forget the 18 gone as well as the 2 here, so the 2 absentees, 16 of them lining up. International favourite Commissioner Dan will jump from stall number 10 next to the same ownership Hayat, who will jump from stall number 9, so they'll be together. Certainly thought Samo was a big player as well, so I was somewhat jumping on the back of Rory's selection here. On the back of that good win at meeting 72, but then of course the trip probably the reason to draw a line through that latest effort, which was a shade on the disappointing side. As we see the shadows of the runners down there at the start before the stalls are filled. Not too much international support elsewhere. Al Yasub has seen a little bit of support actually, which is the 15 on your card. Will be a white jacket, blue braces, a yellow cap for the 15, Al Yasub. Snafia, who was the winner last time at meeting 91, that's a white cap as well. A slightly different variation to keep track of there. Wouldn't completely rule out Albisha showing up well as well, the 1. Suppose we're focusing in on that same race again, aren't you, really? The race at meeting 72, which was won by Samo. There's Major, the white and red colours, just taking a turn round there, and it looks as though the runners are now being asked to go and move into the stalls. Red cap for your favourite, with Ospina on board. Commissioner Dan. Runners are still circling here, so we haven't had any go forwards yet. Major has just rejoined the circle, so just on a bit of a hold up by the looks of it. Hopefully signal will be given any second for them to start the load. Once they do, they're normally very quick, aren't they, to bounce the runners into the gates. Plenty of hands on deck. There's the view from the start, down the back straight into that left-handed turn. The 1,200 metre starting point, so not all that much distance to cover before they reach that left-hander. Muqtahem just gone through the shot there. Seasonal return for him. We are now loading. Snaffy is just going up. Samo has also been offered up to the stalls, and Majur is another runner who's heading towards there. Now the 12 for Stelandia. I had Alturisi riding the 12 on the card. Head bowed low, plodding in. So that one's in. Short price market leader then, Commissioner Dan. Stall 10 to keep the eye on. He's actually the first of three rather short international favourites to come on the spin, because the next cup race, Sunset Flash, is very short as well in the international markets. And then the Camilo Ospina, ridden Man of the Night, also on the shorter side, currently showing as favourite for the finale on our card today. That was Rocket Money, green jacket with the orange stripe, a white cap, just being worked upon. Couple of hands required, but job is done there. Muqtahem goes into 6. We're in stall there, aren't we, with the 6th position, so we can see Muqtahem pushed in. Another gift with the blindfold on. Saw Al Kuwait, yellow jacket with the red hoop. There's the yellow cap. That's Al Gessoub, don't forget. And there is Commissioner Dan, another one waiting along with Albsha. So they are the final 3 now. And they're all coming up almost as one, with that inside stall the last to be filled. Popped in. We're ready to go. Looks as though starter's not even on the rostrum yet, but is now going over. Handler doing some alterations in the stalls, but we should be good. Albsha's restless in 1. Very, in fact. Handler's had to go down and try and lift that runner back up, and has done so. All clear given now. Oh my. Rocking and rolling in the stalls here. Looked as though they were going for a start, but then didn't. There's the starter. Flags up now. They're off. They are away and racing. 1,200 metres for this 3-year-old Golf Cup. Very poor start by Majur. Right out the back, and even worse was Fustalandia. It was a very messy beginning. Saw Al Kuwait and also another gift have surely all blown their chances from the stalls. Up on the inside, Albsha was good to go. There is a right pace battle on here. In between horses, Muqtahem just has the lead. Hayit is not far away as well. Up on the outside, striped jacket, Faz Al-Waga is another prominent racer. They're followed by Samo. Blue and White is already flat down into the drive behind them. Also right there on the inside, trying to pick up a bit now, is Commissioner Dan, but they've got well stretched out. This has been run at a frantic gallop. They're in line for home. Albsha shows the way, just leading up now from Hayit in 2nd place, who's quickly bounced on the leader, Albsha. These two go clear. Commissioner Dan is up into 3rd, then Samo on the outside, followed by Muqtahem, but it is Hayit who leads the way. Hayit is away by a length and a half over Albsha in 2nd, and remaining unbeaten. Looks good. Hayit has beaten off Albsha to take the 3-year-old Golf Cup. They were followed in by Commissioner Dan, Andy Cab, who was a closer in a race that very few got in, and it was a real mess from start to finish. So success goes the way of the 9. Hayit has won it for Rayan Alteration, and this 3-year-old has done well, really. Inexperienced sort, and battled on tenaciously to get the better of Albsha. Those two had quite a little duel, didn't they, for a portion of the home straight. A 112.99, the winner was clocked here, 112.99, and has won by a length and a half. Commissioner Dan, the very hot international favourite, could only muster 3rd. Ikab, certainly notebook worthy, isn't he? He's come from an uncompromising position to finish in 4th in the end, in the hands of Ricardo Ferreira. Rocket Money Samo just in behind them. But several of them lost their chance from the start. They were well stretched out. The pace was hot, not many involved. But Hayit laid up with that early gallop and saw it out all the way to the line. 9, 1, 10 and 5 the order in the 3-year-old Golf Cup.
Over 1,400 metres here last time out, drops back down in distance to the 1,200 and makes it 2 out of 2 to beat into second place. Al Bashir, and staying on from an uncompromising position for fourth was Ekab, and just splitting that pair was Commissioner Dan. But Hayit, an expensive import from France, he was a big imposing sort. We saw that on the way to the start, that he's put that big frame to good use.
He has, yeah. Again, I was keen to make mention of him before the race, despite the fact that he doesn't have a rating, because he won that 7-furlong maiden on debut as if he was going to go on to better things. The question was whether he would cope with a drop back in trip, but on a really well-run race, he has. They haven't exactly broken the clock here. 1:12.99 is not an exceptional time for the trip, and you still look at this horse and think, whatever he's doing at 6 furlongs, he's going to better over further. Certainly, that's the way he shaped last time out. You'd have been less concerned with the way he went through the race today. He's clearly taken a step up, and he was pretty comfortable with the strong pace. He's a big, strong sort. He just wandered around a little bit on the closing stages, but the race was in the bag when he did. I just think he idled a little bit in front, and he was the clear best on the day. Albshire didn't need any excuses. He's run a cracker on the inside, but you see when you line the two horses up against each other, one's a size and a half smaller than the other, really, and Albshire wore his heart in his sleeve and tried really hard, but wasn't quite good enough to get the better of Hayit. The pair of them have pulled clear. Commissioner Dan, he's come here with a big reputation. He's run well enough on paper in finishing third, but never really looked like getting involved. And I just think he probably saves a little bit for himself on what I've seen in his last 2 runs. And I wonder whether he'll live up to his pedigree. It was a messy start because they were in the stalls for a long time, and 3 or 4 of them ended up missing it. Either missing it badly at the start or just not going the early pace. And we see those 4 just drop out of the picture at this stage, and that leaves a more compact field. No real excuses for anything that hasn't got involved. in the front half of the field because there hasn't been that much in the way of traffic problems. You see the winner was able to take a pretty good position. He had to be pushed along to hold this place, but he's got up there in third place on the outside off Albshur, who set the pace on the rail. And Muqtahem from stall 6 went forward early as well, but hasn't been able to sustain that effort. And the front two are now about essentially 4 lengths clear of the rest of the field because Muqtahem's backing out of things. You see Commissioner Dan in the red cap coming through runners to grab third place in the end, and he's run respectably, but you want to see him build a little bit on what he's shown so far, given the big reputation he had in the first place here. But the winner is essentially different class in the end, high 8, and it'll be interesting to see where he goes to next, and indeed where he ends up next year.
Yeah, he looks an exciting prospect going forward, and fair credit to Al-Bashir, who was upset in the stalls. He's gone forward, made the pace, and still managed to hang on and make the frame as well. It was a creditable effort.
Yeah, a few of these got themselves a little bit upset in the stalls. He was one who needed some assistance from the stalls handler to make sure that he was okay, and even after that, he sort of lurched forward as if anticipating the start. You would have forgiven him if he'd blown the start and run below form, but he's been very consistent here, and he's run at least as well as he did when second last time out behind Sumo. Sumo flattered to deceive a little bit in this race. He moved into contention off the home turn, but couldn't sustain his effort and has finished about 6th in the end. But the horse that he beat last time out, Albshur, has carried that form forward and run really creditably.
And just looking back through the field as well, that Ekab, the number 5 as well, who was second in a maiden race, he has come from a long way back, but has really kept on well down the straight.
Yeah, he didn't have an awful lot of chance on paper. When we talked about this race earlier, I was saying that his second to Warrior's Head last time out was a big improvement on what he'd done before. It was backed up by the clock as well, and so he was worth giving a bit more credit for that. It's probably better than a 76 performer. If I was Connections, I'd be keen to get him into a naughty 80 handicap if I could find one. Obviously, you can't really pick and choose what races there are, but if there is a naughty 80 handicap for a cab, he would look something of a good thing at this trip because he's run above that mark on his last 2 starts.
And just going back to high 8, the winner, 1400 last time, 1200 today. You've looked at the Dam Ribbon Taffy bike outwork. I mean, where do you see the limit of his stamina stretching to?
Well, I thought he should stay a mile without any trouble, and that would be as far as I want to go at this stage, but he's shown unexpected speed today.
Yeah, good performance as well. That was our race number 10, race number 11, penultimate on the card, heads towards us. This is over the 1600 metres, Alex.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, it is indeed 1600 this time. This is the Golf Cup for 4-year-olds and upwards, fillies. Fillies only action here. Number 1 is Bint Far. The mount of Ricardo Ferreira, winner back at meeting 50. Number 2, Habibi Go Lucky. Quite a few favourites on the service. Number 3, Rouge Noir, Eddie Castro. 4 is Palermo, that's Camilo Ospina, with 5, Mumtina. A winner right back at meeting 68. Has run quite a lot, that filly. Number 6, Israj for Naifal Nazi. 7, Notation, Mohamed Al Hubail. Number 8, Default Protection, a winner back at meeting 24. Has been quite consistent, though, hasn't she, since that success. Number 9 is Direct Security for Adel Al-Faredi. 10, Prism, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Number 11 is Income for Ayad Al-Turisi. With 12, Sail on Silverbird. We saw her in action earlier on the card, didn't we? A galloping clue right at the top of the show. Number 13 is Tropret. That's Mohamed Al-Daham. 14, Asaib, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 15, Consensus de Vega, Fahad Al-Faredi. With 16, La Gertha Rhyme, Tariq Al-Mansour. 17, Sunset Flash, Alex Moreno. And 18, Reem Al-Riyadh for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. That is our field. Hopefully you'll be able to see those other couple of runners over the page. There we go, 17 and 18. And that's how we line up. No changes at all this time round then, as we head back for expert analysis with Rory and Martin.
Yeah, we're leaning heavily on.
You can either have expert analysis or you can have Rory and Martin.
Old Rory will do for us. Sunset Flash. Before we go down the card, Rory, just a quick word on Sunset Flash. We've talked about her early on today. She's been a bit of a winning machine before coming off second best last time out too. A horse who wasn't disgraced earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, she'd been on a winning run, but she was beaten all ends up by Alface Alea last time out. Ideally, we'd have liked to see Alface Alea show that she was worthy of that form by running well earlier on, but she blew the start and wasn't able to get into the race as a result in an earlier contest. So I wouldn't be drawing any conclusions about the strength of the form on that. The one thing I will say about Sunset Flash, well, the first thing to say about this race, Sunset Flash won this race last year, beating La Courte de Rhine, and they're the top two races in this race, 109 and 101. If they run to the form they showed in this race last season, they should dominate it again. They're both stablemates as well, both trained by Naif Almondale. But Sunset Flash had a winning run, ended last time out. They'd done very well with her in the Taif season, putting her in open races where she was really stones better than her opposition, and she was able to go round on the bridle and win cheekily, and you looked at her and thought she's definitely as good as ever. Last time out, faced with a slightly more difficult task, she didn't travel as well. She managed to get herself into a challenging position, but she was always off the bridle behind Alface Alea last time out. She can't afford to do that in this company. The race card tells you she's got an outstanding chance, but it's a similar task to last time. She runs the way she did last time out, she might find one or two of these having too many guns for her, but it may be that because connections have been softly with her all season, she needed a tough race just to get her back to top form. And if she returns to that, she's got outstanding claims.
Well, she's all the rage on the international markets from last year's second, the horse she beat, Lagatha Rhyme, who's the second best in. But down the card, Rory, let's start with Binfar, number one, who's a 3 times winner.
Yeah, I really like Binfar. There's nothing off her. She's very lightly built, but she ran an absolute stormer to be second in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup last year. Over the 2,000 metres, I want to say. She ran on really strongly in the straight from a bad position to get second that day. She then won over this course and distance on her return, but I say over course and distance, it was actually Taif meeting 50, but she needed every yard of that to get home. She then stepped up to 1.5 miles next time. I thought it would suit her for the first time, but she didn't stay. And she dropped back to this trip again and ran well to be third. But again, she was doing her best work late in the day when third to Batulat last time out. I think she's vulnerable at this trip. She'll probably get herself in a bad position, stay on gamely into a place, but her mid-race pace or lack thereof is liable to be our undoing.
So the 2,400 too far, 1,600 too short.
Something like that, yes.
All right, well, that's Binfar. Let's head back down to Shamila, who I know from when we finished up yesterday, you're very much looking forward to seeing Sunset Flash back in action.
Absolutely, I am. And here she is in all her glory, the 8-year-old filly by Mason, rated 109, so the highest rated filly in this field. And she just looks shining. She's absolutely beautiful. Alex Moreno's just about to get the leg up onto her. Alex has already had a winner today with Al Wakad, and I tipped that one up. So hopefully I can do the same for you in this race and give you a winner with Sunset Flash. But she's absolutely stunning. And Naif Almondale have 4 runners in this race, so hopefully she can be the best of them. Obviously, one of my favourites as well, Habibi Go Lucky, horse number 2 in this. And I do have to say that horse number 12, Ceylon Silverbird, she looked stunning in the parade ring. I did choose her last time she was running at meeting 93, and she was a winner. I don't think she'll win this race. There are a lot of very good fillies in this contest. You've got Lagatha Rhyme, you've got the likes of Rimal Riyadh, but I think that Sunset Flash is the filly to beat in this contest.
It is a cracker on paper.
And that horse is a very warm order on the international market, that's for sure. Let's run down some of the fancied runners in this. Maybe number 4, Paloma, we can mention, who is dropping down in distance.
Yeah, she's interesting. She was only 8th last time out, but that was in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup. She was impressive on her Saudi debut when winning a 2,000-metre Fillies Open 2 starts back. She was very useful in France for Manon Scandella Lacaille.
Well pronounced.
Indeed. 3rd in the Prix de la Grotte in France, which is that's a Group 3 contest. I was worried. Yeah, and most of her form in France was on softish ground, but she was running really well in decent company all through the season. I wondered if she would adapt to racing on the dirt, but she did straight away by winning over 2,000 metres. I don't think the drop to 1,600 will bother her. I think it was just a bit too much too soon for her last time out, but it'd be no surprise to see her bounce back here.
Yeah, got a very good chance with Ospina in the saddle. Montanar's number 5, rated 93, second last time we saw this horse in a local Group 2.
Yeah, I mean, she has been improving a little bit. She was only racing a 0-75 company in the start of the season here in Riyadh, winning in that grade and meeting 68. But she's been running better in defeat since, finishing second to Pretty Flag in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture Cup last time out. That was back on the 6th of January.
Israj, number 6, another one for the Al Mandil team. The wins to run strike rate's pretty good.
Yeah, whether she's the force of old is the question. She's 10 from 32 in her career. She ran okay last week, but she's probably more of a force in lesser company than this, and she looks a bit of an outsider here.
Skip down to number 9, Direct Security, rated 92. It's been over 2,000 metres on the last couple of starts, but has got a bit of decent back form.
Yeah, she's been back to form in her last couple of starts. She was 2 3/4 lengths second to Palermo in that 2,000 metre Fillies Open that we saw, and then she ran at least as well, stepped up when second to Mazuna in the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Cup last time out. That sort of backs up the good run 2 starts back, and she's definitely a contender.
Well, let's have a look at Sunset Flash in action then. This was the performance back on the 2nd of December.
Yeah, you see Alfeza Leia in the green and yellow, green and gold colours, I suppose, with the noseband in front, and she gets first run in Sunset Flash. And Sunset Flash, for all she's got lots of very smart form, she couldn't match the speed that Alfeza Leia showed last time up. She'll be happier in this fillies race over a mile. She was clear of the rest that day. She's clearly the one to beat on her best form.
Well, this then is Direct Security. This is horse number 9 on the race card, finishing second last time up.
Yeah, this is a really good performance. Probably almost a career best from Direct Security, who's been right back to form in her last 2 starts. She can't lay a glove on Mazuna in the closing stages here, but this is a very good run to finish second in a local Group 2, and a repetition of this puts her bang in the picture again.
And the horse that Shabila touched on looking nice, maybe not one for today, but under the radar a little bit, Sail on Silverbird.
Well, Sail on Silverbird was a maiden for Michael Bell in the UK. She ran plenty of promising races. She just looked a little bit backward last season, but she ran really well on her debut here to be second. I thought she would win 2 starts back, and she really got it done last time out. She's actually stepping up in class when winning this race last time out, beating Income in a Fillies Open. This was a step forward in what she'd done before. She benefited from the drop from 2,000 metres. She made almost all the running in her previous start and got caught on the line. She was allowed to stride on over a shorter trip last time out, and she really enjoyed that. Now, she's got a lot to find in the rating. She's rated 92 now, but she's taken so well to racing here in Saudi Arabia that I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her take a big step forward again. And I think she's quite an exciting prospect for the future.
It's 92 with a P, isn't it, really? Or a
very
a
much
plus.
so. Yeah, I mean, she just looked fairly well. She looked like she might improve in the UK, but she was sort of, underperforming a little bit, but she's really come together now.
Okay, well, the international market is just suggesting that Sunset Flash cannot get beat. Very, very popular on the international market. Nothing else is attracting any kind of money whatsoever. I thought, from what you were saying, Rory, you've convinced me that Palermo might go well, but again, that's friendless on the international markets. Your selection would be?
My selection would be... Do you know what? And my producer's going to love this. I think Sail on Silverbird can hit the frame here, and I'm going to select her on that basis. I suspect that one of the classy ones at the top will be too good for her in terms of winning, but I think she can hit the frame, and that's my prediction.
Well, I'm hoping so, because the rest of tonight might be unbearable otherwise. Samila, certainly with Sunset Flash, as we go back to Alex for the call.
Thank you, gents. Let's keep the fingers crossed then for Sail on Silverbird to put in a big effort. Obviously, Sunset Flash, well, she will take all the stopping here, won't she? I thought of those perhaps bigger down the list in terms of the international markets. Rimal Riyadh could be one that gets involved in the frame, because she's another filly who Well, consistency is bang up there for her, isn't it? Now, we've got a few in same colours again, so we've got the usual combination changes, a white cap for the 7, a notation if you're following that one in the run, a white cap for the 16, a Lagertha rhyme. And we are just waiting for Palermo, as you saw there a moment ago, to join the others at the start. So once that one gets there, we can load up. We are already past our scheduled off time, actually, of 7:55 local time. But once Palermo gets there with Camilo Ospina, I'm sure they'll be springing themselves into action to get ready to go. Rimal Riyadh will have a cap alteration as well in here because Sunset Flash is in the same ownership, so do watch out for that as well. Going to be quite a few in this race in combinations of dark green with armlets or epaulets, so could be fun with that to follow during the run as we see some of those enjoying the action throughout today into the evening. It's been a terrific card, as the gents have touched upon already. Seen one or two very nice winners, haven't we, so far today? I was really taken by Cold Front in the turf sprint, that is for sure. Probably one of the highlights. Of course, good to see Asfan Al Khaladia a win again. Al Wakad booking his place in the Saudi Derby earlier. And also Grosser Jack was quite a taking winner, having raced so keenly on the sharp end. There's the grey Sail on Silver Birds. Rory was hoping that she could get involved in the action at the finish here after winning at meeting 93. What a good record this campaign with 2 seconds and a win. Still awaiting the arrival of the 4 here at the moment. And just about to arrive. So Palermo is just about to get down there at near to the start. So Palermo will join the others and then we'll be ready to go forwards into the stalls. As you can see there, Rimal Riyadh just went through another runner with a white cap as a distinguishing difference to Sunset Flash. So Palermo's got there. That'll mean we are set to load up. There has been a little bit of interest in direct security in the international markets, but only minor interest. She's only won once from 10 starts, finished second the last twice. The Sioux Nation filly, those second placed efforts at meetings 78 and 89. So Palermo has joined the rest of them down at the start. Looks as though loading will begin very shortly. But let's pop back to Martin and Rory for some final thoughts before we get this 11th race underway.
The penultimate race here at King Abdulaziz this Friday. We went through the maidens and the lower key races yesterday, but today promised to be special, and it certainly has been. We came into today, Rory, hoping to see some really good stuff, and we really have done.
We have done. We haven't necessarily seen exactly what we were expecting to see, but we've seen some very good performances, some exciting races, and some good prospects for the future coming through as well.
Yeah, we could well see clues. From what we saw, I think, in those trials, we could see Cold Front, Grosser Jack, Tide Al Qadir. They could all go on to run big races here in 4 weeks' time.
They could do, yeah. Again, we mentioned Cold Front earlier on, but Grosser Jack needs a mention as well. He was right back to his best and making all the running in the qualifier earlier on. And as I said, I was immediately transported back to when he bolted up at Newbury a couple of seasons ago for William Haggis, doing the same thing, where he set off in front. The others thought, this is going too fast. And the further he went clear.
The rebellious stage was good again as well, 3 from 3 here, but it'll be a different test, won't it, Alex, here in a few weeks' time with the Japanese and the Americans all in town.
Oh, it most certainly will, Martin. Yeah, different levels altogether. But I think we've seen, a good bunch of horses who will stake their claims boldly at come Saudi Cup weekend. Right, ready to go. They're off. They are racing away here for the 11th. This is the Golf Cup for 4-year-olds and over fillies. from the starting stalls. A little bit slow, actually. Rimal Riyadh out wide. Looks to be one of those runners looking to tack to the back of the field. Rouge Noir is another one towards the tail end. Pace, not all that hot early. It's pretty widespread, isn't it, here? Coming through to be the leaders. Well, we've got Income, Sail on Silverbird is another runner bang up there. Direct Security just trying to poke through in between horses. Out wider of those is Trop Pretra, who's in the red cap as they settle fully. A little bit deeper as well. Sunset Flash is not too far away as they head into this left-handed turn. Palermo stuck on the inside fence at this moment in time. Israj is still just ahead of that runner. So Israj, Income, Sail on Silverbird are the first wave of three as they go around the bend and start the turn for home. Trop Preta is behind those, is racing in fourth. Right on the inside, Palermo still moves quite well. And on the outside of those, trying to get forwards is Sunset Flash. Will be about 6 wide as they level and as they work their way towards the final couple of 100 meters. Lots of chances this time around. Sunset Flash has now been sent down into the drive and has just come through to lead. Israj is battling on well on the inside. Palermo between them. Trop Pret is still there down the outside. Rimal Riyadh from the back end of the field, but up top, Sunset Flash has a narrow lead. Palermo, those coming strongly and getting past. Palermo has won the Golf Cup for 4-year-olds. Gets there to beat Sunset Flash. Late on the scene was Bint Far. Might have got third. That'll be close as well. But Palermo and Ospina, man can do no wrong, has got there on the inside to win it and denies Sunset Flash. Sunset Flash who'd hit the front at the top of the straight, but Palermo with a lovely timed effort through on the inside. 3/4 of a length is the winning margin to win this 4-year-olds and upwards Golf Cup, to beat Sunset Flash in a time of 1:39.85. Bint Far has got third there, up for third in advance of Direct Security. And then up on their outside was Rimal Riyadh, who again put in a pretty consistent effort, didn't she, that filly in third spot. Bit of a different race this time around, wasn't it? The nature of it, they were well spread out across the course early on with the pace. Israj come through then on the inside to show. Palermo has always stuck to that rail and has managed to get up and deny Sunset Flash. 4, 17, 1 and 9, your numbers across the line in race 11.
Oh, what a race, what a finish.
Oh, I can't believe, brother. This guy is nice, really, you know. I come in behind the pace. He's coming very good. He's coming full, you know. I have some problem between the 600 and 400 meter because I don't have space. But this guy, when I open a little bit and I can pass, yes. But that's really respond very good, and she won the race. Thanks, God. Inshallah, yeah. I hope. Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you have it. The White Stables have gone and won another race. That is a hat trick for the White Stables. Huge well done to King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and sons Prince Mitab and Talal bin Shuraim. This is a double for Camila Ospina as well. And that was some serious riding from Camila Ospina. I thought that Sunset Flash had this race absolutely wrapped up, but no. Palermo just came and absolutely stole the race from Alex Moreno's hands. So very well done to Camila Ospina, of course. This is a 4-year-old grey filly by Alex, the winner. And she is absolutely a winner. Last time out, she was 8th over 2,000 metres. She did win on debut over 2,000 metres back in meeting 78. But they've dropped her back down to trip in 1,600 metres. And she took to it really well. So hopefully we will get a few words with Camila Ospina there after that win. Congratulations, Camila, for your double.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you always to the Prince Mitab bin Abdullah, Talal bin Shuraim, and Ahmed Neri, all team White Stable. We are a family, and thanks God, it's nice filly. Today she ran very good.
Sunset Flash looked to have that race wrapped up, and then you just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, because I don't have space between the 600 meter and 300 meter. I don't have space to pass, but I waiting, I waiting my opportunity, but when I had the space, my filly, she's coming very strong.
How did she do over 1,600? Because last time out she was over 2,000.
Yes, she won in 2,000, but different race, and she ran in the one cup, and she finished behind. But I spoke with the boss. I told him maybe short distance is better, and mileage is very good for her.
Well done, Camilo. I'll let you go get your.
Thank you very much.
Well, she was down in distance. I think that's extra credit to her that she was down in distance. She's not had the ability to wind up. She's had to show a turn of foot to win, Rory, and she's overcome the red-hot favourite.
She has, yeah. She looked to be travelling really well into the race and got a lovely toe on the inside. The downside to that is you hope that the runners will divide and give you room to come through, and she had to wait for a furlong and a half for the gaps to appear, and it looked like that would lose her the race. But the gap appeared just in time for her, and she set off in pursuit of Sunset Flash and showed determination and a decent attitude to get her head in front late in the day and foil the outstanding favourite.
Who's come from a long way back, the favourite, has made up ground though to sit up on the outside of the field. And I think if you were Shamila and the fans of Sunset Flash, things were going pretty smoothly at this stage.
Yeah, you'd have been happy enough. I mean, the one thing I would say, if you watched her last race, the winner's got a better run towards the inside, and Sunset Flash has travelled wide, looked happy enough for much of the race, but then sort of missed the kick at this stage of the race around the bend and conceded first run to the winner and couldn't pull her back in. Here she seems to have travelled very well. They've gone fast in front, and they've raced freely in front as well. The likes of Income and Sail on Silverbird have pressed on, also with the runner-up stable companion Israj helping to press that pace forward, which has helped Sunset Flash. And you think now she's coming through to win the race as those begin to flag on her inside. But now a gap appears, one horse off the rail for Palermo to come through. And fair play to her. She's got 2.5 lengths to make up at that stage on a filly who's actually on a mare who's rated higher than her. And she digs in really nicely and shows a turn of foot to get up on top on the line. She did win over 2,000 metres first time out here, but her class told that day she showed lots of speed through the contest. Probably didn't stay 2,000 in tougher company last time I went 8th, and you hear Camilo Ospina suggested after that maybe drop her back and trip to a mile. He's rarely wrong when he makes suggestions like that. She's come back to a mile and she's shown arguably career best form. It's worth pointing out that her form in France was decent and probably slightly underrated as well.
And if you're saying Sharon in the Prix de la Grotte Connections had potential ambitions that she could be a classic filly at that stage.
Yes, and she did, and her form stood up. She struggled to win, but she was keeping very good company in France after that, and proved that dirt was no problem for her. Obviously, most of her form was on softish turf, but quite a lot of soft turf performers seem to take to the dirt here, and she did it the first time of asking, proving too good for rivals in open company. And this is a step up again, certainly on what she's done in Saudi Arabia so far. But you've got to like the fact that she was looking for an out herself and really stuck her neck out when the opportunity came. Sunset Flash has run well. but she's not been able to get away from her rivals when getting to the front. That was the disappointing thing for her. And she is, I think, looking at where she's finished and those around her, she's just a little bit flattered by her high mark at the moment and wasn't able to repeat her win in this race last year. We saw a better performance from Rimal Riyadh, who ran on late out wide to finish about 5th, I suppose, in the end. She's had quite a wide trip and has run creditably, and another one running well for the stable, but they couldn't. They had multiple runners in the race. Naif Al-Mendil couldn't quite get it done, and it's Palermo for the white stable who's victorious in the end.
And there's a great shot we just saw then as you were talking of Camilo looking to go up that inside rail, was waiting and waiting and waiting, but eventually he had to take the decision, look, the gap's not going to come, this horse isn't going to come off the rail, it's not going to come back to me, I'm going to have to switch.
Yeah, I can understand why he thought the gap would appear sooner, because the horse immediately in front of him, Israj, was one of the least likely on recent form. She's been a decent performer in her time, Israj, but she looks to be going backwards form-wise. But she's hung in there for a long, long time on the inside when Camilo would have expected her to sort of drop back on the rail in front of him now, which would have enabled him to get in that pocket, but it just never happens.
Outside there, hasn't he? He switches back to go up the inner.
Yeah, see, I think he's come off the rail expecting her in front of him in the green colours just to drop back, so he could avoid her. But she actually keeps on really well into the straight, and Camilo's got to think of plan B after that. But
there's plan B, switch towards it when she rolls off slightly.
Yeah. That looks like it's going to be the thing, but unfortunately when horses roll off the rail, because they're getting tired, and the next thing they tend to do is roll back towards the rail again. But if finally the gap appears, it looks like it might have come too late, given that the favourite has got first run. But that's an impressive turn of foot she shows at the end of the day to get up, and she's an exciting prospect here.
Well, that horse was rolling around, getting tired in the closing stage. Let's hope that Alex isn't rolling around in the commentary box ahead of our final race, race 12.
Never, Martin. Ready to go. Race 12. Let's go again. 1600 for the finale. Another Golf Cup, this time for the 4-year-olds and upwards. Colts and Geldings with a full field. Number 1 is Al Wazir, Victor Gutierrez. 2, Go Fast Trauland, a 6-time winner. 3, Badra. Number 4, Path of Thunder, Alex Moreno. 5, La Tihati, Ferb Altimyan. Number 6 is Dahi, a recent winner at meeting 89. Number 7 is Ragadan for Naif Alanazi. Number 6 is Gambe Veloce, interesting recruit. Number 9 is Anna Al Maksud for Eddie Castro, who will be at the top of the next page we see. Number 10, Man of the Night for Camilo Ospina, man of the moment. Can he ride another big winner today? 11 is Brick, that's a one-time winner, only one win from 12. Alfa Radio on board. 12, Henry Q. Umberto Rispoli. Number 13 is Time Nudge. Number 14 is Soros, Luis Morales. 15 is Alman for Rayan Altaresh. 16, Making Movies, Mohammed Al-Daham. 17, Al-Mulhem. That one, a couple of wins so far this campaign. 18, Finest Sound, a Jerkins runner. 19 is Ifraz, that's Tariq Al-Mansour. And 20, Wanda El-Zam for Ricardo Ferreira. They are our field of 20 then. 20 in the last of the day. Again, another cracking race to look forwards to. And runners are on their way to the paddock.
Thank you, Alex. Good to know you're not rolling around at a full of verve for our final race, which officially is only 6 minutes or 5 minutes away, but they were so late off with the previous race. They may well make up a little bit of time here, but let's spin through some of these. Rory, we've got 4-year-olds and older for the Gulf Cup for Colts and Geldings. Al Wazir is horse number 1.
Yeah, was second in the Prince Naif bin Abdulaziz Cup over course and distance last time out, beaten 2 3/4 lengths by power and numbers. That's his best recent effort, and it's not a bad one. It gives him each way claims again. If you can repeat that, he shouldn't be too far away here.
Victor Gutierrez on board last time. He rides again today. Number 2 is Go Fast Trauland, a 6-times winner.
Yeah, listen, he's very capable at Go Fast Trauland. He's probably better on turf. He was a winner in Taifa earlier in the season, but he's proved very in and out since, and I think he's an unlikely winner here given his recent form.
3 Batter's got a high rating. He's been tried in listed at Group 3 last 2 times.
Yeah, was second in the Equine Authority Cup to New Pursuit. And then 4th to Carmel Road in the King Faisal Cup last time out. That's solid form. He'll be close.
So good word for Bader. Man of the night, though, is the international favourite from Finest Sound, and Alman as we go back down to the paddock.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, my horse that I'm going to choose, if you didn't have a crystal ball already, I'm sure that you would know that I'm going with this horse number 6, Dahi. He is a 4-year-old colt by Klimt. Last time out at meeting 89, I absolutely love this horse. I'm the president of the Dahi fan club, so it would go against every grain of my being to choose any other horse but Dahi. But he's a beautiful specimen of a thoroughbred. Exactly what you want in a dirt horse as well. He's very fit. He's off the back of a winner. He's had a nice little break. I think that everything could just fall into place for him here in this race again, and he is hoping for a second win in a row for Abdullah Al Fayrouz as well, who's a fantastic jockey, might I add, for Abdulaziz bin Khalid and the White Stables as well. And I also really like the look of Man of the Night, horse number 10. One to keep on the radar is horse number 4, getting a little bit anxious before the race.
Well, Dahi given a good mention by Shamila. Does look well in the paddock as well. There is Ragadan, horse number 7. We'll move on to number 8, Gambi Veloci, who's very unexposed.
Yeah, but I don't think has won twice in his career. Gambi Veloci hasn't won here this season. I think even the best of his form would see him struggle here. So I'm happy to put a line through him. Maybe I'll be proven wrong there, but I didn't consider him for this.
International favourite number 10, Man of the Night, who's been in a couple of good races, including the King Saud Cup. Number 10?
Yes, he's ridden by Camilo Espino. That's a very interesting jockey booking for this stable. He won the General Intelligence Presidency Cup over course and distance in meeting 56 and followed up in the EU Cup next time out. He also had Honky Tonk Man back in 4th when winning at meeting 71. He was below form in the King Saud Cup last time out, but that was probably too far for him. And on the form of his 2 previous runs, he's the one to beat in this contest, with his track and trip being ideal.
And Camilo Espino looks for the hat-trick after scoring twice earlier on, including in our previous race aboard Palermo. Let's have a look at some of these in action. And first we're going to have a look at Al Wazir.
Yeah, you see Al Wazir running a cracking race to be second. This is in the Prince Naif Cup last time out over course and distance. Par in numbers is too strong for him in the finish, but Al Wazir keeps plugging away and finishes a very creditable second. He shouldn't be too far off them with a repeat. He's rated 97, the best of these rated 106, but I think he should be on the 4.
American form line was represented here as well by number 12, Henry Q, who we haven't talked about yet. This horse making his debut in the Kingdom, having been trained in the US by Doug O'Neill.
Yeah, this is not. He's a pretty difficult one to weigh up. He's a son of Blame, and you see him finishing 3rd in the Peter Pan Stakes at Belmont Park here. This is a decent performance. Belmont Park and Riyadh wouldn't be massively different in terms of the circumference and the way the race is run. We asked a top US jockey, Joel Rosario, when he was here a couple of runs ago, is this like anywhere in the States? He said it's more like Belmont Park than anywhere else. So you'd like to think this form would translate.
Okay, Badr, number 3, we can have a look at. This is the run back on the 4th of January and finishing in 2nd place.
Yeah, 2nd in the Equine Authority Cup 2 starts ago. I think he ended up going on to finish 4th to Carmel Road, and that's the race we're watching now. This is the King Faisal Cup last time out. This is a very good race. He's come from a fair way off it. Doesn't look massively competitive for the win, but this is probably a better race than the one we're looking at today. Carmel Road is an absolute monster, and Badr does really well to pick up the pieces late on to finish 4th. He had Path of Thunder well behind him that day, and I'd be surprised if the form gets turned around here.
And also a look at Dahi as well, given a favourable mention by Shamila.
Yeah, Dahi's been running pretty well. This is his win last time out, when winning won a 2,000 metre open from Wathig in the pink colours last time out. He does drop back in trip. He stays 1.5 miles, and he's up in class here. I think he's probably going to struggle, for all he's a really likeable performer.
Well, there's some form clues then. Man of the Night just keeps on being supported on the international market. A really strong contender for the final races. They arrived down at the start. So, summarising this, Rory's, before we head up to Alex.
Yeah, there's a few we probably haven't mentioned. Alman's worth a mention as well. Not a 90 winner in time, and was a good 4th to Loving Feeling in a 2,000 metre open last time out. He's rated 103 and wouldn't be out of this. Finest Sound in the same colours also needs a mention. 2nd in the 2022 Celebration Mile in the UK for, I think it was Roger Varian who had him then, wasn't it? He certainly ran in the Sheikh Obeid colours back then. He was also second in the Strensel Stakes at York. He was only 5th in the King Faisal Cup last time out, but he should do better having 2 runs here, and he's not out of it either. I think he's probably second choice in the international markets, and on his 2022 UK form, he'd have a big chance. Just needs to prove he can repeat that here.
Yeah, it was Sheikh Mohammed Obeid for the Crisfords.
Crisfords, that was my second choice, darn it.
Well, he went very close. It was Newmarket, it was Sheikh Mohammed Obeid, and the races were all right as well. So there we go. Final race of the day. They are arriving down at the start, going behind the stalls for race number 12 over the 1600, rounding off this fantastic Friday with those 5 qualifiers for Saudi Cup night. We've got another qualifier tomorrow, and it's for the big one. It's for the $20 million Saudi Cup. It comes up tomorrow. The custodian of the 2 holy mosques, the 2 races. Before that, we've got the apprentice race of the custodian, the local race, and then the trial as well as race 8. So confirming selection, Shamila with the 6, Dahi, Rory with
Man of the Night.
Man of the Night, the very strong international favourite. And speaking of Man of the Night, here's Alex.
Thank you, Martin. Let's see if Ospina can land another one here then, shall we, with Man of the Night. Looking to jump back into form, isn't he? 2 wins, meetings 56, 71. Rule out the last run, meeting 90. Will it be back on track for him today? We will find out in a few moments' time, with the last couple of runners making their way behind the starting stalls. And then we'll be set for action as they load up for this concluding contest. This Golf Cup for 4-year-olds and upwards, colts and geldings, on what has been, without question, highest quality day we've covered here at Riyadh, and we've seen some excellent winners as well, haven't we? Al Wakad, of course, off to the Saudi Derby now. Rebellious Stage could be a really smart prospect for the future, and I certainly think Cold Front will be an interesting runner into the turf sprint at that Saudi Cup meeting. International favourite then for this last, Man of the Night. As you heard from the gents, all the rage, very strong. Finest sound, interesting runner for sure. Having had decent success in England. Al-Man has been pretty popular as well internationally. That one has come in 1.5 points on the international markets. So we are slotting them into line now. First one has already gone into the stalls, and that is Anna Al-Maksud, number 9 on your card. Check jacket is locked away. Alman has just gone in. Making Movies is also up and into the starting stalls. Looks as though a couple of them just needing some adjustments in terms of tack, but they are continuing to put runners forwards. Dahi, Shamila's fancy, just about to go up. That'll be stall 6 for Dahi. Al Wazir also going in. That'll be gate 1. So Al Wazir will go in. Ragadan also heading up to the stalls. Got the black cap on. Will be popped in there. So we've got, I'd say nearly a third in now. Break is there as well, the 11. Only 1 win on his dance card so far. Time Nudged is coming up as well. Starting team issuing out a few instructions here as the remaining runners come into their positions. Badra has just gone in. That's stall 3 for him. Currently working on Gambe Veloci, who's just a little bit side on as things stand. But he's there now. Henry Q is still waiting. There's the 4, Path of Thunder. And also Latihati yet to go in, and Man of the Night. We're down to the final 2 or 3 now for our 12th and final race on Fantastic Friday here at Riyadh. This will be the 4-year-old and upwards Colts and Geldings Golf Cup. And Man of the Night is the last one in. They're set. They're off. Racing away over 1,600 metres. Not the best of beginnings for Path of Thunder, who was a bit awkward. Also a bit slow was Gambe Villocci, who's being pushed along in these early strides. Dahi got a very good beginning and will be right up there. Go Fast Trowland on the inside, and also the light blue Al Wazir is another front racer. Up on the outside, Wonder Alzam, the striped jacket, makes it a line of 4. Settling into their strides, Path of Thunder has come rushing forwards. Path of Thunder has got there, in company with Wonder Alzam. Between them, Dahi for third. Man of the Night's just in behind the pace at this point in time, is up on the outside. But back to the running rail is Al Wazir, very deep, his finest sound. Also around the outside is Making Movies next in the field. Behind them and pushed along is Henry Q. Also there on the inside is Lati Harty as they take the turn. Go Fast Trowland has lost a bit of a position. Alman has got plenty of work to do from there. They're about to swing for home in the finale. Up on the inside, Al Wazir leads here by half a length over Dahi. On their outside is Wonder Alzam. Even deeper, finest sound makes it almost a line of 4. Between horses, Badder is now improving. The yellow jacket, they move away from a back-pedaling Path of Thunder. Down the outside, Man of the Night's got plenty to do, got 4 lengths to find. Heading towards the final 200. Still well bunched up top, Dahi. Al Wazir on the inside. Man of the Night is still closing down the outside. Badra now gets in the clear. Dahi just leads. Badra is the last lunger, and between them, Badra has got up to win. Beats Man of the Night into second. Third place to Dahi, and Al Wazir finished in 4th. Badra comes through to win it here, has scored for Adel Al-Furedi. Only a second career success. Bit of an upset in the last then, taking this Golf Cup for the Colts and Geldings, 4-year-olds and upwards. The big white face of Badder has weaved through and has denied Man of the Night, who almost had the Man of the Night. Camilo Ospina on board, plugged on down the centre, but never quite the late finishing kick of the eventual winner. Dahi, another 3/4 of a length behind them, was in third. And then back to the rail, as you can see, Al Wazir in 4th. It's been a terrific day of action then, lots of cracking winners, and it's Badder who takes the last. The final order, 3:10, 6 and 1.
Alex, many thanks for your contributions throughout the course of our 12-race card on this most magnificent of Friday afternoons here in Saudi Arabia. We saw the colours of the Al Safia stable lunging late in the Saudi Derby qualifier early on. Saudi Neom came home in second place, but the same colours this time on Badder have managed to get up in a very busy finish.
Yeah, lots of pace early on in this race. Al was there from stall 1. He was there late on. Go Fast Chowland showed early speed before fading. Dahi, Shamila's choice, was always up in the van and managed to stay in there for a place late on. We saw the one that missed the start, Path of Thunder, rush up to dispute the lead as well. So plenty of pace on. We saw Badder, he ran a cracker to be second to New Pursuit 2 starts ago, and then was 4th behind an absolute superstar in Carmel Road last time out in the King Faisal Cup. We saw him making late headway there, looked rather laboured, but he was suited by the way this race was run. He's come between horses. He's a game sort of, despite the fact he's only got 1 win to his career before this. I think he's a very genuine performer, and everything fell right for him today, and he got his head in front. Man of the Night was posted very wide off the turn. He made good progress in this straight.
He made big strides, didn't he?
But it was all very late and just a little bit too late in the end. He was closing all the way to the line, but could only finish second in the end.
Well, let's take it back to the start then, and Badder goes on to complete a double for Adel Al-Furedi. It's been a good afternoon for him, as it was for Camilo Ospina, who's also enjoyed a double on this terrific afternoon. But Badder certainly wasn't winning out a turn. Man of the Night's come home strongly. There's got to be the days with the runner-up, Rory.
Oh, there will be, yes. I mean, he won twice in a row before finding the step up to 2,000 too far for him last time out in the King Saud Cup, that local Group 1. He's bounced back to form here to finish second. He just, from stall 10, he found there was quite a lot of pace on his inside. Normally he'd be able to get across and get a slightly better position. He's come from what looked a difficult position on the turn to go very close indeed, but he couldn't quite get the better of Badr, who had things drop right for him today. There wasn't much between those and the ratings. Man of the night rated 106, Badr rated 102, but everything falling for him on the day, and he got his head in front for the second time in his 14-race career.
And Victor Gutierrez had stayed loyal to Al Wazir, who's run a big race there towards the inside.
Yeah, he was right up there. He ran really well last time out in the Prince Naif bin Abdulaziz Cup. He probably wasn't helped by the fact that his lead was contested by Dahi all the way round, and by one or two others as well, but he was still in front after they straightened up for home and just weakened late in the day.
And nice, as we say, after that disappointment early on for the Al Safir stable in the Derby qualifier, that they managed to get a win on the board.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, because Saudi Neom looked a pretty unlucky loser earlier on, and Badr has picked up the pieces with a good win in our final race of the day. So I think they'd have settled for that if you'd given them the option at the start of the day.
Yeah, a win in the final race of the GCC races and a second in the Saudi Derby trial as well. We came here this morning, Rory, with high expectations on a day that promised an awful lot. We talked about how this has been the best day's racing here in Saudi Arabia, aside from the Saudi Cup meeting, which is a standalone entity, and I think it's very much lived up to the billing. Would you agree?
I would say so. Yeah, it's been fast and furious all night. Really, really good action from the start, and nothing really let us down all the way through the day. Not necessarily the winners we expected in a couple of the races, but generally speaking, the best horses came to the fore, and not many complaints on the night, I would say.
Well, Sal Saleha was the winner of the opener, beat Sarjois, who was a very strong international favourite, but the winner in the opener bouncing back from a long layoff to score.
Yeah, that was a first run since March last season. Was made second favourite in the international markets. The favourite looked to be a good thing in the form that it had shown recently, but Safia bounced right back to the best form that she was showing last season to run out a ready winner.
Was indeed. So we've had 5 qualifiers for the Saudi Cup, and we're delighted to be joined by the winner of one of those. Relimited stage jockey Camilla Ospina joins us. Well done. It's been a great afternoon for you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the interview. You know, I know always I want to come here, but some problems there. It's difficult, you know. Yeah.
We've been talking about how this has probably been the best day's racing in Saudi Arabia, aside from the Saudi Cup meeting. Did you come here today with high expectations?
No, today it's very good horses. You know, today the horses, quality horses to the run in the Saudi Cup, and we qualified one horse in the sprinter, and this is very good horse. And another horse winner, the horse winner the Saudi Derby. This is very good. He's also
And Rebellious Stage 3 from 3 has won over the 1200, the 1400, back down to the 1200 again today. He's really cemented himself as the leading contender for the Saudi Derby, for the sprint race on the dirt on the Saudi Cup night.
Yes, for the first hour here, he ran very good. You know, he won very good, and also he has the last number in the 6 furlong is difficult. And thanks God today he brought very good, and I tried to save him a little bit distant in the core. And in the 400 meter, when I asked him, he responded very good.
And he's really opened up in the closing stage. He looks a really exciting horse back here in 4 weeks' time.
You know, it's very important for us, you know, especially in qualify the horses for the Saudi Cup.
And you had a great spin around aboard Palermo as well, who we were watching. You came into the straight, you were looking to go towards the inside, go outside. The gap eventually came for you, though.
Yes, you know, I coming behind the pace, but I don't have space, you know, it's difficult. But thanks God, I'm quiet, you know, I'm waiting for my opportunity. And thanks God, when open a little bit, I push in my filly, and she respond very good.
It looked as though you wanted to go towards the inside, but that gap wasn't going to come. Then eventually the winner, the horse in the green colours, did roll off the rail, but rolled back in again, and that was your opportunity.
Yeah, this is difficult because you lose the race or you lose everything, and that's question. But I saw the Nigel Anesis is open a little bit. I tried to go, but not full because I don't know he's open or not. But thanks God, when the last 200 meters, another guy he opened a little bit, and I can pass.
And we're just watching the pictures for the viewers as well of you celebrating as well. You seem to really grasp the moment and enjoy it.
You know, I was thinking before the race, I had to stop to celebrate this one because I don't know. You know. No, but you know, when you win that race, you feel very good, you know, because you are doing the job, and we are one family in my stable. You know, we're working for that race, and I feel very good. It's similar to when I won the King Faisal Cup with Carmel Rowe. I feel very good. You know, it's very, very important for us.
Yeah.
Palermo looks a really nice filly. She won well here, first time up at 2,000. Obviously, she's at least as good at the 1,600 meters. She was a good filly in France. What do you think she can do here? More to come from her?
You know, the first time she ran in 2000, and again, the second time she ran 2000 again. But I spoke with the trainer and the manager, and I told her it's better in short distance. This filly, she has a speed and she has quality to run in short distance, you know. And today because she put quickly, you know, and she has a speed for follow the pacemaker horses, and today she ran very good.
And watching the race back as well, we said she must have a turn of foot as well for that gap to open. She's had the ability to quicken through it.
Yeah, no, because you know she ran always in French and in grass, you know.
Yeah.
But it's different than dirt. But today she ran very good, you know. When this guy opened the way, she responded very good.
Yeah, she did.
Well, many congratulations on a great afternoon. Let's hope 4 weeks tomorrow we see you back here with a win after you've taken the Saudi Dirt Sprint.
Yes, you know, for me it's a pleasure to come to here to talking. My English is not good, but I try to explain, you know.
It's probably better than most of us anyway, so well done, Camilo. It's been a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Camilo.
Many congratulations to Camilo Ospina with his 2 winners on the card as well. I think we're going to see Rebellious Stage run a big race in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint back here in 4 weeks' time. But your highlight of the day, Rory?
Yeah, I went back to race 4, which was the turf sprint, and I was really impressed with the way Cold Front won that from stall 14. Had won the race 2 years ago, third in it last year, been very lightly raced in recent seasons, the 7-year-old entire, and broke from stall 14, and I thought Ricardo Sousa Ferreira gave an absolutely exceptional ride. You can't be trapped wide on this turf course. He's managed to get away from the stalls fairly well, tucked in about 4th or 5th place, and then going into the turn he's managed to get himself even further inside, so he's only 1 horse off the rail. He's then waited for the gap to appear in the straight, got through on the inside. Honky Tonk Man had gone for home at that stage, moved just outside of that one and made a very strong move to get past the leader, who I thought was an absolute cracker. Honky Tonk Man, having been a little bit disappointing on turf last year. He's been running well on dirt, and Cold Front just powered past him, and you could see what that meant to the jockey, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. He got genuinely emotional at the end of the race. You could see a tear in his eye, and he said this horse means an awful lot to him. It was a wonderful performance on the night, and although there were lots of very good horses and some very good younger horses as well, I thought the 7-year-old was the star of the show.
Well, that was Cold Front, who won the trial for the 13:51 sprint. He won the race 2 years ago and went on to run 8th in the big race itself. We'll see if he can improve on that 8th finish here in 4 weeks' time. Your highlight, Shamila?
Al Wakad in the Saudi Derby qualifier. Much like Ricardo Ferreira, you could see how much it meant to everybody. Lucas Gaitan was crying as well. Everyone was crying, even his assistant trainers. So it was fantastic to see them. And obviously from the stable tour as well, we only went to go see them Monday. So I'm so glad they're having a great time. And it's great to have Prince Abdulaziz here as well to see Al Wakad winning.
Yeah, Lucas has come across from Argentina, really making a name for himself, and this could be the horse to really propel him onto the big time.
Absolutely, and they've campaigned him so well. He's unbeaten now. They're going to send him to the Saudi Derby, and then after that, they're going to send him to the UAE Derby as well on Dubai World Cup night. That's the plan, so best of luck to them.
And you really need a tough horse to win those 3-year-old races on the dirt, and we're saying to Rory when we're watching it back, he's got the touch of the street fighter about him.
He absolutely does, and he has such a genuine face. He really does want to win, and I love that about a horse, to be honest, and I really hope they can win the Saudi Derby this year.
Yeah, I was saying to Martin that I fell in love with him when he won his first race here, even though that wasn't especially good for him. You could just see his attitude from day one, and you really wanted to side with him. He bolted up next time out. He had to dig really deep to win today from a slightly difficult position, but when he gets rolling, he looks unstoppable, doesn't he? And he's such a likeable performer.
And I thought he was in a little bit of trouble because he was properly boxed in, but Alex got him out perfectly.
Yeah, he looked that way off the bed. He did look in trouble. That's what I mean about that street fighter. He knuckled down, really wanted to go, didn't he? So he was great as well. I thought Grosser Drac was brilliant. He was a horse bought a few years ago for a lot of money. They thought an awful lot of him, and he's finally, I think, starting, Rory, to deliver on that promise. Belatedly.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, as you said, it cost a lot of money early in his career. Took a bit of a gamble paying that sort of money, and although it's taken a little bit of time to come to fruition, he was very impressive tonight and can only go on to better things from that.
Indeed, he can. He won the trial for the Neom Turf Cup, a race in which he finished 5th 2 seasons ago. Well, 5 qualifiers today for Saudi Cup night, but it's the big one tomorrow. It's the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. There are actually 3 custodians of the 2 holy mosques. There's one, Roy, for local horses, there's one for apprentices, and the big one tomorrow, which sees some big-name jockeys jetting in for the afternoon.
Yes, it did catch me out a little bit, finding that there were multiple winners of what appeared to be the same race. But it does, when you think about it, it makes an awful lot of sense. You have a prize, and you just sort of split it up into categories. It's the King's Cup, some people refer to it as well, obviously, because it's always the king who is the custodian of the 2 holy mosques anyway. So we've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow, and I won't be getting an early night tonight, I'm afraid.
Jim Crowley will be here to ride. We've got Holly Doyle coming in as well. She's a previous winner in the Neom Turf Cup. She'll be looking to secure a slot in the Saudi Cup for her horse there as well, in which I think it was Scotland Yard's who bolted clear last year to announce his arrival on the scene. He didn't follow it up in the Saudi Cup, but there's got to be potential for somebody else to fill that slot tomorrow.
Absolutely. I don't think Scotland Yard is the same horse as he was last season, but I cannot wait to see Holly Doyle here.
Yeah, Holly, who is heading across for just 1 ride here tomorrow. We look forward to seeing her and to Jim Crowley. We've got Umberto Rispoli here as well. So we've got 12 races to look forward to. The highlight is the qualifier for the Saudi Cup. It's the custodian of the 2 holy mosques. We'll see you back here tomorrow.